Hello parents, teachers and learners. Spotlight Quick Revision series summarizes the entire class syllabus for a particular subject in bullet points only. It is available for each subject for all classes. Each book in this series has exhaustive topical revision notes that meet syllabus requirements, numerous structured and multiple choice questions at the end of each unit, content broken down into terms 1, 2 and 3 for easy planning, 3 complete model test papers per term, model test papers covering the whole subject syllabus at the end of each book, answers to all questions. It is approved by the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. Get your copy from bookshops countrywide. For more information, call us on 0715 782 341 or visit our website on www.spotlightpublishers.co.ke. Spotlight Publishers East Africa Limited. Connect, adopt, shine with Spotlight.
Excellency, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, former Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Hugo Serta.
Karibuni sana and welcome to the Ikitabu experience at the 2020 Nairobi International Virtual Book Fair. The theme for this year is Any Book, Anywhere. We've all had our own personal experiences with the pandemic. At Ikitabu, our team is working on projects to tackle remote learning challenges and include all children in quality education. As a member of Kenya's publishing community and a proud sponsor of NIBF, Ikitabu presents the Ikitabu Experience to showcase live events such as the Digital Essay Competition prize giving on Thursday, the 24th of September at 2 p.m. right here at the Ikitabu Experience. We will also hold our Publishers Content Development Challenge on Friday, the 25th of September at 2 p.m. and our latest innovation, Digital Story Time, to include all children in learning to read at home. Digital Story Time is available 24/7 here at the Ikitabu Experience. We will also have links to accessible digital content from Kenya's publishers. Jiunge nasi, asanteni sana.
My name is Mary Minor, KPA Council member. I'm in charge of book fairs, and I'm here to welcome you to the Nairobi International Book Fair. Your Excellency, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, former Prime Minister of Kenya, Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o, our great author and crusader of use of local languages, CAS Ministry of ICT, Madam Maureen Baka, IPA President Hugo Setsa, IPA Vice President Boduo Akwamisi, Deputy Governor of Nairobi, invited guests, authors, teachers, and learners present, I salute you all. In honor of Professor Ngugi wa Thiong'o, allow me to welcome you in his mother tongue and say, Netwamunyita Ogeni Nairobi. And in honor of His Excellency Raila Odinga, Waruakou Nairobi. Karibuni sana. It is indeed a great honor to me, on behalf of KPA Council and the dedicated Book Fair technical team, to welcome you all to the virtual edition of Nairobi International Book Fair. This fair remains the premier book event in East and Central Africa. This is indeed our 23rd edition. We appreciate the founders of this book fair, which continue to greatly impact the promotion of a reading culture in Kenya, Africa, and beyond. Ladies and gentlemen, holding a virtual book fair was not in our plan as a council. We had booked space for physical book fair like other countries in the world. The COVID-19 pandemic forced us to be innovative enough and go virtual. It was an uphill task at the initial stages, but I'm glad the team spirit exhibited by KPA members has brought us this far. It is the best thing that ever happened in the exposure of our industry now and in the future. KPA having managed to hold this virtual book fair is an indication to our commitment to safeguard the written word and the dissemination of knowledge. Through this event, we hope to reach more participants, more guests than we have done with physical book fair. We encourage parents, learners, and all book lovers to join us virtually as we celebrate the book for the next 3 days. The book fair virtually opens to the public today, Thursday the 24th September 2020. It will remain open until Saturday the 26th September at 4 p.m. Allow me to give you a snapshot of what to expect from this virtual book fair. Number one, we shall have book exhibitions for both print and digital editions of different publishers' publications. Our visitors will have an opportunity to visit them, sample their books, and buy titles at discounted prices, as well as make any form of inquiries they may have. We have also lined up interesting panel discussions, for example, role of Kiswahili and local languages in social and economic development, a series of seminars, book launches, set book reviews. We have entertainment zone. We shall also have a webinar meeting which will help our visitors understand the process of publishing and book marketing. We've not forgotten our kids. We will have a fun-filled kids zone area where children will enjoy themselves with creative digital storybooks for all grades and levels. Key local and international personalities will lead the discussions. You just need to log in and register at www.nairobinternationalbookfair.co.ke, and you'll be excited by our variety to meet your needs. Our theme for this year's event is Any Book, Anywhere. We chose this theme to align with our vision as an industry to avail wide variety of educational materials in both print and digital to all corners of our continent and beyond. We believe it's the right of every child, every person in need of a book to easily access it regardless of their location. As publishers, we are committed to this task. The reality of this theme hit all of us during the COVID-19 pandemic. The new normal forced schools, colleges, and universities to close. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll agree with me, in our lockdown, there is increased urgent need to access books anywhere using technology. The goal of this event is to showcase the best of Kenyan publishers and other exhibitors who include printers. We are also here to inform, to educate, and to entertain our visitors. Your Excellency, we could not have managed to host this virtual book fair without the kind support of our local and international exhibitors and sponsors. Special thanks go to all KPA members who have booked exhibition booths and advertised in our e-magazine. Your Excellency, your presence here today shows your personal and Kenya government's commitment toward the written word. And we are delighted by your presence and that of all the invited guests. With those few remarks, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the first ever Nairobi International Virtual Book Fair. Karibuni sana.
Nairobi yanayofanyika kwa njia ya mtandao. Naam, katika kikao hiki chetu cha leo kinachohusu nafasi na maenezi ya Kiswahili kimataifa, tuna mazungumzo mafupi kuhusu maendeleo hayo. Na kwenye kikao tunaye Profesa Kimani Njogu, mkurugenzi wa shirika la mawasiliano la Tuwaweza na mjumbe katika Akademia ya Afrika ya Lugha, ACALAN, African Language Council. Pia tunaye Profesa Githaka Kwamberia kutoka Chuo Kikuu cha Nairobi, aliye pia mkurugenzi wa shirika la uchapishaji la Marimba. Na Ustadh Wala bin Wala, mwalimu na mwandishi mtajika wa vitabu vya Kiswahili, aliye pia mkurugenzi wa kituo cha Wasters. Mimi ni Simon Sosion, naibu mwenyekiti wa chama cha wachapishaji Kenya na mkurugenzi mkuu wa shirika la uchapishaji la Spotlights Publishers East Africa. Basi tunaanza kikao hiki chetu cha leo kwa maswali mawili matatu. Kwanza namwelekezea Profesa Kimani Njogu. Naam, Profesa Kimani, lugha ya Kiswahili ina nafasi gani katika ukanda wa Afrika Mashariki na bara la Afrika?
Asante sana Bwana Sosion kwa swali hilo muhimu, na nashukuru pia kwa nafasi hii ya kuweza kuzungumzia nafasi ya Kiswahili si tu katika ukanda wa Afrika Mashariki lakini katika bara la Afrika. Kwanza ni kutambua kwamba lugha ya Kiswahili imeanza kupata nguvu sana katika ukanda wa Afrika Mashariki. Na tutaje tu kwamba lugha hii imechukuliwa kwamba ndiyo chombo ambacho kinaweza kuimarisha uwiano wa mataifa ya Afrika Mashariki. Na tunapozungumza juu ya mataifa ya Afrika Mashariki, tunazungumza juu ya Tanzania, Kenya, Uganda, Burundi, Rwanda na Sudan Kusini. Na pia hata Somalia kwa kiwango fulani wameanza kuzungumza lugha ya Kiswahili. Kwa hivyo lugha ya Kiswahili ina nafasi kubwa sana katika kuleta uwiano wa kisiasa na pia uwiano wa kiuchumi na pia uwiano wa kijamii. Na nafasi hii haitokezi tu kwa sababu za kisadfa. Ni kazi ambayo inafanywa na wanasiasa na wakereketwa wa lugha ya Kiswahili na pia asasi mbalimbali, iwe ni asasi za uchapishaji, iwe ni asasi zinazotetea Kiswahili kupitia vyama vya Kiswahili na hata katika kamisheni ya Kiswahili. Na tuseme pia kwamba licha ya kuwa nchi hizi zinatumia Kiswahili ili kuweza kuleta uwiano, matumizi yake yanatofautiana. Kwa mfano ukiangalia Tanzania, lugha ya Kiswahili imepewa nafasi kubwa zaidi. Imepewa nafasi katika mawanda ya kisiasa ambapo kwamba ndiyo lugha rasmi na inayotumiwa katika shughuli za bunge, inayotumiwa katika shughuli za mahakama na katika shughuli za biashara za kijamii. Kwa hivyo katika taifa la Tanzania kwa hakika lugha ya Kiswahili ina nafasi kubwa zaidi ukilinganisha na nafasi ilionayo katika mataifa haya mengine ya Afrika Mashariki. Na ukiangalia kwa mfano katika taifa la Kenya, lugha ya Kiswahili ina nafasi pia kubwa kikatiba, kwamba ndiyo lugha rasmi na pia lugha ya kitaifa ambayo inaleta pamoja makabila mbalimbali na katika shughuli zao za biashara. Na siku hizi tunasikia hata kwenye mabenki na katika viwanda vyetu watu wanatumia lugha ya Kiswahili. Kwa hivyo lugha ya Kiswahili inaendelea kupata nguvu, inaendelea kupata nafasi kubwa sana katika taifa la Kenya. Katika taifa la Uganda, lugha ya Kiswahili ni lugha rasmi pia. Ni lugha rasmi na inatumika katika shughuli mbalimbali ambazo ni rasmi, na katika jeshi inatumika, katika shule inatumika pia kama lugha ambayo inafundishwa katika shule za Uganda. Rwanda pia ni lugha rasmi na inatumika pia na inaanza kupata nguvu sana. Burundi inatumika na pia Jamhuri ya Demokrasia ya Kongo. Eneo ambalo kidogo halijapata nguvu sana za Kiswahili lakini linaendelea kupata nguvu ni Sudan Kusini, hasa kwa sababu wamepata uhuru hivi majuzi, na kwa hivyo hawajajiimarisha vizuri katika masuala ya Kiswahili. Labda niongezee kwa kusema kwamba nafasi hii ya Kiswahili ni nafasi ambayo ni muhimu sana, na umuhimu wake unatokana na kwamba mataifa haya ya Afrika Mashariki yameanza kushirikiana kisiasa, na wengine wetu tunatarajia kwamba siku moja itawezekana pia kuwa na shirikisho la Afrika Mashariki ambalo linatokana na uwezekano wa mataifa yetu kuwa na siasa ambazo zinakaribiana. Kwa sababu siku za nyuma tulikuwa tuna mvutano mkubwa sana, kulikuwa na siasa za ujamaa, kulikuwa na siasa za ubepari, lakini siku hizi ile tofauti sasa imeanza kupungua kwa kiwango kikubwa, na watu wameanza kuwa na imani kwamba labda siasa za demokrasia, siasa za vyama vingi, labda ni siasa ambazo ni bora zaidi kuliko ilivyokuwa hapo siku za nyuma. Kwa hivyo matumizi ya Kiswahili yataendelea kuchangia katika kufanya mataifa yetu yawe ni ya kidemokrasia zaidi, yawe ni ya utangamano zaidi, na yawe yana uwiano mkubwa zaidi. Ukiingia katika bara zima la Afrika, ukichunguza bara la Afrika, utaona kwamba kwa hakika Kiswahili kimeanza kupata nguvu sana katika nchi nyingine za kusini mwa Afrika, na kama vile Afrika Kusini ambako Kiswahili kimeanza kuingia katika mfumo wa elimu. Msumbiji kinatumika sana kwa kiwango kikubwa, na katika mataifa mengine ya kusini lugha ya Kiswahili imeanza kutumika, na hata SADC wamefanya lugha ya Kiswahili kuwa ni lugha ya kazi katika shughuli za SADC. Tukirudi kwenye Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, tunaona kwamba kuna fursa kubwa sana, na fursa hii inatokana na uwezekano wa kamisheni ya Kiswahili ya Afrika Mashariki. Hii kamisheni ambayo kwa hakika ilianza kufanya kazi mwaka wa 2015 Julai, imeweza kulindwa na katiba iliyounda Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki upya, na kamisheni hii ina jukumu kubwa sana la kueneza Kiswahili si tu kwamba ni kama lugha ya matumizi mapana katika Jumuiya ya Afrika Mashariki, lakini katika bara la Afrika, kwa sababu hapa ndipo ambapo lugha ya Kiswahili inazungumzwa kwa wingi zaidi.
Asante sana. Asante sana Profesa. Samahani kwa kukatiza. Nikutaka tu kuuliza kwa nini lugha hii imeweza kuenea na kukubalika kimataifa?
Naam, lugha hii imeweza kukubalika kwa sababu kadha, na nitaelezea baadhi ya sababu hizo kwa kifupi tu. Kwanza ni lugha ambayo inakubalika katika Afrika Mashariki kwa wepesi, kwa sababu ni lugha ambayo msingi wake ni wa Kibantu, na lugha nyingi za Afrika Mashariki ni za Kibantu. Kwa hivyo wale ambao wanazungumza lugha hizi za Kibantu katika Afrika Mashariki na pia hata kusini mwa Afrika wanaona kwamba kujifundisha lugha hii ni kitu chepesi, kwa sababu mfumo wa sarufi yake ni mfumo ambao unafanana na lugha zao za nyumbani. Halafu sababu nyingine ambayo pia ni muhimu sana ni kuna vitabu vingi tu ambavyo vimeweza kutungwa, na kwa hivyo kuna makamusi, kuna sarufi na vitu vingine vingi ambavyo tunavyo ambavyo vinaweza kutumiwa ili kufundishia lugha ya Kiswahili. Kwa hivyo kuna vitabu, kuna sarufi yake inafahamika, kuna makamusi na kuna vitu vingine vingi ambavyo vipo vinavyowezesha lugha hii kutumika. Labda Bwana Sosio nitaje tu kidogo sana kwamba kinyume na lugha nyingine kama vile Kihausa ama Kiyoruba ama lugha hizi nyingine kubwa kama Kizulu, hii ni lugha ambayo haina hisia kubwa sana za kikabila, na jambo hili linatuwezesha lugha hii kuweza kukubalika kwa wepesi, kwa sababu haina hisia kali sana za kikabila. Natumaini umenipokea.
Profesa Kitagamberi.
Ndio.
Naam, Profesa, tumesikia kuwa lugha ya Kiswahili inaendelea kutumiwa kwa mapana barani Afrika, alivyotueleza Profesa Kimani. Sasa sijui hali yake iko vipi Uropa na Asia?
Asante sana kunikaribisha kwenye kipindi hiki, na ningependa kuwakaribisha wote ambao wanatutazama, wote ambao wanatusikiliza, ili niongee juu ya Kiswahili katika ulimwengu mzima. Sisi hapa nchini wa Kenya tunafikiria Kiswahili ni kidogo kuliko kilivyo. Kiswahili ni lugha kubwa sana sana sana. Katika Afrika tuna lugha 2700. Duniani kote wanahisimu wanasema kwamba kuna lugha 7400, na thuluthi mojawapo ya hizo lugha zinazungumzwa katika Afrika, yaani lugha 2700. Na Kiswahili ndio lugha kubwa kabisa katika Afrika. Miongoni mwa hizo lugha ambazo nimetaja 2700, Kiswahili ndio lugha kubwa sana. Sasa watu waliomo nje ya Afrika bara hili wanafahamu huo ukubwa wa Kiswahili, na njia mojawapo ya kufikia watu, ukitaka kushirikiana watu kibiashara, kitamaduni, njia mojawapo ya kufanya hivyo ni kuweza kuzungumza nao lugha wanaozungumza. Hivi leo Kiswahili kinazungumzwa na takriban, wanasema hawakubaliani, lakini tunafikiria kinazungumzwa na baina ya milioni 100 na milioni 120 duniani. Kwa hivyo Kiswahili ni lugha ambayo ina wazungumzaji wengi kuliko Kijapani, ina wazungumzaji wengi kuliko Korea na lugha nyingi za ulimwengu. Na hii ndio sababu kimetiliwa mkazo sana katika baadhi ya mataifa ya nje. Hivi leo tukizungumza Kiswahili katika vyombo vya habari kinatumiwa katika vyombo vya habari nchi kama 12. Manake mbali na hapa Afrika Mashariki ambapo Kenya, Tanzania zinatumia Kiswahili, lakini Kiswahili pia kinatumika kama lugha ya matangazo katika Kongo, Marekani, Ujerumani, Uingereza, Ufaransa, Japan, Urusi na bila shaka nchi nyingine kama vile China na Rwanda na Burundi. Katika Marekani pekee, kwa upande wa elimu, katika Marekani pekee, bwana mwenyekiti, kuna takriban vyuo vikuu 100 vinavyofundisha Kiswahili. Ukiangalia kwenye tovuti kwa mfano ya chuo kikuu cha Minnesota, utaona kwamba kuna vyuo vikuu vingi takriban 100 Marekani ambavyo vinafundisha Kiswahili. Kule Ujerumani vyuo vikuu vile muhimu, vile vyuo vikuu vitajika, Hamburg, Frankfurt, Bayreuth, Mainz, Leipzig na kadhalika, vyuo vikuu vile vinafunza Kiswahili. Japan, chuo kikuu cha Osaka kinafunza Kiswahili. Uingereza, chuo kikuu cha London kinafunza Kiswahili. Korea, chuo kikuu cha Hankook kinafunza Kiswahili na kadhalika. Na sababu ni kwamba wanataka wananchi wa nchi zile wafahamu hii lugha ili waweze labda kufanya biashara na kuweza kushirikiana na mataifa ya Kiafrika kwa lugha ambayo inaeleweka. Isitoshe, siku hizi ukiangalia kwenye YouTube ukatafuta wimbo kama Malaika, utashangaa tamasha nzima Marekani watu wakishindana manake kuimba Malaika kwa Kiswahili. Wazungu, manake usifikiria kwamba labda ni Waamerika ambao ni Waafrika peke yao. Manake utapata nyimbo nyingi za Kiswahili siku hizi zinaimbwa wakati mwingine katika tamasha za mashindano ya muziki Ulaya na Marekani na kwingineko. Nchi kama kule Australia na New Zealand, ingawa hawazungumzi sana Kiswahili, lakini utaona kwamba chama cha wasomi cha mambo ya Afrika kule, jarida lao linaitwa Habari. Marekani kuna tamasha inaitwa Kwanza, ukiangalia nguzo za Kwanza zote ni za Kiswahili. Canada, tangu nafikia mwaka jana mwaka juzi, wana siku ya Kiswahili. Wana siku ambao wanasherehekea Kiswahili katika Canada. Kwa hivyo Kiswahili ni lugha pana kuliko tunavyofikiria hapa nchini. Maana sisi tunafikiria kwamba labda Kiswahili ni lugha ya mtu wa kawaida kama wewe kama mimi. Na ndio sababu naona mara nyingine wanasiasa wakizungumza wanafanya makosa ili waonekane kwamba wao si washamba kama Sosioni au kama Kidhakwamberia, lakini kwa hakika ni lugha ambayo ina hadhi, ni lugha ambayo inaheshimika sana kote duniani.
Sasa kwa kutueleza mengi, kwa hiyo Bwana Wala bin Wala, mwandishi mtajika, pia ni mwalimu wa walimu anavyojiita, mwandishi ambaye ameandika vitabu vingi sana vya kiada shuleni vinavyotumika Afrika Mashariki. Labda nije kwako kwa kuuliza, ni nini nafasi ya walimu na vyombo vya habari katika maenezi na matumizi ya Kiswahili?
Wala umezima microphone, wala weka microphone on.
Sawa.
Karibu sana Bwana Wala. Ustad mwenyewe.
Awali ya yote natoa shukrani kwa Mwenyezi Mungu kwa kunijalia uzima na uhai hadi nikafikia tarehe ya leo, ambapo ninyi waandalizi wa hafla hii mmenitambua mpaka mkanikaribisha angalau nitoe mchango wangu kiduchu. Nashukuru sana, asanteni sana kwa jina la Mwenyezi Mungu.
Karibu sana Ustad. Sasa tumesikia kutoka Profesa Kimani Njogu na pia Profesa Kidhakwamberia maendeleo ya Kiswahili katika bara la Afrika Mashariki, Europa na Asia. Sasa tuje hapa nyumbani Afrika Mashariki. Tunafahamu kwamba wewe ni mwandishi mtajika hasa wa vitabu vya kiada, sarufi, tunajua Kiswahili mufti, wewe ni mwandishi wa msururu huo. Na tunakuuliza tu hivi,
ndio,
kwamba ni nini nafasi ya walimu kama wewe na wengine na vyombo vya habari katika maenezi na matumizi ya Kiswahili?
Ama kwa hakika walimu wana nafasi kubwa, wana mchango mkubwa katika kueneza lugha ya Kiswahili, kwa sababu ya kwanza, walimu ni wataalamu ambao wana majukumu makubwa ya kuwafundisha wanafunzi na mtu yeyote anayependa kujifunza Kiswahili katika utaalamu. Sasa katika huo utaalamu wao, wanapowafundisha wanafunzi pamoja na mtu yeyote anayekipenda Kiswahili, bila shaka hiyo ni nafasi kubwa sana katika kueneza Kiswahili. Licha ya hivyo, mwanafunzi yeyote anayefundishwa na mwalimu, naye anakuwa kama tawi la mti, anaeneza lugha hiyo hiyo. Mwalimu ana nafasi kubwa, kwa sababu mwalimu anapofundisha darasani na popote pale, ana nafasi kubwa ya kufundisha watu wengi kwa wakati mmoja. Kwa hivyo kutokana na mwalimu au walimu, tunawapata wataalamu wengi, wapenzi wengi wa Kiswahili, watakaoendeleza Kiswahili kuanzia hapa nyumbani, mataifa ya nje, hadi nchi za ng'ambo. Hiyo ni nafasi kubwa sana. Na katika uchangia huo basi, mwalimu anahitajika aeneze Kiswahili kwa kutumia ufasaha, usanifu na usahihi, ili kwamba wale anawatumia katika kueneza pamoja na yeye mwenyewe waeneze lugha bora ambayo ni safi. Ukimpokeza mtu ubora, anakuwa bora, naye ataendeleza ubora. Huo ni kwa upande wa walimu. Upande wa vyombo vya habari katika ulimwengu huu wa utandawazi, utandawizi, utandarizi, teknohama na tehama, ni vitu muhimu sana katika kusambaza, kueneza na kupeleka lugha ya Kiswahili kokote na popote ambapo mtu binafsi hawezi akafika. Kwa hivyo vyombo vya habari vinachukua Kiswahili moja kwa moja na kufikisha popote katika nchi zetu na ulimwengu wote ule. Hivi vyombo vina umuhimu hivyo katika kutangaza taarifa, michezo, nyimbo, mziki, ushairi pamoja na tamthilia zote hizo. Hivi vyote vinapotoka katika vyombo vya habari kwa kutumia lugha ya Kiswahili, Kiswahili kinazidi kukua na kinaenea. Kwa hivyo hapo pia tusikose kutoa wito kwamba vyombo vivyo hivyo, kwa kuwa vina nafasi kubwa na jukumu kubwa katika kueneza Kiswahili, wahusika, wadau wanaotumia vyombo vya habari nao wahakikishe kwamba wanatumia lugha safi, lugha ya kupendeza, lugha iliyochujwa na kuchungwa, ili kwamba wanaopokea Kiswahili wasipokee mali ghafi, bali wapokee mali safi. Nashukuru.
Shukran sana Ustadh Wala kwa maelezo yako mwafaka. Na tuelekee kwenye kitengo kingine cha uchapishaji. Najua nyinyi watatu ni waandishi wa kutajika na mmeandika vitabu kadha wa kadha. Pia kila mtu anayetusikiza ni mdau katika uwanja huu na ulingo huu wa uchapishaji. Kwa hiyo labda tujiulize, mashirika ya uchapishaji tunafahamu yamechangia mno makuzi na maenezi ya Kiswahili kwa kuchapisha tu vitabu vingi vya kiada, vya rejea au supplementary kwa Kiingereza kwenye tanzu mbalimbali, iwe riwaya, tamthilia, ushairi na kadhalika. Lakini je, nyinyi mnahisi kuwa wachapishaji wanaweza kutoa mchango gani zaidi ili wafanikishe juhudi hizi? Labda nianze nawe Profesa Kithaka Wamberia, uliye pia mkurugenzi mkuu wa shirika la uchapishaji la Marimba. Labda utufungulie kwa kutueleza mengi.
Kwanza ni kutoa pongezi kwa wachapishaji wa vitabu tukianza kwa Afrika Kusini ambao walichapisha Diwani ya Muyaka mwaka 1940. Ni miongoni mwa vitabu vya zamani kabisa kuchapishwa, Diwani ya Muyaka. Nafikiria watu wengi Kenya, Tanzania wanafikia ushairi wa Muyaka kupitia kitabu cha Abdulaziz, lakini mtu anaweza kupata kabisa Diwani ya Muyaka ambayo ilichapishwa kule Afrika Kusini mwaka 1940. Na tangu hapo wachapishaji wengine wametoa mchango mkubwa sana. Kwa mfano tuanze na ushairi wa kale. Ushairi wa kale kama vile Tendi, kitabu ambacho kina mashairi kama vile Utenzi wa Mwanakupona, Utenzi wa Paa na Ngamia. Tuangalie kitabu kama kile karne 4 za ushairi ambacho mashairi ambayo yalikusanywa na kuhaririwa na kuchambuliwa na NAPAT, na baadaye makampuni mengi hapa Kenya, Tanzania ambayo yamechangia kama nilivyosema wewe kusapisha riwaya, tamthilia, mashairi, hadithi fupi. Na jambo mojawapo ambapo tunaweza kusema kuna pengo ni kwamba wachapishaji wengi siku hizi wanaonekana kuvutiwa na vitabu ambavyo vina uwezekano mkubwa sana kuingia katika utaratibu wa masomo. Vitabu ambavyo tunaita setbook kwa Kiingereza. Na hii ndio sababu mojawapo naona kwamba labda washairi hawana bahati kubwa kama watu ambao wanaandika tamthilia, kama watu ambao wanaandika riwaya, kwa sababu hakuna kipengele maalum katika mtihani ambacho kinatahini ushairi. Na utaona baadhi ya wachapishaji wakipata miswada mizuri sana ya mashairi wanakataa, si kwamba yale maandishi hayana uketo, hayana uzito, lakini wanaona kwamba kibiashara hawataweza labda kupata natija nzuri sana. Jambo mojawapo ambalo tunaweza kufanya ili kutatua tatizo hili ni badala ya wachapishaji kukataa kwanza mashairi, kuwahimiza washairi kuja pamoja hivi kwamba badala ya kuchapisha mshairi moja, mchapishaji anatafuta labda washairi kama 10, 15, 20 na kutia mashairi yao kitabu kimoja, ili tuendelee pia kupata mawazo ya washairi kama vile ambavyo tunapata mawazo ya wanariwaya, wanatamthilia na wale ambao wanaandika hadithi fupi. Lakini baada ya kusema hivyo, tulijua kwamba pia washairi wana bahati, manake ni mashairi pekee ambayo yanatangazwa, yanakaririwa katika vyombo vya habari kwa muda mrefu. Taifa Leo kwa mfano, kuna sehemu ya Taifa Leo ambayo kwa miaka mingi imetoa nafasi kwa washairi, na redio, televisheni pia zimewahi kutoa nafasi kwa washairi kuwasilisha mashairi yao. Kwa hivyo kwa upande wa uchapishaji, labda ingawa tunafikiria sana mambo ya mapato, na ni kweli, maana kwa uchapishaji ni wanabiashara. Sidhani kama tunaweza kuwalaumu, maana mwanabiashara mpaka na apate faida. Lakini hata hivyo tusipuuza sana utanzu wa ushairi, kwa sababu hakuna sehemu ya mtihani wa kidato cha 4, hakuna sehemu ambayo inashughulikia ushairi pekee. Asante. Sio kama unanipata Sosion?
Tunapata profesa, tunapata vizuri.
Okay, shukrani.
Asante sana Profesa. Narudi kwako Profesa Kimani Njogu kwenye swali hilo hilo. Unahisi ni vipi wachapishaji wanaweza kuchangia zaidi kwenye maenezi na maendeleo ya Kiswahili?
Kwanza kabisa ni kupongeza wachapishaji, kwa sababu wachapishaji wametoa mchango mkubwa sana kufikia sasa katika maenezi ya lugha ya Kiswahili, si tu katika bara la Afrika lakini pia kimataifa. Lakini bado kuna kazi kubwa sana ya kufanya. Kwanza kabisa pana umuhimu wa kuwekeza katika tafsiri, kazi za tafsiri. Nafikiri kuna nafasi kubwa sana ya kuweza kuchapisha tafsiri kutoka lugha nyingine za Kiafrika. Hakuna sababu yoyote ya vitabu vilivyochapishwa kutoka lugha ya Kihausa kuingia katika lugha ya Kiswahili, na vile vile lugha ya Kiswahili vitabu vyake kuchapishwa kwa lugha hizi nyingine za magharibi, kwa mfano Kihausa, Kiyoruba, Kiibo, Kizulu na kadhalika. Kwa hivyo jambo la kwanza kabisa ni kutambua nafasi ya tafsiri katika maenezi ya lugha ya Kiswahili, na kwa sababu lugha pia inachangia katika maenezi ya utamaduni, na mtu Mhausa akisoma riwaya ya kutoka Zanzibar ama kutoka Kenya iliyotafsiriwa kutoka Kiswahili kwenda Kihausa, anapata taswira ya Afrika Mashariki na anaanza kupata hamu ya kujifundisha lugha ya Kiswahili ili aweze kufikia kazi ile katika uasili wake. Kwa hivyo nafikiri uwekezaji katika tafsiri ni jambo muhimu sana. Pia kuweza kupata hata tafsiri za vitabu kutoka Asia. Hakuna sababu ya sisi kutoweza kuwa na vitabu vya Kiswahili vilivyotafsiriwa kutoka lugha ya Kichina, kutoka Kihindi, kutoka Kijapani na kadhalika, na kuingizwa katika upande wa Kiswahili. Nafikiri kuna kazi nyingine ambayo ni muhimu sana wachapishaji waifanye, na kazi hii inahusu ujengaji wa asasi za kutetea Kiswahili na kuimarisha Kiswahili Afrika. Kwa mfano, tunajua kwamba tunahitaji baraza la Kiswahili la Kenya, lakini hatujasikia sauti ya wachapishaji kutetea nafasi ya baraza la Kiswahili, kwa sababu baraza hilo litachangia katika usanifishaji wa Kiswahili na wachapishaji wanategemea lugha ambayo imesanifiwa. Sasa ikiwa haikusanifiwa vizuri kwa sababu hatuna baraza, wachapishaji watakuwa tabani. Kwa hivyo nafikiri kwamba ni muhimu wachapishaji kutumia jukwaa lao la wachapishaji kuweza kuhimiza kwamba tuwe na baraza la Kiswahili la Kenya, na iwe kwamba katika mataifa yote ya Afrika Mashariki yawe na mabaraza kama yale. Jambo jingine ambalo Bwana Sosion ningetaka kutaja hapa ni umuhimu wa kutumia uchapishaji kama nafasi ya kusanifisha Kiswahili, na njia mojawapo ya kufanya hivyo ni kuwashirikisha waandishi kutoka Kongo, kuweza kushirikiana na waandishi kutoka Kenya, kuweza kushirikiana na waandishi kutoka Tanzania, kushirikiana na waandishi kutoka Afrika Kusini. Yaani kwa pamoja tunaandika kitabu kwa ushirika, kitabu cha Kiswahili kwa kushirikiana, ili kuweza kusanifisha lugha ya Kiswahili katika maeneo hayo mengine. Hakuna sababu ya Mkenya kutoshirikiana na Mrwanda ama Mrundi ama Mkongo kwa mfano. Kwa hivyo nafikiri hii ni nafasi ambayo wachapishaji mnaweza mkaitumia na mkaweza kuimarisha. Nafikiri kwa hayo machache naweza nikakuregeshea kiunzi.
Asante sana Profesa. Bila shaka wachapishaji wanaotusikiza wamepata maoni mazuri na umewapa changamoto. Bila shaka kwenye suala la tafsiri nafikiri watawazia pia suala la kubuni na kuendeleza taasisi itakayosafisha lugha. Basi
kabla ya hapo bwana Sosoni, kabla ya hama jambo moja hapo, maana nafurahi sana mchango wa Profesa Kimani Njogu. Nafikiri ni muhimu pia kuwahimiza wasababishaji kukuza vipawa vya waandishi. Maana hatuoni makongamano ambayo yameandaliwa na wasababishaji ili kuwapa standi za waandishi chipukizi. Kwa mfano kuwa tuseme kila mwaka au kila baada ya miaka miwili kuwe kuna kongamano kubwa, kuna warsha kubwa ambayo inawaleta pamoja vijana ambao wangependa kuwa washairi, vijana ambao wangependa kuwa wanatamthilia, vijana ambao wangependa kuwa wanariwaya, ili kuwafunza standi ambazo hatimaye zitawawezesha kuwa na miswada ambayo itakuja kwa wasababishaji na hatimaye wasababishaji kutengeza mali, kutengeza pesa, lakini baada ya kupanda mbegu miongoni mwa waandishi chipukizi.
Asante sana Profesa Kithaka Wamberia. Muhimu kama vilivyosema, tupande mbegu kwa kuwahimiza na kuwapa motisha waandishi. Narejea kwako Mwalimu Ustadh Wala bin Wala kwenye swali hilo la mchango wa wachapishaji. Unahisi kwamba kuna nini zaidi inayoweza kufanywa katika ulingo huu na wachapishaji?
Naanza kwa kuwapongeza sana wachapishaji wote kwa hali ya kwamba wameongezea sana kupanua mawanda ya uchapishaji na uandishi. Pamoja na hivyo wamewatia hamasa kubwa sana na hamu kubwa sana waandishi wa kila aina, kuanzia waandishi wa kongwe na waandishi wachanga, kwa sababu ya kuongeza idadi ya machapisho. Siku hizi yeyote aliye na jambo la kutaka kuchapisha hakosi mahali pa kupeleka, na wachapishaji hawana kikwazo chochote, mradi kazi yenyewe iwe kazi bora ambayo inaweza kutoa mchango mzuri katika mafunzo na katika lugha. Na wapongeza sana wachapishaji wote. La pili ambalo tungeongezea, nimecheka bila kutoa sauti niliposikia Profesa Kithaka Wamberia akitaja hilo aliyotaja, ndilo niliokuwa nikiona ni jipya kabisa ambalo tungeweza kuongeza. Ndugu Sosioni, unapotembelea hoteli kubwa kubwa utagundua kwamba wakati mkiwa mmeketi chini mnakula, wapishi kadha wa kadha wanatoka kule jikoni wakipita ukumbini na kuwauliza walaji ambao ni wageni katika hoteli kubwa kubwa, unaonaje chakula? Vipi chakula chenyewe? Kina utamu kiasi gani? Unawaambia ni kizuri, kinapendeza, alafu unasikia wanakuambia furahia mlo wako. Wanafuatilia kuona kwamba je, hiki chakula tulichokipika kimewapendeza na kuwafurahisha walaji? Kwa jinsi hiyo mimi ningeomba, na hiki ninachokiomba ni kitu kilikuwapo siku za nyuma, kwamba mashirika ya uchapishaji, shirika lenu ni imara sana, tena mna uelewano mkubwa sana katika kukuza lugha ya Kiswahili. Tumieni shirika hili katika kuandaa mashindano ya aina fulani, japo mara moja kwa mwaka, mahali popote mtakapochagua, kama ni shule ipi, mahali gani, ili wanafunzi kuanzia shule za msingi mpaka sekondari, mnaweza kuweka kwa nyakati tofauti, muhula mwingine ni wanafunzi wa shule za msingi, muhula mwingine wanafunzi wa sekondari, waweze kuonyesha talanta zao, ujuzi wao, mapenzi yao ya Kiswahili kwa namna ya mashindano. Na mashindano haya yanaweza kuwekwa katika kategoria mbalimbali. Wanaweza kuwa waimbaji wa mashairi au wanaoghani mashairi ama kukariri, michezo mifupi ya kuigiza, kusoma kifungu kidogo cha taarifa ya habari, mazungumzo ya ghafla, alafu kuna mazungumzo yaliyotayarishwa. Hivi ni vitu vilivyokuwepo kwenye miaka ya 70 wakati ambapo kulikuwa na chama cha walimu wa Kiswahili, nyakati za kina Mzee Ruo, Kimani Ruo, James Kanuri, Ali Atas, tukiwa na Bwana Mwagona akiwa mwalimu wa shule ya Strasbourg nyakati hizo, Angeline Modari akiwa Kenya High, mwalimu Muvati na mwalimu mama huyu ambaye ameandika sana mambo ya mashairi, Mlacha, Bi Mlacha. Wote walikuwa wanafanya maandalizi kama hayo kila mwaka. Katika hali kama hii, mtakuja kuona ninyi wachapishaji jinsi vitabu vyenu vilivyowaingia wanafunzi, Kiswahili mlichokiandika jinsi kilivyowakuza wanafunzi, na kila mwanafunzi anaweza kuwa anakuja kwa kiingilio hata kama ni shilingi 300, na katika shule inaposhiriki pia inashirikisha wanafunzi kwa namna hiyo. Ni njia nzuri iliyotukuza, yani iliyonikuza mimi wakati nikisoma Kiswahili katika jiji hili la Nairobi, wakati huo nikiwa mwanafunzi Raffles Secondary School kwenye barabara ya Latema. Ni njia nzuri sana ambapo kama ni mashairi, ninyi ndio mtapendekeza mashairi yanaweza kutoka kwenye vitabu kadha wa kadha. Vitabu vyetu hivi tulivyovichapisha, kifungu cha habari pia kinatolewa kutoka kwenye vitabu vyetu hivi. Kifungu cha mchezo wa kuigiza cha kuchukua dakika kama 15 kutoka kwenye vitabu vyetu hivi, na masimulizi mengine. Kwa jinsi hiyo utagundua kwamba wachapishaji mtakuwa umechapisha, mmeelimisha na umefuatilia kuona jinsi machapisho yenu yanavyotumiwa nyanjani na yanavyofurahiwa na kuchapukiwa na wasomi wetu. Ni kipengele muhimu sana.
Shukran ndugu tayari kabisa kuyachukua maoni hayo na kuyatekeleza. Basi naja kwenye swali la mwisho, na linakuja hivi.
Tumempoteza chairman.
Ndio.
Si kama Kimani Njugu unaweza chukua.
Naweza natumaini kwa sababu ilikuwa ni swala la mwisho, labda nijitungie swali alafu nijibu. Nahisi kwamba pana haja ya kuzungumza kuhusu jukumu la serikali zetu katika mustakabali wa Kiswahili. Nahisi kwamba kwanza kabisa ni serikali za Afrika Mashariki kutambua kwamba lugha ya Kiswahili ni lugha ambayo inaweza kuwa ni nyenzo ya maendeleo, na wakifanya hivyo watafanya lugha ya Kiswahili kuwa somo la lazima katika viwango vyote vya elimu. Isiwe kwamba lugha ya Kiswahili inafundishwa tu kwa kubahatisha. Lugha ya Kiswahili ifundishwe kama somo la lazima katika viwango vyote, tangu shule za msingi, upili na vyuo vikuu. Na katika taaluma nyingine kama taaluma ya tiba kwa mfano, hakuna sababu yoyote ya lugha ya Kiswahili kutofundishwa katika idara kama hizo, katika taaluma ya tiba, katika taaluma ya kilimo, katika taaluma ya uhandisi, katika taaluma nyingi ambazo tunazo katika vyuo vyetu. So jambo hili litatuwezesha sisi kama watu wa Afrika Mashariki na wa Afrika kuingia katika kiwango kingine cha maendeleo. Lakini kwa hivi sasa inaonekana kwamba kujitolea kwa serikali zetu hasa Afrika Mashariki, ijapokuwa kwa jumla wanatambua nafasi ya Kiswahili, kujitolea kwao katika kukieneza, katika kukifadhili, katika kujenga asasi mbalimbali, katika kuhakikisha kwamba kinaonekana katika mfumo mzima wa elimu, kujitolea kwao inaonekana kwamba ni kwa sadifa wala sio kwa makusudi.
Shukran Profesa. Labda mawili matatu, Profesa Kithaka, mchango wako kwenye mada hiyo na wala baadaye dakika mbili kila moja.
Kwenye vikao vingine nishawahi kusema kwamba kuna watu wengi sana katika nchi hii ambao wako jela, si kwa sababu walifanya makosa yote, si kwamba walivunja sheria yote, lakini kwa sababu ya matatizo ya kutokuwa na ukalimani wa kutosha katika nchi, kwa sababu ya kutotumika Kiswahili katika mahakama zetu. Utaratibu wa hivi sasa, mwenendo wa hivi sasa ni kwamba mudharaka akikamatwa Londwa au Kericho, watatafuta mtu yote ambaye labda ana jina la Kidharaka, bila kujua kwamba ukalimani ni ujuzi ambao wapaswa kufunzwa mtu. Sio kila Mkikuyu ambaye anaweza kufasiri mambo mahakamani. Kwa hivyo ningependa kuhimiza sana serikali tutumie Kiswahili katika mfumo wetu wa sheria, na namna moja wapi ya kufanya hivyo ni kuhakikisha kwamba kila wakili, kila jaji, kila hakimu ana uwezo wa Kiswahili. Je, inawezekana? Ndio, inawezekana. Ikiwa tutatia Kiswahili kama somo mojawapo katika vitivo vya sheria katika vyuo vikuu, ikiwa tutatia Kiswahili kama somo mojawapo katika Kenya School of Law, hilo ni jambo ambalo linaweza kupunguza. Wajua, kuna siku moja mimi nimekaa mahakamani pale Meru, na ikawa kuna bibi moja alikuwa ameshtakiwa na akasema yeye alikuwa na kutoelewana na mtu fulani ambaye alikuwa amempeleka mahakamani. Wajua mkalimani alisema nini? Alisema yule bibi amesema kulikuwa na kisirani. Sasa ukiambia mahakama kwamba kulikuwa na kisirani, bila shaka itakuwa wewe ndio umefanya kile kitendo ambacho hukufanya. Maana kutoelewana na kisirani mambo mawili tofauti kabisa. Jambo jingine la mwisho ni kwamba tuhimiza serikali kuregesha maandishi yetu, miswada yetu ambayo iko nje. Siku hizi bwana mwenyekiti, ukitaka kufanya utafiti, uchunguzi, kuandika tasnifu juu ya ushairi wa zamani, ushairi ambao uliandikwa miaka 100, 200, 300, mpaka upate ufadhili wa fedha, uende chuo kikuu London au uende Ujerumani ili uweze kusoma maandishi miswada ambayo iliandikwa na kina Muyaka, Mwanakupona, Said Mugumi, Said Abdalla Nasri. Nimewahi kusikia watu wakisema turegeshe Simba wale waliokuwa na kula watu wakati wa ujenzi wa reli. Hilo ni jambo muhimu, lakini tukumbuke pia kwamba tulianza kuandika mashairi fasihi ya Kiswahili kwa muda mrefu, miaka 400, lakini baadhi ya hizo kazi zimo katika makavazi ya kigeni, na ningependa kuhimiza serikali zetu Tanzania, Kenya kuzungumza na serikali ya Uingereza, kuzungumza na serikali ya Ujerumani, kuzungumza na serikali ya Ubelgiji ili kuregesha ile mali yetu ambao wanayo katika makavazi yao.
Asante sana Profesa Kithaka Wamberia. Mwalimu Wala bin Wala, mchango wako, labda mtazamo wako kwenye hilo swala.
Mimi nikiunganishia hapo alipoishirizia Profesa Kithaka Wamberia kuhusu ushairi, mimi ningeomba kwamba ninyi shirika ama chama cha wachapishaji ama muungano wa wachapishaji mshauriane na taasisi ya maandalizi ya mtaala au taasisi ya elimu na Wizara ya Elimu ili kurejesha ushairi katika fasihi. hapo tutakuza mashairi, na hata hivyo vitabu vilivyoenda nje bado vinaweza vikaandikwa vitabu vingine kwa kufuata mkondo huo. Bado ushairi utaendelea kufa zaidi, na wanaopenda mashairi mataifa ya nje wataendelea kumiliki mashairi kwa sababu wao wana nafasi ya kupenda mashairi. Kwa hivyo msaidiane wakati tunapochukua vitabu vya tamthilia, vitabu vya hadithi fupi pamoja na riwaya, ushairi pia uwepo. Pale mashairi yatakuwa yamepata nafasi kubwa sana, kiasi kwamba hivyo vitabu hata vikirejeshwa miswada itachapishwa tena nchini na vitaingia shuleni. Hapatakuwa na haja tena ya kupanda ndege kwenda kutafuta mashairi. Ni kinaya kikubwa sana. Mfinyanzi amejikuta hata vigae hana, anaenda kuazima vyungu kutoka nje na chungu chenyewe alifinyanga yeye mwenyewe. La haula la quwata. Ni mambo ya kusikitisha sana.
Shukran sana Ustadh Wala bin Wala. Kauli hiyo yako ya mwisho inatupeleka sasa kwenye hatua hii ya, labda niwaulize kila mmoja wenu kwa dakika moja, kauli zenu za mwisho. Labda kuna swala nyeti ambalo hatukugusia. Naanza nawe Ustadh Wala, kauli yako ya mwisho, kauli mbiu labda, au changamoto.
Changamoto ni kwamba katika uandishi wetu sisi waandishi wa vitabu, unajua ninyi ni mashirika lakini sisi ni watunzi. Wakati janga linapotokea tuliona kwamba kweli vitabu havinunuliki tena, lakini ni mwaka huu. Sasa je, vile vilivyokuwa vimechapishwa na kuuzwa miaka iliyopita, nashukuru shirika fulani ambalo lina Mwangaza liliweza kulipa. Hongera sana. Lakini wengine hawakulipa hata kidogo, wachapishaji, watunzi, waandishi wa vitabu, kwa kutoa sababu kwamba janga la corona limeingia nchini. Kwa hivyo hilo ni jambo ambalo kidogo hata ninyi wenye mashirika ya uchapishaji vitabu mungeshauriana kwamba janga lilipotokea lilitokea kote kote, kwa wanunuzi, wasomaji, wachapishaji, watungaji, lakini kwa sababu hawa ni kitu kimoja na wanashirikiana, basi ukipata kidogo mugawie mwenzako. Watunzi wote wa vitabu wakifa kwa njaa kwa wakati huu tunapoongea, mashirika yatakosa vitabu vya kuchapisha. Mashirika yote yakiangamia kwa njaa au kwa corona kwa sababu ya hali ilivyo, pia wale watunzi watakosa kitu cha kuchapisha. Kwa hivyo tujaribu tu kushirikiana na kusaidiana kama kawa na sahani.
Naam, nakupata vizuri sana. Kumbe ulikuwa na swala nyeti kweli. Nadhani litajibiwa. Wenyewe wapo, wenyewe tupo, tumekupata. Profesa Kimani Njogu, kauli ya mwisho.
Naam. Lugha ya Kiswahili sasa hivi ishakubalika katika bara zima la Afrika, na hakuna upingamizi wowote kuhusu maenezi yake. Zamani tulikuwa tunapambana na Kihausa. Sasa hatupambani na Kihausa tena. Sasa ni Kiswahili bara la Afrika. Kwa hivyo lazima kila mmoja wetu ajitokeze, aeneze Kiswahili Afrika. Nafasi hii lazima itaongozwa na wana Afrika Mashariki. Sisi wachapishaji wa Afrika Mashariki, waandishi wa Afrika Mashariki, tujitolee kabisa kueneza Kiswahili, kwa sababu nafasi hiyo tayari ipo, na kupitia bunge la Afrika washakubali kwamba lugha ya Kiswahili iweze kuenea, na tunajua kwamba lugha hii imeanza kuingia Namibia, kuingia Gambia, kuingia Senegal na mataifa mengine ya Afrika. Sasa jamani, tutasubiri tufanywe kazi na mtu mwingine? Tupo, tutafanya kazi. Wachapishaji, chapisheni vitabu, uzeni Afrika nzima, wala sio Afrika Mashariki peke yake.
Naam, asante sana. Hapo tupo sana. Mwisho, Profesa Kitaka Wamberia, mwandishi na mchapishaji anayetapa kote kote, labda unaonaje?
Asante sana bwana mwenyekiti. Ningependa kugusia jambo ambalo chuya wetu Nguga Thiong'o, Profesa Nguga Thiong'o amekuwa akilitaja mara kwa mara kuhusu manake ule ukoloni wa kiakili ambao baadhi yetu tunaona kama ni mzaha. Na nitaja jambo hili manake limeathiri usomaji wa kazi za fasihi za Kiswahili. Kuna wataalamu wengi wa fasihi katika nchi, watu ambao wana shahada ya uzamili, watu ambao wana shahada ya fasihi ya usamifu, ambao hayawahi kusoma kitabu cha Kiswahili hata siku moja. Namaanisha nini? Namaanisha kuna dharau ya namna fulani, kuna dharau ya maandishi ya Kiswahili, ambapo watu wanafikiria kwamba ili kitabu cha fasihi kiwe na uketo, kiwe na mashiko, kiwe na uzito, mpaka kiwe kimeandikwa na lugha ya kigeni, kiwe kimeandikwa kwa Kiingereza au Kijerumani au Kifaransa. Siku moja mimi nimesikiza pale chuo kikuu cha Nairobi, bwana mmoja, profesa mmoja akitoa ule muhadhara tambulizi au Kiingereza tunasema inaugural lecture, na mada yake ilikuwa ni fasihi ya Afrika Mashariki. Hakutaja hata neno moja kuhusu fasihi ya Kiswahili. Bwana mwenyekiti, hivi leo tukizungumza, labda vitabu ambavyo vinasafishwa kila mwaka vya Kiswahili ni vingi kuliko vya Kiingereza. Sina data ya kukuonyesha, lakini ni kwamba waandishi wa Kiswahili ni wengi, kazi za Kiswahili nyingi na nyingine ni bora. Lakini baadhi ya wataalamu wanachukulia kwamba kama kazi ni ya Kiswahili, basi itakuwa ni kazi ambayo ni dhaifu, chapwa. Labda ni kweli, lakini kama kweli between the city ya mwenzetu marehemu Imbuga ni bora kuliko kitabu cha kifo kizimani cha Kitakwa Mberia, mbona jambo hili lisionyeshwe kupitia usomi? Nalosema bwana mwenyekiti ni kuhimiza manake uchunguzi linganishi, ambapo wataalamu hawa walinganishe maandishi ya fasihi ya Kiswahili na ya Kiingereza, ili kama kweli vitabu vya Kiingereza ni bora kuliko vya Kiswahili, iwe ni jambo ambalo limetetewa kwa data, na wala sio jambo la kuchukuliwa kwamba kwa sababu Kiswahili ni lugha ya Kiafrika, mambo ambayo yamo katika vitabu vya Kiswahili ni mambo chapwa.
Asante sana Profesa. Basi kufikia hapo tunahitimisha kikao hiki chetu, na asanteni sana kwa kuwa nasi katika kikao cha hivi leo kilichohusu nafasi na maenezi ya Kiswahili kimataifa. Tumekuwa na mwalimu Ustadh Wala bin Wala, mwalimu na mwandishi mtajika aliye pia mkurugenzi wa kituo cha Wasta, na Profesa Kitakwa Mberia, mwadhiri wa chuo kikuu cha Nairobi na mkurugenzi wa shirika la uchapishaji la Marimba. Na mwisho ni mtetezi mwingine wa lugha, Profesa Kimani Njogu, anafahamika sana pale akiwa Chagita. Kwa sasa ni mkurugenzi wa shirika la mawasiliano la Twaweza na mjumbe katika Akademia ya Afrika ya Lugha, yani Akalan. Mimi ni Simon Session, naibu mwenyekiti wa muungano wa chapishaji Kenya na mkurugenzi mkuu wa shirika la uchapishaji la Spotlight Afrika Mashariki. Asanteni sana.
Asante.
Hey, let's say a little prayer before we start our day. Let us thank God for the lovely things He has given us. God's love is so wonderful. God's love is so wonderful. God's love is so wonderful. Oh, wonderful love. So high, you can't get over it. So deep, you can't get under it. So wide, you can't get around it. Oh, wonderful love. Let us sing it again for all that He has given us.
Habari za asubuhi. Good morning, friends and colleagues. Thank you for inviting me to share my thoughts with you at the Nairobi International Book Fair. I'm so happy to be here with you today virtually. I want to start by congratulating the Kenyan Publishers Association and the organizers of the Nairobi International Book Fair for adapting to the current world events and for persisting to organize such an important gathering as many similar events have been cancelled. I don't need to tell you that we are in the middle of a major shift in human history. The COVID-19 crisis has scrambled all our plans and has affected us all in one way or another. It has also pushed all of us to reflect hard about what really matters. I was thrilled to see so many people coming back to their books and to reading habits during the lockdown. It just goes to show that books and reading are essential parts of our lives, not just for knowledge only, but also for our emotional and mental well-being. That's good news for us indeed. However, I know that our industry is hurting and is facing an existential threat. Globally, sales are down or non-existent in some markets, and supply chains have been interrupted until further notice. Zooming in on Africa and Kenya, the closure of schools directly impacts your distribution sales of books, as your industry has been relying heavily on the textbook segment. And since digital books and ebooks publishing is not as well developed yet in Africa as it is in other markets, one could say that African publishers are probably the most affected by this crisis. It is hard, I'm sure, but this is the time to be resourceful and creative. This is the time to rise to the challenge and reinvent your paths while coming together and collaborating with each other closely. If there's a major shift in human history taking place before our eyes, then we as publishers have an important role to play. Looking at the theme of your book fair this year, any book, anywhere, it's clear that the Kenyan publishing community intends to play a major role in society, as Kenya and the continent of Africa are crossing the bridge to a new world, much like all of us. I still reminisce about the time I spent with you last year during IPA's Africa Rising regional seminar. I remember the enthusiasm and positive vibes that filled the meeting arena, even as we tackled the most stubborn challenges facing the development of African publishing. We all worked hard together during those 2 days to create momentum, and I remember that we all left feeling energized and excited about the possibilities in the future. We were all hopeful. Please remember those feelings and that state of mind as you continue working together during this book fair. And remember that IPA is committed to continue supporting and nurturing your development until we see Kenyan and African publishing realizing their great potential. The great continent of Africa has a great story to share with the world. And the sooner you adapt to the fast-changing world of digital book and content creation, the sooner the world will learn about and relish the astonishing diversity of African culture. As you are discussing and reflecting about the state of future of publishing in your markets, please remember that this is also a time not to leave anyone behind. Literacy is a major mission for our industry. While we battle the consequences of COVID-19, we cannot forget the aspirations of millions of children, youth, and women from Africa. The only power they might have is education, and therefore I call upon all of you and I call upon all of us to give generously and selflessly to those who need to read and write so they can build better nations tomorrow. It's important to continue supporting literacy initiatives, libraries, and reading campaigns, as African youth need now more than ever to be equipped with an education that can guarantee their livelihoods and save their dignities. I usually conclude my opening remarks by projecting a specific future vision while trying to motivate myself and my audience to move towards it. This opening address is different. It might be difficult to look at the future now and figure out what to do next, as monumental change is taking place all at once at a dizzying speed. But guided by the wisdom of our ancestors and armed with a strong belief of human fortitude, I want to share with you this quote. The best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The second best time is now. Some say this is a Chinese proverb, while others say it's an African one. No matter its origin, its wisdom is clear. We need to have faith in the future and take concrete action now to prepare for it with a winning attitude. I hope you can embrace its spirit as you discuss in the next couple of days the best way forward for the publishing industry in Kenya and Africa. I wish you a successful event, and I look forward to hearing about the results of your discussions. Thank you.
My name is
We are conducting virtually this year. You all know that we have had disruptions courtesy of COVID-19. It has disrupted normal life, but we, as the members of Kenya Publishers Association, said that we cannot stop our normal programs. We have to reinvent ourselves, and we have to leverage on technology. We therefore decided to have this book fair conducted virtually, and I'm happy that so far, so good. In this particular session, we are discussing a very important area, an area that has been in the news recently, especially because of our very own Professor Ngogo wa Thiong'o, who delivered a global speech in Gikuyu as a strong statement to reinforce the importance of indigenous languages. Of course, the speech was translated into Catalonia and now been made available a number of other. It is accessible and Gikuyu. But we are not looking at Gikuyu in isolation. We are looking at actually the whole spectrum of indigenous languages and trying to see how they should be mainstreamed into the CBC. We have experts in the house, starting with the key expert curriculum developer. That is the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, represented by Ruth Mugambi, who is an expert in the area of indigenous languages. Welcome, Ruth Mugambi.
Thank you very much.
We also have with us in writing in indigenous languages, and to be precise, in Ekegusi, that is Madam Jane Obuchi, streaming live all the way from Eldoret, an area where she's telling me is a world of champions. Welcome, Jane Obuchi.
Thank you so much, sir.
And Jane Obuchi, I told you that I would challenge you to tell us. You say that you are in the county that has got champions. So can you tell us who is a champion in Ekegusi?
Yes, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Yes, this is home of champions, Eldoret. A champion in Ekegusi is Ekiambamba.
That sounds like a tongue twister.
Yes, most words in my language sound like so.
Thank you very much. And we are also very happy to have Jared Awondo. Jared, karibu sana. As we wait for Jared to link up with us, I would want to go back to Ruth Mugambi, and I will request that she first greets us in her mother tongue, or the language of her culture, and then proceeds to welcome all the participants in this Nairobi International Book Fair, which we are holding virtually. Ruth Mugambi.
Thank you very much. I will welcome you in two languages, Mugeni, which is Kimeru, na Muriega, which is Kikuyu. And I would like to welcome all the participants to the book fair. I think it is a very important activity in the calendar of publishers. And I think it's one that is of great interest because it shares a lot of information and it gives us a lot of insights in different areas of the curriculum. So thank you very much for this opportunity to be here. And thank you very much for organizing this virtual book fair that it did not stop happening because of COVID. Yes, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Ruth. And I think I will stick here because you are the curriculum developer. First, I want to thank KICD most sincerely for coming up with the curriculum designs for our own languages. And I want also to thank KICD for calling for submissions and proceeding to evaluate, vet, and approve books written in our local languages. Ruth, can you tell us what informed KICD to do this? Ruth, unmute please and repeat.
Sorry for that. Thank you very much. Maybe I can say that. Maybe I can just put one of the things. What was the background that made us introduce indigenous languages in the school curriculum and to make it very formal? I think we were informed by a number of documents. One was the Constitution of Kenya 2010. We also have the theoretical frameworks that inform how children learn. We also have the language policy and some of the global trends that are there. I don't know whether you'd like me to speak on them in more detail.
Please give a high-level summary.
Okay, so if you look at the Constitution of Kenya 2010, it speaks about the to promote and protect the diversity of language of the people of Kenya, which is very key. It also states that every person has the right to use the language and to participate in the cultural life of the person's choice. And we all know that culture and language go together. So if we are to ensure that this happens, because this is the government policy, is actually to implement the Constitution, so then indeed we had to find the place of indigenous language in the Kenyan curriculum. If you look at our national goals of education also, it talks about the issue of promoting culture, the issue of promoting, and we know that, as I've said earlier, that culture and language go hand in hand. So that was one of the things that enabled us to discuss that. The other thing is about how do children learn best. And if you look at the language experts, what they have said, and I'll specifically talk about Vygotsky, who says that children will learn, the language development is best shaped within their cultural and social experiences. So a person develops their own beliefs, intellectual adaptation. It's better when they use a language in which they can understand. And that is why we have, that is why it is important at early years, at the very introductory stage of a child's learning, that they learn within a language, their first language, as a language of instruction. If you look at the language policy, which was informed by the Gashadi report of 1976, it is the one that stated that all the subjects in the school curriculum should be taught using the mother tongue. So you find that there are very many policy documents and there are very many, even the theoretical frameworks that actually talk about the importance of indigenous language as a language that we should encourage. You'll also look
Sorry, Ruth, let me intercept a bit.
Yeah, because I can talk.
You have said a very important point. One, you've talked about that all those should actually be seeing mother tongue. Very important. You have also talked about not just the Constitution of Kenya and the language policy in Kenya, but you've talked about global trends. That's also very important, global trends. So let's move to the next level, because you produced the designs. The publishers proceeded to develop the books. And for the publishers to develop the books, they have to use authors. We have with us the authors here, and we shall start with Jane Obuchi. Let Jane Obuchi tell us what informed her to be interested in doing a book in Ekeusi, as opposed to doing a book in English or a book in Kiswahili. Jane Obuchi, unmute.
Hello.
Yes. They say that language is power. Sometimes I just get worried that this language is not probably Ekegusi or Kikuyu. That I say because when Professor Ngui wa Thiong'o delivered his speech in Kikuyu, there was an uproar, a great one. I was imagining if he did it in French or German or Spanish, if this uproar could be of the same magnitude. Ruth has clearly put it that, and I want to appreciate that the education policy or the stakeholders of education decided that they should introduce mother language into the system. But unfortunately, we don't have reference materials for the same. We don't have enough reference materials, so to say. And I'm one of those people that have a great. Hello, you getting me? Yes.
Yes, you are very clear, Jane.
I have my
Jane, you are
language.
very clear. Yes.
All right, thank you.
We can get you, but let me intercept a bit and welcome Jared Awundo. Jared, karibu.
Get mabiro maleku.
Jared, we can see you, so most welcome. Go on, Jane.
So when you talk about culture,
yes,
whereby language is one of its components, we want to help our generation so that we don't lose it on culture or on our culture. When we decide to write in English language, for example, the owners of the language, that is the English, get surprised as to where we pretend in quotes, to discuss their culture, see if we belong in there. So this made me develop a desire to write in my own language. And when I was doing that, somebody expressed shock in quotes, or a surprise, by saying or by asking me, Jane, how do you manage to write, for example, how did you manage to translate things fall apart into Ekegusi? You know, what that implies is that Ekegusi language is a poor language that doesn't have enough vocabulary to translate such a work as things fall apart. I wonder how somebody can say that when we have, this is a dictionary of Ekegusi, when we have a whole dictionary, this volume, full of Ekegusi words, and yet you argue it out that it's not easy to translate things fall apart, for example, into my language. So
it is actually, Jane, It is like somebody asking you how you managed to trace your home. It is tantamount to that. Now, Jared is here with us. Jared, are you able to hear what you're saying? Can you unmute, Jared? Unmute. Unmute, please. Click on mute so that, yes. Can you greet us using your mother tongue, please?
Hello.
Hello, Jared.
Hello.
Hello, we can see you.
Hello.
Yes, hello, Jared, we can see you.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Can you greet us in your mother tongue?
I'm also Uduto near Oremuru. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Your internet is not very stable, Jared. Not very stable. Not very stable, but at least we can see you, and we have had the give you after Ruth's response, we will give you a chance to say one or two things. For
of the that last resort. So for us, it's important that people write. As an institute, I think our role was to provide guidelines, and that is what we are calling the curriculum design, on what the the authors can use as they are writing the book to guide them on how to ensure that the materials they produce are up to speed. So we are very happy. We were able to get a number of books in a number of languages that are being used in early years, and we continue to encourage other local languages to continue to do the same, because what happens is that although we may not have an orthography for all the languages, at least we should be able to start from somewhere. And those languages that are able to write, we should be able to encourage them. Because I know when other languages hear that other languages have gone ahead, it will encourage the others to come on board. So I would encourage and I would hope the publishers to actually go ahead and actually write these books, and will approve them, and will write them in our approved books list of books, and will also continuously encourage teachers, because CBC is about the promotion of local languages. So it will be our role to encourage the use of those books once the Kenyans start addressing them and are positive towards their use. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ruth, and especially because of your encouragement. I will now, step into the shoes of a publisher. We have the curriculum developer, Ruth, we have the others. I am the publisher. And I want to say that we are also happy because of the support that we have received from KICD. But there are two levels at which we would want to see traction. We would want to see movement at two levels. The others have done tremendous work, and they would want to see the books that they have written in Dholuo, in Kikamba, in Ekerusi, in Kigiriama, in Gikuyu, and other local languages. They would want to see these books in schools They would want to see them used. So there are two levels. One, enforcement. Is the Ministry of Education, and I know KICD is part of the Ministry of Education, enforcing the use of indigenous languages at early years of education. And two, in terms of implementation, it is difficult to implement the policy if the learning and teaching materials are not available. We are aware and we know that books in all the other subjects have already been procured by the government, but as yet, books in indigenous languages have not been procured. So if you can respond to those two areas which affect both the author and the publisher, I'm sure the others in the forum will be very happy, and certainly publishers. Ruth?
Okay, thank you. That is a tough one. Indeed, if you look at our documents, it is very clear that we want the promotion of indigenous languages in school. We want the use of the local language, or what we are calling the language of the catchment area, being used as a language of instruction as per the language policy. But we are also aware of maybe several challenges, and maybe one I would say is the fact that many of the teachers who are teaching in some of these schools do not speak that local language, and therefore that becomes a challenge in terms of telling them to teach in a language which they themselves are not extremely clear of. There's also the issue of the fact that many of the teachers that we are having in place have not been trained on how to facilitate using that language or how to actually teach the language as we speak of. So what we are trying to do as an institute is to develop a teacher training curriculum to enable teachers to teach in the local languages. The ministry has been doing the mapping of schools where the local languages can begin. They have tried to identify a number of schools, I can't remember the number offhand, in which they will start the use of the local languages, maybe as a trial, a pilot, in order to make sure that it can happen. So they have actually identified a number of teachers in some of those schools that can teach the language and can teach using the language. And probably what I would say is that the planning is being implemented to ensure that the local languages actually begin in the school. So it is a process, it is a new idea, and I just want to say that the groundwork is being done to ensure that this is done and is in place.
Thanks for that comprehensive response, and which is also quite encouraging. I want us to get a word from Jared. And Jared, we will request that you unmute. We'd like to hear from you, Jared, on this matter. First, unmute your microphone. Jared, unmute your microphone. You just click on the mute and we shall be able to hear what you're saying. Jared, just on the screen, you will see mute, the icon with the microphone. Just click on it. Then, Jared, you're still on mute. I hope that you can manage in the short run. You're still on mute, Jared. As we wait for you to navigate, we would want Jane Obuchi to tell us her expectations. She did. Oh yes, you're on now. You're on now, Jared.
You get?
We can get you now, Jared. You're on and off. Still, the microphone is mute. Jen, let's come back to you and tell us your expectation. You did books in Ekegusi for early grade learners. You even did for grade 5. What are your expectations? Are these books, have you seen these books in schools?
Interestingly not. I haven't seen them in schools. I haven't heard of anyone eagerly looking for them. But I've made my own effort to distribute them to friends who have an interest in learning the language. And this is very discouraging because the number of copies that I'm giving out is not what I expected, given that the publisher is such a big house. Ruth has clearly put it. I was almost asking that question, but she has clarified it. I was to ask about teacher training. You know, the assumption that most people have is that anybody coming, for example, anybody coming from Kisti, any teacher coming from Kisti is able to teach Ekegusi language. That is not the case. Because even when it comes to reading, I have so many friends that come from my place, but they are not able to read or even write. That it's in the pipeline, that there is an identification of teachers going on so that they can get into training to learn about the methodology of teaching Ekegusi. It's different from that of teaching English and Kiswahili and the other languages. So it's a special. When it comes to class readers, I remember when I was growing up in the 80s and the 90s, I identify specific books, codified books, so that we can have them translated into all the other indigenous languages, like it was done in those years. Because right now, if you ask anybody who lived or who schooled in the 80s and 90s about the TK books, everybody has a glimpse of the same at their fingertips. They have that, they can quote, like we had in my language, we had Omopiro, and all that. So it was used in all schools. So if only we could identify specific books, then we have them translated. You know, Achebe puts it, when Elizabeth falls down from an Iroko tree, if there is nobody to appreciate it, just notice its head and walks along. So I want to appreciate myself for having translated things fall apart. I'm very proud of that. So if we could get books, we get books that are in the system and we have them translated so that we can have a common ground on which to develop these languages.
Thank you. And somehow the sound from your end was breaking, but we have heard you loud and clear. We have also heard Ruth loud and clear. I think the encouraging thing is that there is likely to be, or not likely, there will be a pilot project. Currently, there is identification of the institutions where the implementation of the language policy can start. And we believe that it can only get better. It can only get better. I still want to try Jared because I can see him. I can see his microphone is still mute, and I hope that he has been able to navigate now. I don't know whether Jared can hear what we are saying. Is James still in the meeting? Is James still in the meeting?
Yes, KK, I've unmuted him.
Can you communicate to Jared via SMS to guide him on how to unmute his microphone so that he participates?
Okay, okay.
Because because we can see him and we know he is eager to participate, but he is, now I think Jared, get to know whether he is actually hearing what we are saying.
Yes. I'm hearing what you're saying.
Oh, thank you. Now we can hear you because you are now not on mute. Give us your take on indigenous languages in schools. Now we can see you very clearly. And actually your internet is very strong.
Thank you so much.
Yes,
Asante sana.
Karibu
Now,
sana.
Erokamano. When I talk of Asante sana, I talk Kamano. Yeah. Luo language is a very rich language. Now, in school, I are doing the latest, that is for the grade 5. I can tell you that Luo language did not post. Someone did it in English. And then we translated it to Kijaluo. What I saw, actually, there was a lot of, I don't know whether it's complication, but it demanded quite a lot that actually did not go well with the way we see the TKK of those days. And even the books that were written like Akelo Nyaragispo, or Onyang, that is Otieno Ginyange, or Otieno Church, Yakowak, name those books. I expected to see a setting where the books depict some of the ways those books were being done. It's a bit though. We talk of activities for that matter. The joy, read books. Yeah. When learners enjoy reading the books, when now they come, they love their language. So the setting, this is the design. It was okay, but it didn't allow for that enjoyment of the indigenous language. Because I expected my language to be a language which should be enjoyed. Yeah, it did not come really of enjoyment of the language. So that is an observation that I wanted to put across, so that when the KICD will be doing the designs, they can put a situation where the learners can enjoy the language as they move with it. Of course, we don't deny that they
I get your point, Jared. I think it's good. We have already started the journey from grade 1
should be there.
to
But
3.
it should be in
Okay, Jared, your connection is unstable. Jared, your connection is now quite unstable, Jared. We can barely hear what you're saying. But I want to go back to Ruth Mugambi, and I would want her to tell us what her take is on
learners enjoy the book as they read.
Yes, Jared, I think you have to mute now. James Odhiambo. James Odhiambo. Okay, Ruth, we'd want to have your take on Gogo Odhiambo's delivery of an acceptance speech to a global audience in Catalonia, in Gikuyu, and which was being translated into Catalan and has been made available in the languages, so it is accessible. What do you think of that?
I think probably if I can just go back a bit to what Gerald said before I answer your question, the issue of the curriculum design is it's a framework. So when we talk about teaching the local language in terms of maybe words, the author is supposed to look for the words that are in their culture, that the child is familiar with. So we are not expecting publishers to translate books, because you cannot translate culture. You cannot translate values of a given community. When we talk about folk tales, there are folk tales of communities that are not in others. So we want them to put those ones that are relevant to their community in their book so that children enjoy them. So I think I wanted to make that clear, that we do not expect translation of books. We just want them to take what is the concept that is being addressed, and they address and they build that concept within their indigenous languages. The issue of Goge wa Thiong'o, I think it is one of the most exciting things for us as Africans, as Kenyans, and as users of the local languages. I think this is the way to go. When we hear the French being given awards, we hear Germans being given awards, Austrians, they don't speak in English, they speak in their local languages. So why should we be different? And I think Ngugi wa Thiong'o has opened a door for us to appreciate our culture, to appreciate who we are, to appreciate that our language is as rich as any other language within this country. So for me, it was a very exciting moment. Let us continue doing so. Let them be the ones to be bothered about translating what was said in their languages, because for us, we have always been the ones bothering to translate what is being said by others in English or Kiswahili. So let us all also be excited about our indigenous language. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ruth, for that take. Now, Jane Obuchi, there are those people who have been saying that Goge should have actually delivered that speech in Kiswahili.
Is Ruth surprised or excited or angry? The best way to express it is in when you want to abuse somebody and you want him to feel to have a taste of the anger that is within you, the insults come out better in your mother tongue. So Ngugi was excited. He was very happy to have received that award, and the best way to express it was in his mother tongue, which is Gikuyu. So I see no point of condemning the whole thing, because in any case, as you put it, and as we know, it was translated. Another thing, some time back, and this is an attitude that has to be done away with. Some time back, one mother expressed anger that her son was not able to speak in German. Ati mtoto wangu ameshindwa kuongea, aongee Kijerumani, anaongea Kizungu na Kiswahili, amekuwa chokora. You know, that attitude, that when you know a foreign language, German or French and all that, then you are learned or you are educated, should be done away with. And this is something that has been encouraged by even our government and the community. If I went to my place, for example, and I addressed my people in English using an accent, not this one that I'm using now, I speak through the nose, you could hear my villagers saying, the daughter of so and so, anakunywa kizungu kama maji. She's educated, she's learned. So that is an attitude that should be done away with. For example, I can comfortably write in English. I've done books in English. I've written a novel in English, Latest Diary of a Kenyan. But I decided from within that the time has come for me to do books in my language so that I preserve my people's culture. The county governments too should work hand in hand with these curriculum developers. I don't think they are doing a lot because, like, I've done so many books. I've done a dictionary of verbs in Ekegusi. I've translated Things Fall Apart into Ekegusi. I've written my people's into English, sang in a CD, but so far, no county government official from Kisi has approached me to have those books kept in libraries or in a language labs or anywhere. So that attitude that we have as Africans or as Kenyans should be dealt with first so that we can have a good ground on which to develop or to improve or to preserve our indigenous languages.
Thank you, Jane. I think it's a good challenge you are throwing to the county government, but I also want to throw a challenge to you that, yes, do write the books, have them published, but also go the extra mile, showcase them. Take sample copies to the minister in charge of education and the minister in charge of culture at the county government level and challenge them to place them in libraries, resource centers, and so on. That's a challenge I'm throwing to you. There is a question that is being posed. It is directed to KICD, but I believe that I have a response. Yes, somebody is asking whether the KICD guidelines for publishing are accessible to everyone. And without even going back to Ruth, I can say an affirmative yes, because the guidelines are available on the KICD website, free of charge. One can download, read, and seek clarification from KICD, which comes in a timely way. I believe that I'm speaking the truth, because I want you to address another area. There's population. And so on. I encourage those Mugambi
It's a fact, Kenya. A fact, a certain not proud say that I should not think is that learning is to be able to and interact communication and for language. I'm very about it. Use of
promoting not just communication, but also collaboration. And appreciating that we belong to certain communities. Yes, Jane. Yes, Jane.
Yes. Let me add on to what Ruth has said. Sometime this week I was with the deputy governor for Zinigishu County, and interestingly, the man speaks very fluent Ekegusi, but is not Yomogusi. So Ruth has clearly put it that when we have these indigenous languages promoted, have these language schools, for example, where indigenous languages are taught. So even can go so that we interact as Kenyans. So by promoting the indigenous languages, we don't mean that we are promoting tribalism. In any case, before the introduction of English, actually we were more united than we are now. Sorry to say so.
Thank you, thank you. I'm happy. Actually, you've just responded to a question I wanted to ask you, that whether you'd encourage, now you are an expert in the Kegusi, would you be keen to learn another Kenyan language like Dholuo, like Gikuyu? And you have given a good example. Deputy Governor in Uasin Gishu. It is already showing the way. I would want to meet him very soon through you. Once the economy starts to open up, I believe there is some discussion that we can hold under the auspices of Kenya Publishers Association. We just have about 3 minutes to go, and we want to get your parting shot. Jane, your parting shot, we only have 3 minutes to go. Give us your parting shot, please.
Okay, thank you. I want to say that preservation of our people's culture is very important. And this we can only achieve through our indigenous languages. Anybody that is willing to support her or his culture or his people's culture should appreciate CPC, because this is the way to go. We promote mother language because mother is good. Mother is supreme, as Chinua Achebe puts it. If I may refer to the translations, the translation of materials on coronavirus or corona pandemic, so as to reach a wider readership, so as to reach people mashinani, there was a call to translate them from English or from some language or Chinese to our indigenous languages. So communication can only be achieved if we have the language to express the ideas that are conveyed to us.
Thank you, thank you, Jane. Thank you, Jane. Because of time, I want us to move to Ruth to give us her parting shot. Ruth, would like to hear what you have to say.
Okay, for me, I think I would say that indigenous languages have a place in Kenya today. Language dies because people stop speaking them. So, and when you lose your language, you lose your culture. And when you lose your culture, you lose who you are as a Kenyan person. So for us to be Kenyans, we should appreciate our local language, appreciate who we are, and speak our languages. Thank you.
Asante sana, asante sana. I don't know whether Jared is still with us and whether he is able to give us his parting shot. Jared, are you still here? Jared Awundu. Well, I think he's still facing some challenges with regard to connectivity. So my parting shot is I will quote what Professor has been telling us, that if you know all the languages of the world, but you do not know your own language or the language of your culture. That is enslavement. But if you know your mother tongue or the language of your culture, and then onto that, you add other languages of the world, that is empowerment. I would encourage empowerment, and I'm happy that the Ministry of Education, through the KICD, is encouraging this empowerment. Asanteni sana to Mogambi, Jinobuchi, Yareda Wondo, and the KPA Executive Officer, James Odhiambo, for this very exciting
The world of work is changing. Jobs that existed 10 years ago no longer exist. And jobs with new required skills are being created every day. The people doing the work today are changing. And by 2025, millennials will make up nearly 75% of the workforce. Opportunities for growth and development are now top of mind for employees deciding whether to stay or go. In fact, 94% of employees today say they would stay at a company longer if it invested in their career development. C-level views on workplace learning are also changing. The number one concern of CEOs today is their organization's ability to attract and retain top talent. The talent war is on. The future of your organization depends largely on how effective you are in this pivotal battle. It is time to focus on reskilling and upskilling our people, providing them opportunities to learn and grow. We must meet modern learners where they are, with short, high-quality content on the topics they want and need. Content that draws them in, engages them, and helps build their skills for today, tomorrow, and beyond. Gone are the days where employee training was a nice to have. Now, it's a need to have in order to remain competitive in today's market. The talent war is among us. Is your organization prepared to win? Schedule your demo today.
Everyone, and thank you for joining us at this virtual session at the Nairobi International Book Fair. This is Publish Her Circle. Publish Her is a worldwide community of female publishing leaders who are working to address the gender imbalances in the publishing industry, especially at the executive level where the disparities are the greatest. The Publish Her Circle is a new kind of conversation where the speakers engage with one another directly, ask each other questions, and make conversation together, allowing the discussion to evolve naturally. My name is Emma House, and I'm the founder of Aurum Group, a consultancy focused on the international publishing industry. And today I'm going to be joined by 4 inspiring women from 4 different countries. I'm going to start with the home territory by introducing Wanjiri Gakuru from Jalada, Africa, here in Nairobi. Welcome, Wanjiri. Wanjiri is a freelance journalist, essayist and filmmaker, and in 2018 was elected managing editor of the Pan-African Writers Collective, Jalada, Africa. She does lots of other things as well, which we haven't got time to go into this morning, but she's a very inspirational publishing entrepreneur. Next up, we have Richa Jha, the founder of Pickle Yolk Books in India. If you haven't read a pickle yolk book to your child, I recommend you do so. Beautiful children's books. And Pickle Yolk was a 2-time finalist as Publisher of the Year at the prestigious Publishing Next Industry Awards in India. Jade Robertson is International Publishing Director at Austin Macaulay. Jade is actually based in Sharjah in the United Arab Emirates, but is overseeing the UK and all emerging markets for Austin Macaulay. Welcome, Jade. And last but not least, Sarah Savitt, publisher at Virago, which is an exciting imprint of Hachette here in the UK, dedicated to books by women. So perfect that you could join us as well, Sarah, for this Publish Her Circle. Welcome to you all, and once again, thank you to the audience for joining us. We're going to be starting the conversation today by talking about the publishing industry around the world and the crucial role that women play in it. But before that, I want to break the ice by asking each of you a question, which doesn't relate to what we're going to talk about today, but it's a way of getting to know you. So first question, and I'm going to go to you, Wanjiri, first. Have you ever lied in a job interview?
Me lied? Well, I will say I am a storyteller by profession. And if some storytelling has happened and has enabled me to get an opportunity, well, I'm just using my talents. So that is the answer that I am giving.
Sarah, what about you?
So I haven't exactly lied. I don't like to, my boyfriend always notices that I never lie. I just sort of don't say the truth exactly and maybe say something else. But so I worked at Faber for about 10 years, and when I applied to be an editorial assistant there, I really, really wanted the job. I just not got funding to do further study at university, was having just a bit of a quarter life crisis, and I had to come up with a project to sell it, like a sort of publishing initiative to celebrate Faber's 90th birthday, and I just couldn't think of one. And my boyfriend at the time came up with a great idea and told me that I could use it. So I pitched his idea and they loved it. And it was only about 2 years later that I confessed to my boss that it was it was Ewan's idea, not mine. But I didn't lie. I didn't exactly say it was my idea, but I just didn't say it was someone else's.
It was an idea from your household. Oh, sorry. It was an idea from your household, so it kind of counts.
Exactly, like coronavirus. We were in a bubble, an ideas bubble. So thank you to Ewan, now my ex-boyfriend, but thanks.
And Jade?
I wouldn't say that I lied, but I think in our industry, sometimes we kind of exaggerate the truth. Going back to what Wanjiri said a little bit, we do end up becoming like storytellers. So I would say that I didn't lie, but maybe exaggerate the truth a little bit. I started out, when I was just out of university, so I didn't have much experience to go off then. So yeah, I would probably say I exaggerated the truth back then.
And Rita?
I think one of the perks of being an entrepreneur is you never really have to face the interview panel. So I've never really had to do that. But yes, I sort of exaggerated, as Jade said. Once in a while, when you're talking to a prospective sort of funder or whatever, then you do tend to sort of exaggerate numbers a bit, but that's about it. It's not lying.
I agree.
I remember my first job interview that I ever did for my first job in London, turning up and thinking I was going for a job somewhere else and not realizing, had no idea what job I was interviewing for. And so I just asked a lot of questions to try and figure out where I was actually interviewing for the job. And I got the job because I was so curious and asked a lot of questions. So,
wow,
the advantages.
Smart.
Well, I think we've managed to get to know each other a little bit. So we'll move on to talking about the topic at hand, which is, you know, what's it like to be a woman in publishing, and are there any advantages and disadvantages? Again, Wanjiri, let's start with you, and what do you think?
So I'm in a kind of unique position because Jalada is first and foremost a writers collective before it is a digital publisher. So it's essentially this bunch of writers who are committed to helping each other, but we've created a platform that we've invited other people to come and share their work in. And so, so my cat just crosses the frame. And so being elected to be the leader of the collective and then also the collective activities is really such an honor. And I am the third managing editor, and I'm the first woman. In fact, myself and my deputy editor are the first. Well, no, we've had a female deputy editor before, but this is the first time we've had two women in positions of leadership. And it's been really interesting, you know. Can I just like put her in a room somewhere, please? Because she'll be doing that. Is that okay? Sorry, guys. One moment.
But Sarah, why don't you jump in and talk to us about what it's like being a woman in publishing in the UK, where we have an abundance of women, but not necessarily in senior leadership?
Yeah, so in the UK, Virago is ultimately owned by Hachette, which is about 70-75% women, and I believe that that's pretty much true across the industry. But yeah, you're right, exactly, that as the higher up that you go, the fewer women there are. And the UK government a few years ago mandated that any company over 250 employees publish their pay gap, and lots of publishers had pretty terrible gender pay gaps. So there's been a lot of political activity within publishing houses and with the union to try to address that. And I guess about around 5 to 10 years ago, a lot of the major publishers here, the sort of big corporates, were run by women, white women, I should say. All those women retired, and they were pretty much all replaced by white men. So obviously there's other issues, as I'm suggesting, other than gender, obviously, very huge sort of gaps and disparities, and just lack of people who are white and middle class, and even just people who aren't from London. So there's lots of different issues, but yeah, in terms of gender specifically, I think a lot of women publishing felt like that was quite disappointing, that there'd been a sort of step backwards. In some ways, it was just a coincidence that all of these jobs had been taken by white men, but it seemed like a pattern. But saying that, I do think the gender pay gap reporting has really helped companies reckon with that, and also I think it's inspired a lot of companies, including Hachette, to do other kinds of pay gaps. So we've now published an ethnicity pay gap, and I think it's also just reminded everyone that data is important and numbers are important, and that's not the whole story. Like, there's stuff about culture and lots of other things, but actually it's really helpful to have data. And I think publishing, can often seem like an art, but it's important to look at numbers and data, and that it definitely with in terms of sort of who's included, who's excluded. So there's been a lot of good changes, and also I think publishing is very flexible. I had a baby last year, and I had just incredible support from my colleagues who had children, and in terms of what it was like to to give birth, but then also to return from maternity leave. And so I found that that was wonderful, actually, to have that support of all those other women around me.
That's great.
Sorry, that was a really rambling answer, but
No, I think
I'm sorry, I'm in the office and my cat isn't. Our cats can't meet, I'm sorry.
I think you pulled out something really important there about how publishing can be a great career for women, given the flexibility and given that it is female dominated, that you've got a lot of understanding and shared experiences around you, despite the other disparities that the UK industry suffers. So I think you've pulled out some good advantages there. Jade, what's your experience? I mean, you've got experience in different countries, both the UK, but also where you are now in the UAE as well, and in other territories. What would you say are the advantages and disadvantages?
I'd say that obviously starting out in the UK when I was lower level, I did notice I was interacting with more women, and then as I sort of progressed in my career and I got to more of a senior level, it was mostly male dominated. And I think being that, sorry, I keep bringing my age into it, but I'm quite young as well, it was quite difficult to gain that respect of the people that I was speaking with, and to kind of, you know, get across, you know, what I'm trying to do. When I broke into the Middle East market, it was interesting at the time because it is very male dominated, but within the UAE over the last couple of years, there's a lot more females, you know, in high level positions here, which is nice because we help each other and we have that unity together. So, you know, we're trying to, you know, bounce ideas off each other, or work with each other to come over obstacles, or, you know, if there's anything that we struggle with. I think it's been an eye-opener for me, just to deal with not only being in the Middle East, but also dealing with all, you know, the different cultures and the traditional elements of it. But I think I've overcome it, and I kind of get the way that you need to maybe approach things now within this territory.
And Richard, let's hear the Indian experience.
So two things. I mean, in the broader Indian context, it would be very similar to what Sarah and Jade said, because the industry is pretty much in pay. It's almost 75% women, but that as you go higher up, the number of women at the absolute top level goes down. But for me personally, within the industry, I have never, not once have I felt myself being at a disadvantage or advantage. I mean, you know, I feel it's a pretty neutral ground sort of thing for me, because of being a woman. I mean, there's a lot of respect coming your way if you are doing a good job. And that's something I have seen across all the different ancillaries and all the appendages that are a part of, you know, the publishing industry, so to speak. I mean, whether it be the distribution chain, the printing chain, the whatever. I mean, and these are pretty male-dominated areas in India. I mean, you hardly find a woman in at least the distribution channel or the printing world and all that. Yeah. But I've never had a problem. And I mean, I've sat down with the printers, at the printers press at 2 in the morning, not faced a problem at all. In fact, you know, there's a lot of respect that you get if they feel that you're doing there's awe, there's respect. I wouldn't really want to see it as an advantage or disadvantage. I mean, I'm just there as a professional, and I'm being taken as one. That's it.
That's great. That's great to hear.
Cool. So I'm really interested. When I was reading all of your bios, I found that you are those who shared like a little bit of personal stuff about themselves. I was really interested about how you were kind of drawing from this other interest, and how, if any, in any way, if they reflect in your publishing interests. So for example, Sarah, I know that you work with the UK Feminista. Richa, you love traveling. And I wonder, does that inform your publishing interest? Do you draw from it? Does it influence you in any way? We can start with Sarah. We can go Sarah, Richa, and then Jade.
Okay, thank you. So when we shared our bios, I said that I'm the chair of the board of a feminist campaign group called the UK Feminista, and which actually was founded by the first ever author that I published at Faber. So she's called Kat Banyard, and she's this really, really amazing campaigner, feminist campaigner. So I've worked with her in various guises for a long time. And I guess my parents are both very political, but in a sort of grassroots way. So my mom's really passionate about animal rights and the environment. And so she took me on a sort of, anti-fur protests when I was like 8 years old, and we, volunteered at the Humane Society together. And my dad and I would talk about politics and, who to vote for locally and stuff. So yeah, I guess I grew up in a political environment, and in Vermont, home to Bernie Sanders and Ben and Jerry's. So yeah, but I guess I knew that I probably wasn't suited temperamentally to being an activist, and I also was interested in business. So for me, working at Virago, which was set up as a feminist publishing company, and we don't just publish books about feminism, but we see feminism as saying women can write and read about everything. And also, by the way, everyone should read books by women, not just not just women. So we see it as
a perfect job for you, Sarah.
Exactly, yeah. So it allows me to be an activist, but while reading and sort of being a bit more behind the scenes. Like I'm not going to be someone who's out. I don't really like marches, and So yeah, so this is for me is a good way to combine those things. So yeah, it really does feel like my dream job, and I hope that by being a little bit involved in grassroots activism, I can kind of bring that back into the publishing as well. So that feels amazing to me. Like it feels like such a privilege to be able to combine like an outside interest as well. But I'd love to hear from you, Andrea, as well, because you do so many things. So, and I really want to hear you compare film and publishing. But anyway, we can.
I think that's probably why I asked that question, so I can answer it myself.
Yeah, yeah, that was the question I wanted to ask you. But anyway, we can go around.
Okay, so yes, my love for travel, and I travel mostly alone now. And I think that also dictates the kind of, when you're traveling, you're exposing yourself to a lot of risk, and you're going to all sorts of places that you haven't been before. And I don't know a single soul there in any of the countries or cities that I go to. And I think so temperamentally, I am more attuned to taking risk, and that is what informs my, the manuscripts that I'm attracted to, that I instantly take to, and I want to publish. So there's a little bit of that risk-taking element, which is very much there, a part of the list that I'm doing there. And you see, India in that sense, the picture book market is just about nascent, in that growing phase. I wouldn't say it's matured fully. And therefore, to be able to take those kind of decisions, tough decisions on whether a book, it may not be marketable, it may not be commercially viable, but you just go ahead and do it because you feel it's going to be, you want to do it. And so I guess, yeah.
Nice. What about you, Jade?
So, my actual passion initially lied in media. I was in media for a few years and I studied media, but I always had a love for reading from when I was young. I was always going to like the library readathons and, reading my Roald Dahl books, 100 times over at home. So I always had that passion for reading, and I was involved in a lot of English classes, activities after school. And then I went down the media route, and I'd always had a passion for business. And then I kind of got to the point when I was sort of, about 19, 18, and I thought, media is not something I want to take career-wise. I realised it's more of a passion, not something I can see myself doing long-term. So I ended up going into the business route, and then I saw some advertisements in publishing. I started to look into it, and I just felt like it was a good home for my skills because it's got the creative element and an analytical element as well for the business side of things. So that's why I applied for editorial, and then where I am today. So that's how it started off with me, really.
Yeah, it seemed like everything was kind of like merging together.
Yeah. And still today, I love it because I get to use that creative element of my brain as well. Although I'm not doing like media related things. We do like, some like the video graphics for the book trailers and things. I have a bit of a hand in that, although we have a team, but it's just because I enjoy it. So yeah, it's nice.
And one, Jerry, we're desperate to hear from you.
You stole my question, I will be honest.
Oops. Sorry. I'm happy I went first then. So in my particular instance, I trained as a journalist, and I've been a journalist for about almost 10 years now. And I feel like I'm just learning new mediums of storytelling, essentially. So I call myself a storyteller, and I use these different mediums. And when I came into the position of managing editor, I realized that we primarily publish in our journals a lot of fiction, a lot of poetry, and a lot of essays, and some visual art, and I was really, really interested in expanding that. So through the people that I've interviewed, through the things that are of interest to myself, I've been able to invite that into the collective and kind of slowly grow that side of ourselves. And I like also what Richard said, that, you know, that adventurous spirit, that ability to play that is available in other segments of my life, I've been able to bring them into what we do. So for example, in 2017, we traveled across the Greater East Africa, putting on Africa's first mobile literary and arts festival in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, and DRC. 28 days in a bus. It was just madness, but it was a result of 2 years of thinking and planning and fundraising, and then going on the road. And so that kind of flexibility, that kind of you know, expansion of the mind that was already for me there as a creative individual, I was able to bring that into the project that we were putting on. And so that's how I've always been kind of like drawing from the other spaces and saying, what can we do? And not just like my work as in Jalada, but the work that I do in Jalada is also flowing into the other things that I do. So also as a filmmaker, I'm really interested in, you know, digging deep and being as creative visually as, although it is kind of limited because, you know, you have budgets and things to think about, but the way people write stories and how the imagination runs wild, I want to bring that into my films. So I find that everything feeds from the other.
Wow. So inspirational, so inspirational. I wanted to pick up on something that you said, Richa, about balancing sort of like personal values and things that you love with the commercial realities and imperatives about publishing. I mean, how do you manage that?
Should I go first?
Sure.
Okay, so for me, it works because I operate on a very, very small scale, you know, because I'm a niche publisher. In India, you'll be surprised. I mean, it's a huge country with, you know, the kind of population that we have. Even a Penguin Random House would not do a picture book more than, the print run wouldn't go beyond, say, 3,000. And 3,000 is on the outer sort of, is the outer limit. So you can imagine the very, very small market that we have for picture books in India. So therefore, I think it works better for me as a smaller publisher, so that I can do smaller print runs, and yet by being there at the grassroots level, I'm able to, I can say, connect very well with the readers. So I know my end consumer much better than what, say, a much larger publisher would be able to do it, because I'm doing everything on a very personal sort of level. And because I have my, the economy, the operational sort of costs for me are very, very low. I work from my home office, even outside of the pandemic time. So, you know, things haven't really changed for me in that sense. And therefore, you know, because if I have to say print 2,000 copies, I know that there will be, if it's a difficult book that I want to publish, I know I will find those 2,000 people in India who will, connect with what I'm trying to say through that book. And therefore, it's not all that difficult. And word of mouth really works very well for smaller publishers like I am. You know, so, I don't have that sort of a difficulty. In fact, there are many times when authors come to me with their extremely difficult sort of tricky sort of manuscripts, and they say, "Oh, we've gone to all the other bigger publishers, and they've said you must go to a smaller publisher like Pickle Yolk because they'll be able to handle it better." Because there's much less to lose for me than there is for the bigger ones.
Yeah.
So it's never been that difficult, actually.
Do you think you feel like you know the people who are buying your books because you're an author and illustrator yourself, and like you're meeting kids and parents and librarians
all the time. So for me, that really helps because I'm in constant touch with my end consumer reader, be it the schools, be it the authors, be it the parents, the students, children. So it really has worked for me in that sense so far. It's just been 5 years, but I've had a pretty neat run, exciting run in that sense. It helps.
Can you tell us where Pickle Yolk comes from, the name?
Okay, so it's more like a grandmother's thing. It's come down from there because my grandmother used to love pickles. I mean, she's until some years ago, she used to make pickles at home.
Wow.
And growing up years, we used to have this television jingle which had just come up that, you've got to have an egg a day to keep yourselves healthy, etc. It was in Hindi, but it translated into something like that. And when I was thinking of a name for my imprint, I felt it just fit in so well, because I wanted to do books which are equally fun and yet have that substance in them. And I felt a mix of the two. You have the yolk from the egg coming in for the substance bit, and the pickle for that tangy little fun element, and it just fell together. I mean, it sort of came together nicely.
I love that it's from your grandmother. That feels very fitting for the yeah. But I love it as a phrase, pickle yoga. Yeah, I like saying it.
Yeah.
I have another question for you. You mentioned in your bio as well that you read 4 picture books a day from different countries. How do you select those 4? And are you buying these books, or are you reading them on Kindle? Because that's a lot to get through a day,
Yes. So because I travel a lot, until say last year, I was buying books like crazy. I mean, any new country I would go to, I would sort of just come back with loads and loads of those books. And each of those books that I would buy, I would make sure that I sat with the salesperson, the shop person there, and got them to read it out to me. Otherwise, it's in a different language and I wouldn't really understand what's there in the book. So, I know what the story is about. So that's one. And also now being a part of the Depictus family, so for me, it's like every morning I get up, there are those new additions to Depictus, the picture book maker website. And for me, it's like a wonderful resource, and beautiful picture books out there from all around the world. And there's just so much to learn.
And picture books is quite a universal language as well, isn't it? So you
yes. So yeah. It
pick up sort of like different cultures and learn different things through picture books without necessarily having to know what the words actually say.
Yes.
We seem to have, and hopefully she'll rejoin. We're obviously in a time of pandemic, and certainly here in the UK, they announced yesterday we're going back to level 4, and we're going to face a huge amount more restrictions probably for the next 6 months, which is quite depressing. But how has COVID changed things for you guys personally and professionally? I mean, have you got used to a new normal, or have things changed drastically? I mean, Sarah, you've got a new baby. That must have been tough entering into the pandemic with a young one.
Yeah, well, sort of, it's a funny mix actually, because so I came back from maternity leave part-time like just before lockdown. So I think I made it into the office about 6 times before lockdown. But actually we were really lucky in that we had childcare during lockdown, because we have a nanny and she lives nearby and she lives by herself, and so we just formed a bubble with her basically. So in some ways it was great, because I was able to, from May I've been working full time, and I've been able to do that, but also I've been able to see my daughter much more, and sort of pop down and hear her giggling away, and so, and I think also coming back from maternity leave, I was sort of thinking, you feel a bit, I was really looking forward to coming back to work, but you feel a bit self-conscious, like I've changed, my life has changed, but actually now everyone's lives have changed. And so, having a baby seems like very low down the level of sort of life changes. So actually it's felt quite leveling in that way. And because, so many people were working with, kids sort of climbing out, our MD was chairing acquisitions meetings with a crying baby in his lap sometimes. So it was, it felt kind of leveling in that way. And also, I'm interested to know in other people's markets, people are really reading here. And so our sales have been pretty strong, and Virago's lucky we have an amazing backlist. You can see some of the books behind me. So Daphne du Maurier, Rebecca, people have been really reading, like both our front list, but also, those classics. So people have been wanting to read Maya Angelou, Margaret Atwood's backlist, Daphne du Maurier, Nora Ephron. So it's actually, been a kind of wonderful time to see people engaging with books more, especially I think now people have so much Zine fatigue. So, but I'd be curious to know if, are people reading more in other countries?
Jade, how is it for you?
initially talking on a personal level, I'm so busy all the time. So when we went into lockdown, for me, I kind of had a bit of a shock. So I thought, okay, what do I do with myself now? So, I mean, I found newfound love for cooking, for example. I mean, I was buying all these recipe books online and just had this newfound love for my kitchen and buying many things on Amazon and stuff. So, I was filling my time up with that. But just in terms of going to reading, I mean, we are quite fortunate enough that we work with a lot of distributors for our ebooks online. We did initially have quite a bit of a struggle in terms of fulfillment, just because we couldn't fulfill our printed books, especially in this market. But yeah, we did manage to overjump that hurdle, and we come up with solutions and ways that we could prevent that. But I think for us, we focus more on online and selling out ebooks just while we had the short-term downfall with the physical books. And I mean, we're back in the office now. We have been since June. We're quite fortunate here that there's a lot of regulations in place that protects us, and they was doing sanitizing every evening. We wear our masks, so we're quite fortunate enough that we have that safety. So yeah, I mean, it was strange initially, and like I said, we're so used to running around, and I'm so used to going to events. I'm at event, at M&O's. I'm at an event probably every other week or every month. So for me, it was, a time to actually think, okay, let's look into new areas and things that I can do to develop myself personally as well. So I think where I'm so busy with traveling and with publishing, it's been a bit of a hectic few years. So for me, yeah, it was actually nice to feel a bit more grounded and to develop myself a little bit through cooking and many other things that I was doing.
Hands up who misses book fairs.
Yeah, I do. No, but I think Zoom, I mean, we've all got now. I think we're very fortunate enough to have this because we're still getting that FaceTime. I know we're not interacting personally, but I think we're not losing that personal touch. It's still there, even if it is through video. And I have noticed that I'm waving at people now on Zoom, which I would never do before. So yeah, it's interesting. I think your behaviour does change.
Yeah, I mean, Wanjiri, we're talking about COVID and the impact on us both personally and professionally. I mean, how has the pandemic been in Kenya, and how has it impacted you and book selling and people reading? What's been happening there?
Well, it took a while for us to get a handle on things, but at least our government we took a while to close borders, which was like our main problem, that we were having infections coming in from outside the country. But within the country, it took us a while to accept wearing masks and kind of like, limiting our activity, because we are very social people. And I was just talking to my friend the other day that people just have this desire to converge. And I really get it, the whole like waving thing on Zoom. You just want to connect with people. And so it took for a while. But for us, luckily, we are a digital publisher. So primarily all our content is available online. So we've been having an increase in traffic on our site, which is really, really wonderful. We've also changed how we're sharing our content online and how we're engaging with individuals. And in fact, our next anthology is on the theme of nostalgia, which is really inspired by the time that we're living in, because we kind of wanted to document this time, maybe not too directly, but kind of like what other ideas are kind of coming up in this time, now that we have time to reflect, and that current affairs are speaking to matters that have been systemic and have been troubling us for a long time and kind of like reached the critical point. So looking back, kind of like, how did we arrive here? So for us, honestly, it's just been taking it a day at a time. My team works across everywhere. My board secretary is in Nigeria. Our visual arts editor is in Australia. So for us, this has been our reality, like how we operate. I think it's just now kind of factoring in, mental health. Even when you're having our long meetings, we're like, okay, let's take a health break for like 15 minutes, people go off, make a cup of tea, come back. So yeah, so for us, it's just kind of scaled up because this is the only thing that's available to us, and we have a frequency of our meetings now. But regarding other booksellers in the space, people are innovating, holding a lot of conversations online. I've seen bookstores that are brick and mortar now having a lot of online presence. There's been a lot of really wonderful free events, which is just like the best part of all this, not needing to travel and just like seeing the authors that you love, doing presenting conversations on not only their work but other topics. I think it's been really, really wonderful that people are eager to connect and are so generous with their time. So I think that's been the thing that I found, the change that I have also really enjoyed the most myself also as an individual.
And sorry, just touching a little bit on what Wanjira said, I think with having the events online now, it's opened up a lot more opportunity for us, I would say, because we have the opportunity to go to events that we'd never go to before, you know, in different countries. So I'm learning about different markets and, you know, new strategies we're coming up with and how we can break into different sectors. So, you know, I always say to my team, you know, you've got to look at it. I know we're not going to the physical trade fairs, but it's actually opened up more doors for us to, you know, learn more about different markets and go to events that we wouldn't have went to before, because, you know, events are expensive at the end of the day. So a lot of them are free, which, like you just mentioned, that's something that I think we should touch on.
Yeah, and I think it's like we've been thinking in terms of readers, like it opens up in terms of accessibility, you know, for people who can't get out, whether that's, you know, like carrying responsibilities or just money or, you know, sort of disability. You know, it's great. There are more online events, although I'm also aware that, you know, for some people they don't have, you know, there's one laptop in the house or there's no laptop in the house, or, you know, so it's yeah, like the statistics here about, you know, thinking about schools and how many kids just don't, yeah, they can't do online school. So although I think it's made events more accessible for a lot of people, then there's also a bunch of people who, you know, might have gone to an event at a library, you know, their local library or school or something, which, yeah, isn't happening now. But yeah, I'd love to know, obviously this is an online event that we're doing, but what, yeah, what like great author online events that people have been to, or like interesting formats that you've seen, because I agree, it is quite exciting sometimes to see people who you think, oh, you'd never have come to London, or yeah, I don't have to hire a babysitter. Great.
I can let you know one that I do, and I think what's also really wonderful is that you know, previously most events were not recorded. It was you're there because also it's a ticketed event, so it's a privilege to be there and listen to the author. Now they have live events that if you can't attend them, they post this stuff on their website or on YouTube later. So even if there's, you know, the one laptop in the house, maybe through a system of scheduling, you have your half hour, an hour to dedicate to watch this thing. So this year, the Edinburgh International Book Festival went online for the first time instead of cancelling. They cancelled it like earlier in the year, but then were able to do a digital festival, which was much more reduced. And so I know, because I took part, we were producing some events alongside a particular programming that they had developed. But just, you know, going back and looking at all the events they produced, it was so wonderful that this festival, which is quite prestigious, is able to, you know, present this thing, you know, available for everybody to enjoy and access. And I think they're talking also, because they have this, because I've been there before, they have this really wonderful accessibility. I mean, how they build their ramps. They have some events have sign language interpreters or captioning, you know, really, really very accessible. But now that it's online, it means people who are also having trouble getting visas coming into the country no longer have that issue. Like the barriers are removed tremendously. And so I think that's a really good upside of this. So I would say I'd recommend the book festival, International Book Festival.
Do they have people signing for their events online as well? Or?
They had people signing up. So they had this really cool thing where it was limited to about, I think, 50 books, but I could be mistaken. I mean, not, maybe it was more. But the one that I saw, they had people purchase a book and have a virtual signing event, a one-on-one face-to-face with the author in, I think, a Zoom thing like this. And so you come and then you say, this is the name of the person I want you to sign the book to, and then the book is then delivered to you afterwards, which I thought was really innovative and kind of not exactly, you know, face-to-face, but something a little nice, I thought.
Yeah. That's cool.
You know, I was going through all of ours. I mean, the whatever we have been doing all this while. Wanjari, Jalada, for instance, it's a Pan-African association that you have. Jade, you are pretty much doing the entire Arabic world, the way you're handling everything. Sarah, I'm sure yours is a global sort of perspective that you take when you're picking up books for yourself. So what is it, I would like to understand, you know, I mean, what are the kind of decisions or the decision points that go into, I mean, what all are you factoring in when deciding what works as a pan across all areas, you know? So Wanjari, for instance, how do you define a Pan-African book? Something that will work everywhere?
All right, it's a really good question, actually. So again, we are Pan-African Writers Collective, but we're a digital publisher. So And our books are really just journals, anthologies with fiction, poetry, nonfiction, and visual art. And how we decide on what works for us, what we pursue, is really just deciding internally on a theme that we find is important or interesting to us. We've covered insanity, we've covered Afrofutures, we've covered language, we've covered fear, and now we're doing nostalgia. So for us, we try and find an idea that will cut across the different genres, and that would inspire people to write interesting responses to the question. Like our last issue was on bodies, which is very, very broad. And even in our call out, we say what we're looking for and we also say what we're welcoming, other interpretations, as long as it's exciting. So for us, it's the theme. And if we find a really, really delicious theme, then we get really fantastic responses. So that's kind of like where we get our, how we slice that. how we you know what I'm trying to say, that one.
That's interesting, because I've lived in Nigeria for a while, and I know Nigeria is very different from Ghana, which is very different from Kenya. So each of these markets would have their own peculiarities, and yet you have a Pan-African collective. So it's,
yeah.
Jade, what about you, the Arabic world? I mean, again, each of these countries will have their own distinct cultures.
Sorry to cut in. We deal with a lot of authors, not just in the UAE, but in Saudi, Kuwait, Bahrain, and in Syria or Egypt. So, I mean, the market is relatively similar. I mean, initially, one of our main focuses is to translate from Arabic to English and English to Arabic, which we have done with some bad titles and are looking to source others from publishers. I'd say children's books does have a big market here. Probably there's more growth, I would say, in Arabic children's books. There's quite a good level of English, but I mean, Arabic children's books is an area that we're focusing on at the moment. I'd also just say they have a strong interest here in like anything to do with self-help, self-development. They like anything sort of, you know, like a true story, as long as it's censored. Poetry is a big thing because a lot of the Arabic people, they write poems within their families from a young age, so they're very into poetry. I mean, all of the Arabic songs, for example, they're all basically either poems that have been translated and adapted into songs. They're all about love. They're very romantic. So yeah, anything like that, yeah, they do like. So I mean, but it does depend on the market, obviously, and you know where we're targeting as well. So.
And Sarah, what about you? I mean, yours would be a world sort of perspective that you take.
Yeah, so we're based in London, but usually, you know, as a sort of baseline, we would have rights to sell, you know, into the Commonwealth and into Europe. Occasionally, we also do sell into the US and Canada as well. I guess it's just about knowing, like some books definitely, you know, I think internationally, like for example, I published this really wonderful novelist called Sigrid Nunez. She's based in New York, but her heritage is kind of German, Panamanian, Chinese, so she is. We published her book called The Friend a couple of years ago, which won the National Book Award, and it just like really took off in Australia. And I think that was partly just because like our Australian sales team, they just loved it, and it was partly about a dog, and like loads of them have dogs in the office, and like I don't know, it just sort of like everyone read it there, and they just really pushed it, and the indie booksellers loved it, and so. We're just about to publish her new novel, and and I sort of think we'll probably sell more copies in Australia and New Zealand than like, you know, the rest of the world combined. Couldn't have necessarily predicted that, but I guess Australia and New Zealand we do tend to find is more influenced by American media, so things that are New York Times bestsellers, or like I published the Two Women Behind the Call Your Girlfriend podcast, and I know that did quite well there. So, but then, you know, there are other books that are about, you know, we published one a couple of years ago about the British welfare state, and we knew that, you know, that was not going to be international, but actually she had a really interesting base and sort of connections here with, you know, social workers, teachers, government officials and stuff. So I think it's just about being clear about what books definitely don't have international potential and just not bothering the international sales team with them. But the ones that do have, like really, pushing them. And I mean, you can find out a lot through social media as well. Like, you know, if someone has, you can look at their followings, you know, or like if people have podcasts or whatever, you can have a look. And then there's, things like the Sigrid Nunez, which I wouldn't necessarily have predicted, but it's just that, people loved her book. they love her writing. So I guess it's very like book by book, I think. But it's brilliant, you know, with Sigrid, it's wonderful to sort of, you know, see like you know, a New Zealand indie bookshop window dedicated to her fiction. Like, it's amazing to be able to, yeah, to see that kind of thing. And yeah, she gets a kick out of that. So yeah.
That's nice. I have a question for you, Emma, if that's okay.
I like this, turning the tables.
Yeah. That's not fair. Obviously, you know, we're aware that, you know, you just started your consultancy quite recently. So, I mean, I think that was before the pandemic. I mean, every time I open my LinkedIn, I mean, you amaze me, Emma. Really, you're everywhere, and you really do inspire, and not only me, I'm sure a lot of women across publishing. So, you know, we do thank you for that. But how do you feel that it's been sort of, you know, navigating through the corona situation and the pandemic? I mean, do you feel that it's opened up more opportunity for you in terms of what you do? And I mean, how have you found that, you know, what's been going on?
I think it's opened up a lot of opportunities, I think, both for me personally. I think one thing that I've absolutely loved is not only seeing these online events for writers and being able to see the Jaipur Literature Festival online or see the Edinburgh Book Festival online, but also having conversations like this. You know, I just can't imagine that had the pandemic not occurred, this conversation wouldn't have taken place. And I see lots of like-minded communities that are popping up online. So one thing that I've loved in India seeing, Richa, is how the local language publishers have come together and have their weekly conversations.
Conversations on Thursdays, yes.
Yeah, and I just don't think that would have happened had the pandemic occurred. And so to see those communities popping up online and to be able to participate in a lot of those conversations, I think for me, I've learned so much. I've also had to hone my skills when it comes to Zoom and other platforms. And I've taught myself how to run Zoom webinars, which again, I wouldn't have done before now. And it's quite rewarding, I would say, when you can put on an event, a digital event, and you'll generally get a good number of people engaging, no matter what the subject is, because there's a real thirst for people to engage and hear that, and people can dial in from any parts of the world. So I think those networks, those events, those personal skills that I've learned have been great. I've also found work. I mean, I was quite worried entering the pandemic, would I get any work? And I'm a bit like you, Jade. I'm quite reliant on traveling and networking and meeting people, and that's what publishing is about. But I've been busier than ever, and I'm doing things I never imagined I would do. I'm working on 2 projects, pretty major projects, one here in the UK and one out of Canada, with people I've never met before. And I've been working with them for 6 months, and I've still never met them in person. And again, you just can't imagine that would have happened before the pandemic. But it's been great. So for me, amidst all of the doom and gloom and some of the awful experiences that people have gone through, for me, I feel like there has been a bit of light at the end of the tunnel, and a little bit of a silver lining for the things that would never have happened before. I think one of the real downsides, and we touched on this earlier, was how it's highlighted the digital divide. And Sarah, you spoke about this a lot. And I think one jury, I've just done quite a big project researching the book markets in English-speaking Africa. And you really do notice the digital divide now. And that digital divide was always there, but the impetus to now close that divide is even stronger. So again, it's highlighted something that's terrible and not great, but it's really spurred on the impetus to close that digital divide and create a much more equal society when it comes to having digital access. So that's a very long-winded way of answering your question, Jade, but I've spent quite a lot of time thinking about this and thinking about the good things and the bad things and what's it highlighted and how can we address those issues that have come out. So yeah, that's been my experience over the last 6 months, and I hope we can go back to traveling. I do miss it, and I do miss seeing people in real life, but I'm grateful for conversations like this that have really kept me going as well.
I think it makes you more adaptable, and you know, it teaches us that, you know, not that I'm saying we don't appreciate things, but I don't think we realise just how important that trade show and that physical meet face-to-face was until we didn't have it. So I think we've done well on, the fact that we're doing these kind of seminars and conferences. It's really advantageous for our authors and potential writers, and obviously to keep the community of the publishing together. Thank you, Emma, for that.
and it's been great seeing people like the International Publishers Association get involved around the world, and we've met people that we never knew about, which is great.
That's nice. I think that goes back to open up opportunity for people to actually come to these events that might not have been able to come before. So yeah, I think that's something we can take away from this.
I wondered, there's been quite a lot written about how women are maybe bearing the brunt of the pandemic in terms of picking up more sort of caring responsibilities. And I wondered if you come across that in your working lives, or yourselves, or with colleagues or writers that you work with, or Emma, if that's come up in any of your consultancy work.
I have met quite a few people that have been really struggling with where they've not had childcare, they've not been able to see family, and trying to manage that work-life balance, I think has been tricky. And I think, as you said earlier, Sarah, I think publishing is quite adaptable in that respect, in that there's a lot of women in publishing anyway, and publishing has had to be adaptable. But I think it's shown how the industry can be even more adaptable, and how employers can be a lot more flexible than necessarily they thought they could be. And I think that's partly because we're all in this. It's a lot harder for perhaps to make allowances for one person, but when everyone's in that same situation, I think employers will come out of this having learned a huge amount about their team, about the struggles that their teams have that perhaps they've kept, hidden behind that professional facade. So I think again, that's probably something good that's come out of that. I don't know what other people have experienced. Wanjiri, how have you found it?
Well, so Jalada is largely a volunteer-run organization. So we get funding when we put together projects, and we get grant support. And for the last year or two that since I became managing editor, I've been actively pursuing opportunities for us who are working within the collective and who are submitting work to us or engaging with us in any way to get rewarded. And you find that the first thing that happened is that all the cultural opportunities for funding, living opportunities for not just for ourselves, the work that we do, but even the people who are giving their time. And so you had to be very generous around, thinking about deadlines and schedules for things. So we have a hard deadline for something we want to do, but we're very flexible around that. And we found that kind of just checking in with people regularly and saying, how are you doing? How are things going? That has really, really helped, because before, we were always doing that, but now we understand truly, how are you doing? Are you in your, just kind of showing up for each other in that way, even if it's just emotional support, it's come to be something that's very important. And what I've found to be really interesting is that maybe it's just the way that I am as a person, but or maybe it's my leadership style, but previously we had 2 male managing editors, and their styles were they are leading from the front, and they were really, really creative individuals. But I found that maybe this approach of mine that's a bit slower, that is a bit more caring and talking to the people, is kind of what was needed in this time. So maybe we kind of lacked out in that way. Yeah, or maybe I'm just deluding myself, I don't know, but so far people are engaging and talking to each other and taking care of each other beyond the work that we all need to do.
Yeah, I've definitely noticed that at work too. It's everyone's barriers are a bit down, whether they want to or not. So yeah. What about Jade?
I would say that, for us, it's been interesting because we used to communicate on Skype, but now we've got all these different sort of Skype groups, obviously, because we've got the international teams and stuff, and it's actually been really nice to see everyone say, good morning, as if you're in the office, how is everyone today? Oh, I'm just popping for lunch, have a great day, does anyone need anything? So I think everyone's been really good. It did take them a while to adapt to that. But yeah, we've been having more frequent meetings. When Jerry touched on earlier, just letting everyone just have a break, all right, go grab a coffee, and then we'll catch up a bit in a little bit. So
I think because we've been used to working online before, it's not been too much of a big change. But yeah, I would definitely notice a change in sort of just, you know, even just the way we've been handling things in terms of the meetings and the scheduling, and, you know, just trying to be a bit more flexible, because I think before, I think when you're in the office, you're a bit more sort of on to the deadlines, whereas when you're at home, you know, if someone's got a child or something, you know, they've got to go and do their homeschool learning, for example, you know, that's fine, they can do that, they can catch up on their work later on, so we have a bit more flexible in that respect. So
I think, sorry, just something really small. I think, I don't know who touched on this earlier. I think Emma, I think, talking about how, since we're all experiencing this together, not just the creatives the needs of the creative, the traditional needs of the creative space, flexibility, creativity. I think that's. So for example, my sister is a teacher, and now they're all doing virtual learning with their students. And that's been a huge shift for her. So already working from home, you know, teaching a class and all those kind of things. And they've been having to adapt and learn. And it's so interesting that now everyone is focused on output instead of it being about, you know, what butt is in what seat and who can I see from, you know, from my little cubicle, who am I watching? And I think that kind of shift is very radical and very important, because I think, you know, we kind of see each other as human beings instead of kind of like machines of production. And I think that's been one of the things that I've appreciated the most for everybody in my life who is not working in the creative field, that they've kind of been approached how even they view themselves as an individual. They realize that they have to find joy in their work, and maybe they're limited to change careers, but at least they see like the thing that I'm doing has value, and I am a human being producing this work, and I don't need to be a robot. I think that's been really wonderful to observe.
That's really interesting, because I was gonna, I'm sorry, I think Emma's gonna ask one question, but Rita, I was gonna ask you like about, you know, how being a writer is like influenced being a publisher, and I wondered if it was like, yeah, that exactly what Wanjeri was talking about, like sort of bringing more sort of like joy and humanity and flexibility, and I don't know, not feeling like it's the publisher versus the writer, which I hope I don't feel like, but I wonder for you if that's always been more
pretty much that, because it's, as I said, I mean, there's no very clear-cut role demarcation that's there in my head. It just flows from one thing to the other, and regardless of whether it's my own manuscript or somebody else's manuscript, you know, it's just, I mean, my mind sees it as a book that has to be done, and beyond the point, you know, I get detached from my own work, so it pretty much becomes somebody else's manuscript. So it's very difficult to sort of say what. I don't know how to, I mean, I feel very, very confused about answering this question, because, you know, it's really very difficult to get inside my head and put one aside and focus on the other, because it's always in conjunction that all the roles are working. And I also edit. I also art direct. So, you know, it's all those things put together. It's
amazing.
So looking forward to 2021, and again, I've been thinking about this a lot myself. What will you continue to do that you've kind of done differently this year already? What will you sort of like continue down that path on doing? And what do you think you'll do differently in 2021? And this can be personally or professionally. Let's start with you, Wanjeri.
All right. So like I said, Jalada is both a writers collective and a digital publisher. And now, you know, we just took that kind of for granted. Well, the reason why we started what we were doing is because we wanted to not be limited by the traditions and everything about the traditional publishing. We wanted to have the we publish and focus on as so radical and different. And so now we're learning that this is a really, really good medium, and that we can package our work in a particular way, that we can explore other ways of publishing, other forms of publishing. And so that's what we're focusing on now, kind of like a business strategy that looks at what we've produced in the past and what we're able to produce, and looking at the brand as something that belongs to the members of the collective, but has like value in the publishing world, and just kind of being clear about what those assets are.
Jade?
I think for us, we will continue with pushing more on a different angle on the online strategy. because we've been holding some author events online, and we had one Arabic book, for example. I mean, he's based in the US, and we had a large reader event was happening in the US. They wouldn't have been able to attend. So I think it's kind of opened our eyes up in terms of, you know, that we shouldn't limit our audience reach. So I think we will continue to do that. Me personally, I think it's nice because I'm based in Sharjah that my staff get that FaceTime. So doing the video calls, I'll continue to do that to be more personalised as opposed to just keep doing it on the phone. So yeah, I think I'd take that away from it.
Rita?
Emma, for me, you know, the term universal has taken on a very different meaning now. So even otherwise, when I was doing books, deciding on the manuscripts and all that, it would always nature about them. But now, given the shared experience, I mean, I can't think of any other experience that the entire world in the last 100 years has experienced the way, you know, we are doing now. So that entire term universal and the universality of a book that I'm doing for children, that's something that I will be focusing on more and more over the next several months or the next years or so, because, you know, essentially it has to be that shared story, that shared experience, the shared trauma, the shared hope, you know, feeling of hope, and all those are things which I hope I'm able to now factor into the list that comes out. Looking forward, that is going
great. Sarah?
So I think the thing that I've enjoyed in terms of work, enjoyed most about lockdown is that it's actually meant that I've spent more time with my direct editorial team, because we always saw each other in the office all the time and we were in different meetings together, but now we have 2 Zoom calls a week, just the 6 of us, and I feel like we've become so much closer, and we did a real one in my garden the other day, so it'll be harder as the London rain starts, but yeah, I think it's really taught me about the importance of just having that really, really close-knit editorial team, and sharing things. And in terms of what I want to do, I guess I just want us to take more risks, and for people just to be freer to sort of, I mean, sorry, I'm slightly dodging the question here, but sort of meta answer. But yeah, I think as Jade was saying, you know, this has taught us that like we can adapt really quickly, and that it certainly made me feel freer to say, well, let's try this, and if it doesn't work, then we can do something else next week. And and I think everyone's feeling like that. So yeah, I just hope it means that we just experiment a little bit more and sort of don't feel like, you know, doing something new is like this big statement, and then if it doesn't work, then it's a disaster, and you know, it's just all a little bit more flexible, and that, and I guess to be more upfront with authors about that too. I think it's also led to more conversations with authors where you just say, well, I'm not sure if this is going to work or not, but you know, this is why we're making this decision now, and let's see how it works, and if it doesn't in a month, then let's change tack. And I mean, that's kind of always what publishing is, but I think maybe we used to be less honest about that. So I hope it just frees everyone up to be a bit more honest about experimenting and trying and failing and trying again.
I love that. I love that idea of taking more risks, and I think that's something personally and professionally I think everyone's doing. You know, everyone's diving into the unknown and being really brave about it, actually. Saying, you know, yes, I will try this. I think it is a brave new world out there, and I'm really impressed with the way people have risen to the challenge and just got on with things. And I know a lot of people out there are suffering with mental health and other challenges, but on the whole, I think the braveness that we've seen has been really inspirational. Certainly one thing that I'll take away from this is I've really learned to appreciate where I live, and I've got out and with lockdown, when we couldn't really leave the house, it's, you know, you've got to find new walks that you can go on and discover your local area and make friends with your neighbours in a way that you didn't do before. So that's one thing that I hope I continue to do. But I think I've really enjoyed conversations like this. And as I say, it probably wouldn't have happened had there not been a pandemic. And these conversations, I really hope they continue into the next year, and that we can take time out to have these conversations. I think it's been really interesting, really inspirational, and great to know that there's women in publishing out there like you four. So I think we've come to the end of our time now. I hope our audience at the Nairobi Book Fair have enjoyed this conversation, have enjoyed getting to know 4 women who are doing great things in publishing around the world, and take away some inspiration from it as much as I have. So thank you all for watching, but most of all, thank you, ladies, for joining the conversation, and thank you, Publish Her, for organising this Publish Her Circle. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, everyone.
No. Wait once he joins. Marco, let us know when we start. Give us a finger, 2 minutes. I can see you're still running ads. You're still running ads on Facebook.
Okay, so you're not live yet.
No, he's still running ads on Facebook, and he just let us know.
By the way, there's a webinar that we're organizing on Wednesday. I've gotten confirmation from Mr. Intimuli.
Yeah.
Wednesday 2 p.m.
Wednesday 2 p.m. Ngoja niangalie.
How's your calendar looking like? No, 2 to 3.
Mr. Maxwell, we are live. We are live now.
This is on 30th.
We can begin.
2 to 3.
Yes. Block.
Long haul.
Maxwell, we are live.
We can
start the session. Madam
Thank you
we are
very
live.
much.
We can start the session.
2 to 3, yeah?
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for joining us for this interview, where we'll be discussing the impact of COVID and how it has affected the various private schools and generally learners in general. So we are joined today by Mrs. Mutheu Kasanga. I think you can introduce yourself to the rest of the viewers.
Thank you very much, Maxwell. My name is Mutheu Kasanga. I'm the National Chair for the Kenya Private Schools Association. It's a great honor to be here in this year's virtual Kenya Book Fair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll be joined later by Mr. Musyoki Muli, who will be continuing the conversation. So to start with, Mutheu, this is not what you expected for a book fair in terms of a virtual book fair. I assume the situations at the schools are equally as difficult, and it's a very different kind of environment that we are living in. What would you say about the initial months, the month of March, when schools had to close?
Oh my! March was shocking, and it was frightening, and it didn't seem like it would go on for 6 months. In March, there was the optimism of, oh, the country has just been shut down for 30 days. So by mid-April, we would know when we would reopen. So there was a sense there wasn't a sense of clarity how this closure would begin to impact. That said, there are some of us who are looking now abroad and beginning to look at countries like South Africa, who had closed 1 week before us. And then we are here, we were listening in and wondering, okay, what is this happening? So by that first week, we had already seen how schools in South Africa, for instance, had gone online, had started discussing the online discussion. We had also seen countries in the east of, like Japan, Korea, and we'd started seeing that discussion on online sort of, beginning to be the way that education must survive. So at that point, around the first, the schools were closed on by the 20th of March. The whole entire education system was closed down. That first week after that, by the 23rd, 24th, there were schools that sort of had already begun to adopt the online. And that was these are the schools that set the pace for the rest of us. A lot of these schools were the ones that ran with the international curriculum. They were preparing second term to start exams in April. So there was a lot of, uncertainty, and the need to go online was pretty much immediate because the international schools were going into an exam cycle. So it was a very confusing time for so many schools. Many schools just thought, by schools would reopen. This had never happened to the education sector ever in the history of the Republic of Kenya.
I welcome Bwana Musyoki Muli. Musyoki, karibu sana.
Thank you.
Yes. I will let you continue with the conversation. I will sit here as a representative of the parents and also giving a publisher's view in terms of how things have changed also for us as content developers. Carry on, Bwana Muli.
Yeah, just proceed for one more item, then I'll be settled.
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
so but then when you look at this situation, now thinking from the perspective of the people who you work with daily, you are educators, you are teachers, how big a shift was it to now move digital? It's not something that we usually do on a day-to-day basis. How difficult was it?
In fact, by the second week of May, there's something that now emerged, something we now call the digital divide. We realized we had two aspects. Schools might have computer labs that were internet ready and might have had all that infrastructure. That infrastructure was rendered useless during this pandemic. It now became a question of, can parents provide a device and the internet for the teachers to use to keep in touch? So this digital divide became now the issue with it blew open the inequity in our society. It became an issue of those who have and those who don't. And it pretty much defined the rest of the pandemic, where increasingly, so for us as an association, we had to look for solutions, affordable solutions, to ensure that as many as possible children would be able to go online, whether we managed that between, during the pandemic or going forward, because the projections on reopening are that we may have localized shutdowns due to the pandemic. So how do schools manage thereafter? That said, for a good number of parents and a good number of teachers and a good number of educators, we realized that we have a very long journey towards making sure that information is available to all students, not just from the hard traditional books, but that children have equal access to online content. And that is a big, big challenge for the sector as a whole. And we've seen how it has limited us, the lack of access, the connectivity, the cost of data. We've seen how these factors have limited the rollout of full online learning for Kenyan children, whether they be in the public sector or in the private sector. And I know very many people out there get very surprised when the private sector, we say that parents genuinely could not afford devices. And schools had challenges organizing teachers to go online. These are real challenges that we have to then now post-pandemic address. There have been talk of putting together a full framework for online learning so that it is easy for schools, teachers, trainers to roll out courses to ensure that our teacher training is up to date with all the latest techniques for online learning, bringing together, looking for knowledge online, assisting students on making the most out of educational devices. The outright lesson we have learned is that, yes, a phone is good, but it is not the best learning device. Those who have access to laptops have a far superior learning experience compared to those who just use a phone for learning. And therefore, as a country, we have to really work hard to ensure that children have devices that are able to get them to access the full spectrum of online learning.
Thank you. I can see Maxwell has permanently muted on this very, very exciting discussion. I can assure you Maxwell is a product of private schools.
Yes, he is.
Yes, so this is a topic that's very pertinent to him and to very many Kenyans, yes, actually, because very many people have gone through the private schools, especially at the primary school level.
Primary level, yes.
I really have never known. Perhaps we can develop from there even before we get back to the critical adjustments that we need to make. Why is it that in Kenya the private primary schools are more expansive, more attractive than the small percentage that we find at the secondary school? Perhaps, Madam Kasanga, you can expound on this.
Yesterday, we actually had this discussion. I was trying to explain to somebody who was wondering why there is no investment in private secondary school. And I was explaining that in Kenya, we have a very, right now we've been hearing the word equity in education, in all the discussion of the pandemic. Therefore, when we come to primary schools, if you try and think to the admission criteria for a government primary school, you literally just walk in. There's no interview, there's nothing. So when the President Kibaki started with the free primary education, what did that do to the education sector? Classes were overcrowded. If you remember 2003, 2004, that was the biggest issue. We worked on access to education, we didn't work on quality. So therefore classes were overcrowded, and we've never really recovered from the free primary education and how it was rolled out without infrastructure following infrastructure was not laid out. So the schools were just crammed full of children, and it broke the system. By 2005, there were very many parents who felt that, what is the point of taking your child where a teacher does not even know their name because they are 130 in a class and they are in standard 1? How does a child learn how to, the most basic skills of reading, writing, maths, numeracy? How do they even learn when they're in that kind of setup? 2005 saw the largest number of private schools, private primary schools, put up in some of the poorest areas of our country, in rural areas, in high density urban areas. And that created the shift. Before 2005, most private schools were mid-level to high level, high cost, mid-level to high cost. But from 2005, we saw the entry of low-cost education. Come 2010, then we saw the new constitution, and therefore the Basic Education Act, which brought together all those other schools that used to be run under the Ministry of Culture and Social Services, the ABET schools. Now they were brought into the Ministry of Education. So now the full growth of low-cost education now became a real phenomenon in our basic education. All these schools were mainly primary schools. And why is it that they were primary schools? Because, like I explained, to enter a primary school, you just walk in. But to enter a government secondary school, you need marks. And that's the only criteria. The higher the marks you get, the better a secondary school you will go to. So what the aspect of quality that free primary education sort of put aside to expand access now comes back to bite again. And many parents, the vast majority of parents, feel that the only thought in life their children have is to put them in a private primary school where quality is the main thing, because teachers enter classes are not overcrowded, and teachers actually teach when they enter those classes. So the quality is assured even in the smallest slum private school. And therefore, these children get access to high quality government secondary schools. Now, for us in the private sector, secondary schools, we cater for the children who don't gain high marks. So if you do that KCPE and you get your 230 marks, and your parents have a little bit of disposable income, and they look at the public school that their child has been taken to, which will most likely be a day school that has no hope in ever producing even a single C, then they'd rather take them to a secondary school, a private secondary school, which will be smaller, and we may work on other skills of a child. So they'll do sports, they'll have a little bit more exposure compared to the big public school where they will have the same issues, shortage of teachers, large classes, especially now with the 100% transition, those issues, the same issues of quality then come back to bite. So actually in the last 4 years, we've been seeing an increase in private secondary schools, despite 100% transition. So there's your answer. It's about the three things: access to education, which government has very successfully done with free primary education, free secondary education, 100% transition. But now it comes an issue of quality, where we see quality is not deliverable given the current circumstances.
I think that's a very, very apt and historical answer to the issue of how private primary schools have outpaced the public primary schools in Kenya. But just on the same topic, on the same point, some private schools, whether secondary or primary, you find them in all sorts of locations.
Correct.
I'm not talking about the slum school. I'm talking about some schools that you find at top bars. You find them squeezed in markets where the children don't even have some playing field. No recreational facilities, squeezed up in small rooms where the standard measurements of these rooms do not fit. And
below.
then you begin
Yes.
wondering, who licensed it? Who licensed this school? And want the quality of this private primary school or this private secondary school that is totally unresourced
Correct.
in all areas, won't it then be pulling down the quality that private established private schools are trying to put up? And what then can KPSA do really to ensure that within its membership, new people coming in meet certain standards, so that
Yes.
the picture, the image of private schools is maintained? The range will still be there, the low end, the high end, but
And
the basics. Yes.
A fantastic observation, actually. This is a discussion that is on the table right now, because we are working backwards. Like I said, 2010 brought in the new constitution, which merged schools that used to be registered under the Ministry of Culture and Social Services. These are what we call the ABET schools. Yes. So under that ABET, this is the Alternative Provision of Basic Education and Training. It gives a bit of a leeway for low-cost education to grow. We do have another problem with planning, and this is now to the counties. And this is a discussion, like I said, is on the table, where the counties in planning for settlements really do not factor in educational institutions. And when people move into a place and there are no provisions for education, how then do they expect the people there to organize themselves when the provision for those facilities is not there? So our counties are expanding, especially our main county headquarters. They're really expanding at a very fast rate. And I can assure you, this discussion is not even on the table. And therefore, you find where a place that used to be farmland suddenly has zinaitwa plots, those accommodations, low-cost accommodations, and then now things like school come in afterwards, and they are using converted buildings that were not purpose-made for education. And that is where now you get those issues, especially early childhood centers, nursery schools. You really do find them everywhere and anywhere. And we need to find the middle ground between providing access to education and making sure that that education is in a structure that is fit for purpose. There are counties that are doing exceptionally well and expanding the early childhood space. You'll find most of them are nursery schools, actually. And there are other counties that have not yet come around to seeing the potential in another 5 years, 10 years, how big a problem this will be when you have schools where 300 meters around it are full of bars. Because this area was not mapped and planned at subdivision, and owners of land are allowed to sell off plots just the way they want, without master planning the use of land in counties. This has happened in Nairobi, and when you go to parts, let's say Embakasi, you see it a lot. You see schools that are, you pause, you ended up pausing and wondering, how did that school end up there? But then when you look again, you'll find there's not even a government primary nursery school. These are provided by the counties because there's no county land. There's no county land in that area because these were private lands that people sold. So the county does not own any land. Therefore, the people who move into these areas then are forced to provide their own services in the way they know how, with what they have. We do need to have a larger discussion on mapping out of education institutions, so that in 10, 15 years, we are not backtracking now the way we are trying to rationalize and go back and try and see how is the best way to get all schools registered and adhering to the basic minimum standards. That said, a lot of issues around those standards are financial as well. You can find that land in Nairobi is extremely expensive. So can people afford to buy the land to build the schools to the standards? But the Basic Education Act actually does take care of that, because then you can lease a property, you can have a long-term rent agreement. but it doesn't take away the problem. We need a larger discussion on the issue of the basic, bringing everybody on board so that there are schools that all schools exist are registered by the Ministry of Education.
Thank you. I think that's a good observation. I think education is a very critical game changer in a society like Kenya, especially for a developing country. It's a great game changer, and therefore, as we plan, we make master plan for roads, master plans for airports, the basic master plan for schools mapping, where we say the distance between one school and the next should be this, and therefore we make an allocation and we make provision for that for expansion. That is critical because population grows. The much population can do is stagnate. It never goes down. It can stagnate at 50 million for some time, depending on the policies that the government takes and the people themselves take. I think this is a discussion that will need to be carried forward to some future forum. Engage government, engage parliament, and then we will be able to sort out our issues. The good thing, it's our country, it's our children. We cannot say these children belong to the government, they belong to us. It's our country. It's us who belong here and our children's children. So it's our decision really to ensure that this dialogue
continues
and this narrative continues. Now, back to the topic. COVID-19 has affected over 1.6 billion learners worldwide in over 190 countries in all the continents, and schools closures affected around 94% of the schools worldwide, and Kenya was not spared. How has the KPSA membership suffered the consequences of this COVID disruption?
Well, it has been a shocking event for private schools. In fact, we can very safely say that it is private schools that have been worst affected by the pandemic. We have more than 155,000 teachers who have not received a salary. Some from end of April, and the majority from May have not received a salary to date. Mm-hmm. We have another 133,000 support staff, non-teaching staff, office workers, cleaners, drivers, librarians, lab technicians, all sorts of other support workers in private schools who have not received a salary as well. We have seen schools getting auctioned, schools shutting down, never to reopen again because of the debt crisis that hit schools due to the pandemic and the closure of education. We have seen vehicles vandalized because the security network faltered a little bit around May before things stabilized, and we saw the security agencies just being a little bit more present in our neighborhoods to protect all of, to protect citizens. And we are afraid that parents have also suffered so much that there will be even more closures. There may be, we are just now postulating, and we are very unsure about the economic scenario of the country as a whole, even as we head towards reopening. We are worried for our students, especially those of us in secondary schools, where we have tried to reach out to our girls, we've tried to reach out to our young boys in secondary school to figure out whether they're still safe, whether they're staying safe, whether they're able to just keep interacting with knowledge. A lot of publishers have made their content available online, even where schools were not able to teach and keep them engaged online. And we have we are worried especially about the numbers of our girls who may not report back to school due to pregnancies and other family issues that have emerged, and we are really quite concerned about what as a country that will mean for us. The issue of our girls is not just for the private sector. It is for both the public sector and the private sector. And we are afraid that we may be sitting on a catastrophe that we may not be able as education to solve. How do we get these girls back to school at a later date so that they can come back and finish their education? Education is known to lift people out of poverty just by virtue of finishing Form 4 alone. Yes, so those are some of the issues that have affected us due to the pandemic.
I think you've spelled out quite well that students have been affected, teachers themselves have been affected. I was talking to somebody who was asking me, right now I don't know where my teachers are, and I don't know whether they are coming back. I don't know whether they are coming back. I don't know where they are, and I don't know where they are coming back. Not because of choosing not to know where they are, but the circumstances of the times of the disruption have made it such that people have been dispersed to safety corners. Children are right there, sometimes in a very unlikely environments, and the girl child has suffered. Nobody has actually thought about the boy child. The other day I was discussing about how the boy child has suffered. Child labor is up on the increase. You go and find children right at home, working in the neighborhood, crushing stones to make ends meet, because the parent, it's a vicious circle, but the parent actually lost the job in town, came back home with the children, and everybody is eking out a living for the family. It is, they are very hard times. So in the circumstances, what kind of disaster recovery plan would KPSA propose so that we strengthen the resilience of the education systems to better cope with future crises?
At the moment, every single sector, both public and private, we are all discussing what kind of psychosocial support we can pull in to help our students when they come back. We are all trying, in the private sector at least, we are trying very hard to keep in touch with our students, to get to know the status of the parents, so that we can continually give them support wherever they are during this pandemic. We have seen just the issues, the normal issues, like this is a pandemic, it's a health pandemic. We have students who've lost parents. We have students who've lost relatives. And this is going to be a big issue when they come back. And we just don't know how they have coped while they're at home. For a moment, their funerals were very, 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 very difficult and very fast. We didn't get the normal mourning periods we would have that help acceptance of the loved one. If where our girls are pregnant, we are very concerned about whether our current guidance and counseling structures are kitted out to actually do this job. And the training is little and difficult to access, but we have to do our best, first of all, as human beings and as adults who the children have to rely on, and then as the professionals. We are teachers, we've all got a little bit of educational psychology in there, and then we support our guidance and counseling staff in the school to make sure that we are able to settle our children and bring peace to them as they get back into school. That is a very big discussion. Somebody else also brought up the discussion that we also don't know how our teachers have been faring psychologically. They have not received salaries. How are they going to be even able to come back to work and be settled. How do we even go about settling them, given that we don't have the incomes at the moment? And I've seen already that very many schools will even struggle to send fare for their teachers to come back to work. For us in the private sector, these are some of the real issues. We had hoped that the government COVID-19 earlier rather than later, so that we can see as many schools as possible having access to that fund to be able to put in place a few things before the reopening. But that said, we now have to just work with our current partners to make sure that schools have access to financing to ensure that they can reopen. But at the moment, there are no easy answers. There are no easy answers at all. And we ourselves as the Kenya Private Schools Association are almost reliant on God to help us through this pandemic. And that is like relying on just hope and hope alone. But it seems we've been put into by this pandemic, given that our government seems to be having financial issues that don't allow it to really look at all the sectors of the economy to ensure that where possible, sectors are supported to recover as quickly as possible. So this is a tough one. And we as Kenyans, we all, we are in a place we have never been before, and there are no quick answers. There are no quick answers.
Yeah, I can see how tough it is. When it's what you'd call an act of God, force majeure, that you are not prepared for it, and you really don't know which will take. You are right in the debris. You are right in the heap of stones that have been thrown at you, and you are fully covered in the debris. Now, I think the government and KPSA somehow needs to be able to meet and dialogue, because when education systems collapse, peace, prosperity, productivity in society, those ones cannot be sustained. And a country that plans to move forward, and it's not just now, but in future, we've got to take care of the education of our children, and that education of our children still relates to the teachers that we have, and therefore it is what we call in the language we used to use in secondary school, a mammoth's task. It's a mammoth. It's a big, and it needs really cooperative, networking approach. To ensure that, approach to ensure that it works. But now, because we have just a few minutes, perhaps we can get back to where private schools have been very successful in terms of mitigating the impact of COVID-19. And this one is online learning, digital learning. Private schools have done very well, unlike public schools, which have relied on television and radio, but there hasn't been that touch to ensure that have these children really, access that content. My question to you is that would you, because in view of COVID-19, would you want to propose that the right to education includes the right to connectivity, removing the barriers to connectivity, so that the child, wherever the child is, whether in private school, whether in public school, the child has connectivity, and that is taken as a right. So then the disparities that we have in the education system are kind of somehow leveled, because every child is able to access digital content because connectivity is available to the child.
Going forward, and for us in Kenya here, this is not a new journey. The journey of online learning is not a new one. In 2013, one of the pledges of the Jubilee government was the digital learning program. Had a lot went into putting it together, including devices, connectivity, electricity, content. The private sector, publishers, absolutely everybody has worked really hard on content and making sure that their content is all available online as well as in physical hard copy books. We've seen a growth, a massive growth in online content. Now, the pandemic has been disastrous for the private sector as a percentage, on the whole. But on the whole, again, we have had huge success, like you've just mentioned, in online learning. And we've seen a lot of innovation that has gone in there. And we've seen conferencing, commercial conferencing apps and things like that being used for online learning. We've seen our school management systems transformed to become learning management systems, and that space is going to keep growing. And we project that there will be a continued growth in online learning and everything online, information. This cannot be stopped. When you look at OECD countries, when you look at UNESCO, when you look at absolutely everyone worldwide, it is now acknowledged that governments must work on access to education, they must work on equity of education, and they must work on the quality of education. As long as the element of equity is being worked on, then we cannot ignore the fact that technology is available to some and not to others. Therefore, we must discuss and work purposefully to bring down the barriers. So if it is devices that are causing a barrier to access, we must work on that. For instance, for us at the association, we have partnered with Safaricom on the Lipa Mdogo Mdogo phone and other partners to ensure that we have appropriate devices to ensure children have access, fast access to information, online information. Then we have to make sure we have platforms that can enable a teacher to have interaction with a student. And there's so many, I mean, like right now we can look at, everybody started with Zoom and, we moved on from there. And we've got partnerships with Microsoft, with Google, and we are making huge strides on with making sure that these continue to be available post-pandemic. The other barrier is the cost of data on the student end. And this remains the biggest barrier. For universities and colleges, we have the Kenya Education Network, KENET, and we need to keep bringing down the cost of connectivity for students. The cost of a data bundle for education needs to be cheaper. We were able to see during the pandemic how other countries have lowered that particular aspect. If a country like Dubai, so much money, can feel that their data is expensive and dictate how much data for students should cost, we need to take the bold step forward and now make sure that we can ring fence extremely low costs for connectivity, high quality connectivity, 4G minimum, very good speeds, so that students can access every bit of information wherever they are. The other thing, of course, is now once we reopen, the schools must be able to support that online learning. So connectivity in schools is important. Power, we are not talking now anymore. We are not talking, connections. Here we have to now make sure that schools have access to very high data connections. And at the association ourselves, we've got partners who are willing to do for us portable solar solutions for off-grid schools and satellite internet where there's no connection, so that at least when the students are at school, we of how students can bring in their devices from home and online learning and access to information can be continued. We cannot now step back and go back to as if the pandemic did not happen. And the difference will be for the where schools went online and those that didn't will be evident for decades to come. These students will have had an advantage, and that advantage will not be lost just because. So we have to equalize that advantage and make sure, where possible, as many, and we aim access as a country now. But for now, we really have to put in the structures to equalize and make sure that as many students as possible have access to online learning. And we put we put a timelines to this. As an association, we are well onto the way of that. We have made sure that schools can put up platforms through the association and make sure that we have affordable internet. We are doing our best on our front, but it needs to be a national discussion.
Wonderful, wonderful, Madam Muthei Kasanga. If time had allowed, we would really have delve deep into this topic, how to reimagine education, the massive efforts that have been made and need to be made to respond to the shocks that have been brought about by the COVID-19 and ways of addressing the learning crisis, ways of addressing the learning losses, ways of preventing dropouts. And I think a very great measure that have been taken by KPSA to look for partnerships to ensure that connectivity becomes key when schools reopen and even as we continue to learn at home. This is a NAIROBI International Virtual Book Fair. We've been discussing with Muthei Kasanga. She is the chair of KPSA. KPSA is a Kenya Private Schools Association, taking care of the issues of education in this country on the side of private schools without lines, because they also cross over to public schools because there's no public child, there's no private child in any country. All the children belong to us, they belong to the government, and we belong to the same ship. So thanks a lot for being with us and for highlighting the issues that have affected education, especially on the face that the KPSA is holding. And we wish you well. Where we can play a role as publishers, we have played and will continue to play as Kenya Publishers Association. And we really appreciate your support and will continue to support you. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Musyoki. Thank you so much.
Yes. See you later.
If you watch the other videos in the series, then you already know how to set career goals, find job opportunities, write a winning resume, prepare for a job interview, and get ready for the first day of your new job. But there's one more super important topic that we need to cover, and that's soft skills. So what are soft skills? And what's the difference between soft skills and hard skills? Well, hard skills are things that can be easily measured, like math, the number of words you can type per minute, or how well you know a certain software program. These skills are often the kinds of skills that are included as job requirements. And soft skills, they're a little harder to define. Soft skills are all about integrating well with team members. Think of soft skills as people or relationship skills. They say that hard skills may help you get the job, but soft skills will help you get along and get ahead in the job. In fact, more and more hiring managers are looking for candidates with strong soft skills right from the start, because a lack of soft skills can negatively impact communication and the whole work atmosphere. Bottom line, a good balance of both hard skills and soft skills will increase your chances of both getting the job and getting ahead in the job. By now, you're probably asking yourself, what are these nebulous soft skills that are so important and yet so hard to define? Well, if you ask 10 hiring managers, you'll probably get 10 different answers. Different bosses look for different traits based on the work environment and their own personal style. So we'll focus on the soft skills that come up most often on hiring managers' wish list. Developing soft skills is accomplished with awareness and practice. It takes a commitment to adjusting your mindset, your way of looking at how you fit into the relationship dynamics of your work environment. Today, we'll take a look at 5 of the most sought-after soft skills and some tips to develop them. They are communication skills, being a team player, a strong work ethic, being flexible, and a positive attitude. So let's get the ball rolling with communication skills. Communication skills are the most sought-after soft skill by bosses and hiring managers. You may not realize it, but that one ability covers a lot of ground. Think about it for a second. Communication is about listening first, how you express yourself, the ability to persuade others, your presentation style, and calmly explaining what you need. So first, let's talk about how to be a good listener. In the professional world, they call it active listening. We all know life is full of interruptions. It seems like there are always multiple distractions competing for our attention. I get it. That's why it's so important to put all that aside and focus your attention when someone speaks to you. Being a good listener begins with good eye contact. That lets the speaker know they have your full attention. Do your best not to interrupt with questions or comments until the person speaking has come to a stop. And be conscious of the message your body language is sending. I'll show you what I mean. I'll play the director, and Chris will play me. Hey Chris, I wanted to talk to you about next week's booking. The client changed the time and location. I'll get you the address tomorrow, but you'll have to be there at 8 a.m. instead of 9 a.m. I wanted to thank you for being flexible. We'll talk later. See how your body can say a lot, even if you don't speak a single word? If this had been a real situation, do you think right about now the director would be thinking about someone to replace Chris? It wouldn't surprise me. Always be mindful that your body language is sending a message, whether positive or negative. So make good eye contact and actively listen with the intent of really hearing the message to develop understanding and clarity. Let's talk about clarity. We all interpret information differently. What may mean one thing to one person could mean something entirely different to another. So what can you do? If you're on the receiving end of communication, the best way to seek clarity is to ask questions. Don't guess or assume, just ask. Trust me, people won't think less of you just because you ask a question. As a matter of fact, studies show that managers actually think people who ask questions are smarter than people who don't. The reason? They say people who ask questions show they value the boss's expertise. So ask away. Remember, be an active listener to minimize the number of questions. This will save time for you and your boss. It's also okay to ask for the things you need to get your job done. For example, ask your boss when he or she needs the assignment completed. If you already have too much on your plate, ask your boss which of the tasks is the most important to complete first. Doing this shows your boss that you're willing to be proactive in order to keep your work moving forward. And when it comes to time off work, communication is critical. Don't wait until the last minute. Be sure to request time off well in advance to give your boss plenty of time to cover your absence. This goes for vacation time as well as doctor appointments and other personal time. Okay, now you have an idea of how to be a good communicator. The next soft skill we'll talk about is being a good team player. You know, there's really no job that doesn't involve working with other people, at least in some capacity. Like the old saying goes, you need to learn to work and play well with others. No doubt, working on a team can be a challenge, but being a good team player will help you get ahead in your career. When you find yourself in a team situation on the job, keep those things in mind. Know the goal and know your role. It's important to understand the objective of your team and the part you play in achieving its goal. It's also important to understand the responsibilities of the team members and how you interact with them to meet your goal. Every team is made of different personalities, so it's important to remember that each person has their own unique work style. Just because someone's style is different than yours doesn't mean it's wrong. Learn to appreciate different viewpoints and be open to altering your point of view. Keeping an open mind and being receptive to a different way of doing things will not only make you a great team player, it'll also pave the way for your team's success. If you think someone on the team isn't pulling their weight, it may be due to a lack of experience or knowledge. They may lack confidence in their ability. Don't waste your energy worrying about who's doing their fair share of the work. Focus on your responsibilities first. If you think you can take on additional duties or help someone who seems to be struggling, approach your team leader and offer to help. Show that you're a strong team player, and who knows, you may make the move from team player to team leader in no time. The next soft skill on our list of highly sought traits is having a strong work ethic. So what exactly is a work ethic? Well, it's loosely defined as a set of values based on self-discipline and dedication to your work. It involves perseverance, focus, meeting deadlines, and doing the job right. Perseverance is the ability to stick to a task and see it through to completion. Developing perseverance is like training to run a race. It's working toward a goal, failing, getting back up, and trying again until you succeed. Also crucial to developing strong work ethic is focus. Do your best to eliminate distractions. Put your phone away. Turn off social media and email notifications. Once you've done your best to eliminate distractions, set a specific amount of time to work on a task. Then get in the zone. The next aspect of developing your work ethic is meeting deadlines, also called do it now. And that means don't procrastinate. It's been said that sometimes later becomes never. So do yourself and your career a favor and get it done. But hold on a minute. You won't do yourself any favors if you get the job done but don't get it done right. It's a matter of quality over quantity. After all, you may get that report done quickly, but if it's full of typos and grammatical errors, that's just not gonna look good. Or say you built a beautiful piece of furniture, but the legs are wobbly and uneven. It may look good, but it's just not really functional. To get the job done right, you have to allow time to get the work done and then allow a bit more time to review and refine. So work to develop your perseverance and focus. Do the job now and do the job right, and you'll cultivate a strong work ethic that will appeal to any employer. The next soft skill we'll talk about is flexibility. Flexibility is the willingness to respond to changing circumstances. Being flexible makes you a more valuable employee, and it opens you up to learning new things, which could ultimately lead to greater opportunity. Keep in mind, it's not necessary to know exactly how to do the new task like an expert, but your willingness to accept new responsibility and learn different things will elevate your status in the eyes of your leaders. Step outside of your comfort zone and don't let rigid habits bring you crashing down. Last on our list of highly sought soft skills is a positive attitude. It is said that there are a lot of things you can't change, like other people and some situations at work, but there's one thing you're always in control of, and that's your attitude. There are many benefits to maintaining a positive attitude. It will improve your relationships both at work and in your personal life. It will help your chances of success. You'll be happier and make better decisions. And studies show that people with a positive attitude actually live longer than grumpy, grouchy people. There's an old saying, laugh and the world will laugh with you. Cry and you cry alone. And that's pretty much true because people gravitate toward positivity. Now, I know it's not always easy to keep a sunny disposition, but there are some things you can do to help create and maintain a positive attitude. For instance, don't wait for someone or something to make you happy. When you choose to have a positive attitude, good things will happen. Happiness is a frame of mind, not a situation, and it rubs off on the people around you. Practice positive self-talk. In other words, psych yourself up. Use that little voice inside your head to encourage yourself and talk yourself through tough situations. Tell yourself things like, I've got this, I can do it, things are gonna be fine. And finally, do your best to cut out complaining. When you complain, you're really just putting out negative energy that doesn't help you or your coworkers. And no one likes to be around someone like that. Instead of complaining, focus on offering possible solutions. And in cases in which you can't do anything about the situation, it's best to say nothing and accept the fact that there are some things you just can't change. Well, there's just one more short subject to cover before we wrap things up. Okay, it's not really a soft skill, but it will drastically affect the way you're perceived in your workplace. It's a little thing, literally speaking, but it's often the source of major controversy. And that little thing is your cell phone. Our phones are part of our everyday lives. They're our constant companions or linked to friends, family, the world. But at work, they can be seen as a distraction, a time waster, and a productivity killer. Many companies have policies in place that state when and where employees may use their personal phones. Always know the policy before you whip out that mobile phone. And if you're allowed to have your phone on the job, use good judgment on when and where to use it. With that in mind, here are a few workplace phone tips we gathered from bosses and managers. Number 1, at work, always give 100% of your attention to a person, boss, or coworker who's speaking. Never answer a call or text when you're in conversation with someone else. That's completely disrespectful to the person who needs your attention. If you work around others, set your phone to silent or vibrate. If you need to answer or make a personal phone call, find some place where you won't be a distraction, like a break room. Hint, that place should never be a restroom. Avoid being distracted by every notification that comes your way. Place and keep your phone face down or out of sight, like in a locker, drawer, or purse. You can catch up on your texts and calls during your break or after work. When you're on the job, your first priority should be work. You'll gain respect when you show your boss that you're engaged in your work and not easily distracted. Well, that's going to do it for soft skills in the workplace. But it's by no means the be-all, end-all list of soft skills that will help you succeed in the workplace and in life. The more time you spend on the job, the more you'll figure out which soft skills will help you most on your path to growth and success. You're in this for the long run. So keep learning, keep asking questions, and keep developing the skills that will get you to the place you want to be. Thanks for watching.
If you want to learn more, contact us at www.2somi Digital and www.2somi Africa. Telephone +2 54 780 913 715 or WhatsApp us on +2 54 790 913 715.
So what are these things called soft skills? Soft skills is a catch-all term referring to various behaviors that help people work and socialize well with others. In short, they are the good manners and personality traits needed to get along with others and build positive relationships. Unlike hard skills, which include a person's technical skill set and ability to perform certain functional tasks, soft skills are broadly applicable across job titles and industries. It's often said that hard skills will get you an interview, but soft skills to get and keep the job. Having the technical skills and knowledge to successfully execute our job duties is only one part of being the best we can be in the workplace. In addition to having these hard skills, we also need soft skills. No matter what our position, organization or industry, we work with people. Taking the time to build effective soft skills can lead into a more efficient, more harmonious and more productive workplace, as well as to our own overall job happiness and satisfaction. Soft skills encompass innate personality traits such as optimism and abilities that can be practiced such as empathy. Like all skills, soft skills can be learned. Soft skills are personal characteristics that allow us to effectively relate to others. Applying these skills helps us build stronger work relationships, work more productively and maximize our career prospects. Often, We place the focus of our career development on hard skills, technological skills, sector-specific training and other skills that specifically relate to our ability to get work-related tasks done. Unfortunately, development of this kind happens at the expense of our soft skills. This is unfortunate because, unlike the sector-specific training, soft skills are directly transferable to any job organization or industry. You will need them wherever you go. They are an investment worth making. Soft skills aren't just about business or building careers, they are about life and living. Telephone +2547809137115 or WhatsApp us on +2547909137115.
When it comes to work skills, they can be broken down into two types: hard skills and soft skills. They're pretty different from one another, but both are necessary to be successful on the job. Let's take a look at the differences between the two. Hard skills are concrete skills that are specific to your job and are required for you to actually do your work. For example, if you're a chef, cooking would be a hard skill. Or if you're a computer programmer, coding would be an example. Soft skills, on the other hand, are interpersonal or people skills that can be used in every job. These include communication, teamwork, and adaptability. Hard skills are generally learned through school, training, or previous work experience. They're more objective, meaning that once you've learned the information or task, you would then possess that skill. Soft skills are more difficult to develop. You'll need to practice them over time in the real world with others. They come naturally to some people, while others may not have such an easy time with them. Hard skills are easy to measure. Employers can get a good idea of your hard skills by looking at your education, previous experience, and certifications. Soft skills are harder to evaluate. They can't really be communicated well through your cover letter or resume. Instead, employers usually have to wait until an interview or your first few weeks on the job to get a good idea of your soft skills. Despite their differences, you'll need both hard and soft skills if you want to become more hireable or be successful in your current job.
If you want to learn more, contact us at www.2somi Digital and www.2somi Africa. Telephone +2547809137115 or WhatsApp us on +2547909137115.
Hello parents, teachers and learners. Spotlight Quick Revision series summarizes the entire class syllabus for a particular subject in bullet points only. It is available for each subject for all classes. Each book in this series has exhaustive topical revision notes that meet syllabus requirements, numerous structured and multiple choice questions at the end of each unit, content broken down into terms 1, 2 and 3 for easy planning, 3 complete model test papers per term, model test papers covering the whole subject syllabus at the end of each book, answers to all questions. It is approved by the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. Get your copy from bookshops countrywide. For more information, call us on 0715 782 341 or visit our website on www.spotlightpublishers.co.ke. Spotlight Publishers East Africa Limited. Connect, adopt, shine with Spotlight.
Karibuni sana and welcome to the eKitabu experience at the 2020 Nairobi International Virtual Book Fair. The theme for this year is Any Book, Anywhere. We've all had our own personal experiences with the pandemic. At Ikitabu, our team is working on projects to tackle remote learning challenges and include all children in quality education. As a member of Kenya's publishing community and a proud sponsor of NIBF, Ikitabu presents the Ikitabu Experience to showcase live events such as the Digital Essay Competition prize giving on Thursday, the 24th of September at 2 p.m. right here at the Ikitabu Experience. We will also hold our Publishers Content Development Challenge on Friday, the 25th of September at 2 p.m. and our latest innovation, Digital Story Time, to include all children in learning to read at home. Digital Story Time is available 24/7 here at the Ikitabu Experience. We will also have links to accessible digital content from Kenya's publishers. Jiunge nasi, asanteni sana.
The world of work is changing. Jobs that existed 10 years ago no longer exist. And jobs with new required skills are being created every day. The people doing the work today are changing. And by 2025, millennials will make up nearly 75% of the workforce. Opportunities for growth and development are now top of mind for employees deciding whether to stay or go. In fact, 94% of employees today say they would stay at a company longer if it invested in their career development. C-level views on workplace learning are also changing. The number one concern of CEOs today is their organization's ability to attract and retain top talent. The talent war is on. The future of your organization depends largely on how effective you are in this pivotal battle. It is time to focus on reskilling and upskilling our people, providing them opportunities to learn and grow. We must meet modern learners where they are, with short, high-quality content on the topics they want and need. Content that draws them in, engages them, and helps build their skills for today, tomorrow, and beyond. Gone are the days where employee training was a nice to have. Now, it's a need to have in order to remain competitive in today's market. The talent war is among us. Is your organization prepared to win? Schedule your demo today.
Hello parents, teachers and learners. Spotlight Quick Revision series summarizes the entire class syllabus for a particular subject in bullet points only. It is available for each subject for all classes. Each book in this series has exhaustive topical revision notes that meet syllabus requirements, numerous structured and multiple choice questions at the end of each unit, content broken down into terms 1, 2, and 3 for easy planning, 3 complete model test papers per term, Model test papers covering the whole subject syllabus at the end of each book. Answers to all questions. It is approved by the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. Get your copy from bookshops countrywide. For more information, call us on 0715 782 341 or visit our website on www.spotlightpublishers.co.ke. Spotlight Publishers East Africa Limited. Connect, adopt, shine with Spotlight.
Guests, teachers, publishers, and pupils, I'm honored to join you again this year for the Nairobi International Book Fair. We are virtual because the world has changed this year with the arrival of the coronavirus pandemic. That we are meeting virtually indicates our capacity as a country, a region, and a continent to adapt in response to emerging challenges just like the rest of the world. I take this opportunity to congratulate the Kenya Publishers Association for being innovative, which has ensured that the book fair continues in spite of the challenges created by this pandemic. Books are important to nations and humanity as a whole. Through books, we educate, inform, and entertain our citizens. We also create and preserve our cultures and everything we hold dear. This year's event comes at a time Kenya is struggling with many challenges and reforms in our education sector. Firstly, learning in our schools has had to stop for a prolonged period during the COVID-19 pandemic. As we plan to reopen, we face the challenge of ensuring that we have sufficient books for each learner. This will ensure schools are able to keep social distancing among learners. The old sharing that we all grew up with may be a thing of the past for a long time, if not forever. The syllabus is also changing with the coming of the CBC. Additionally, there is a deliberate effort by the government to give the renewed impetus to technical education, which ensures both knowledge and skills are passed to children from the early age. It is our expectation that our publishers will rise to these challenges and help our country meet the education goals in a rapidly changing local and global environment. I am aware of the continued collaboration through the public-private partnership, which has seen Kenya achieve a 1-on-1 student-book ratio, and these books have been written, published, and printed in Kenya. This has enabled the smooth rollout of the competency-based curriculum, which I believe will have a great bearing in producing a strong workforce able to propel the country into the next century. I appeal to our publishers and all stakeholders in the value chain of this sector to take note of the difficult economic time our parents are going through and ensure the prices of books factor in these difficulties. I wish to invite all Kenyans, visitors across the world, and especially book lovers to this year's Nairobi International Virtual Book Fair. This is a very important fair in this part of the world, and I'm sure that those who are coming to attend it are going to find it rewarding and enriching. It is now my pleasure to declare this year's book fair officially opened. Thank you all, and may God bless you. God bless Kenya. Thank you.
My name is Lawrence Njagi, Chairman, Kenya Publishers Association. I'm indeed delighted to welcome you to this year's Nairobi International Book Fair. Indeed, it's the very first time that we are staging the book fair virtually. We are very excited to welcome the guests from across the world, and we are also much more excited to host it virtually. This is the very first time in our 23 years of hosting the book fair that we are holding it virtually. We have an array, a very rich menu of presenters. We are very honored that our guest of honor on the opening ceremony is indeed none other than the Prime Minister, His Excellency Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga. The Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga is not just another Kenyan, or indeed not just another politician. He is a foremost author of the Flame of Freedom. His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga is a supporter of publishing and has been with us, worked with us, and aided us in ensuring that indeed Kenyan publishing is ahead of the pack. In his capacity as the African High Representative for Infrastructure, we see his presence in our book fair as a major milestone and a major statement to the rest of Africa. We are also excited to welcome none other than the President of the International Publishers Association, Mr. Hugo Stetzer, who has been supporting our publishing for the last couple of years, and indeed his presidency has really focused on Africa in general. We are also excited that Sheikha Boduol Al-Kasmi, the Vice President of our International Publishers Association, will also be making a keynote speech. This indeed goes to show that the Nairobi International Book Fair is not just a Kenyan affair, not even an African affair. It is indeed an international affair. We also have very good representations from other very critical players in our industry, especially the Minister of Education, represented by very senior officials, led by the Principal Secretary for Education in charge of TVET. This is critical because, as you know, we are indeed implementing a new curriculum, and we want to know how do we move from the lower classes, lower levels, into TVET, and how does that impact on the overall development of Kenya as a country. We will also be joined by the ICT CAS, Chief Administrative Secretary. We are also going to be joined by the Ministry of Youth, Gender and Culture, because indeed publishing is a cultural affair. We are in charge of ensuring that we propagate our culture as Kenya, as Africans, and indeed make contribution in terms of culture in the world. We'll also be joined by Mr. Sigei, the Executive Director of the Kenya Copyright Board, because indeed copyright is at the heart of publishing, and copyright protection therefore becomes a very important thing as we proceed on, as we carry on with our publishing activities. As we look forward to an exciting 3 days, I want to welcome you to visit the various booths from the various publishers. You'll be able to download the catalogs, you'll be able to peruse the books, just like you do in our normal book fairs. Very important, you'll be able to see the rich menu served by the Kenyan publishers. You realize that the publishing industry contributes largely and greatly to the Kenyan economy, not only by preserving our culture, but by educating and informing our population. We would like to make special mention to the government of Kenya, led by His Excellency Uhuru Kenyatta, who has continuously supported the publishing activities in Kenya. Indeed, in the last 3 years of his government, we have been able to achieve a 1-to-1 student book ratio. We have supplied, as we speak, approximately 175 million books into schools. This has never happened, and this is a new for Kenya. We want to appreciate the focus of the government of Kenya that education is important, and indeed they support education not by word, but by deed. So we want to pay special tribute to the government of the Republic of Kenya. Our new normal, as we call it, is the blended learning, where digital and print will continue to play a very important role. We expect going forward that as publishers, we will take the challenge and invest much more in digital education, and specifically in e-learning, and where we shall be able to give content in digital platforms. Kenya is quite advanced in terms of digital infrastructure, and we should take this advantage to ensure that we offer content to the rest of the country, digitally or in print form. And this is what we are calling the new normal, the blended learning. As I conclude, let me take this opportunity to thank the members of the Kenya Publishers Association and the Governing Council for putting up this show. As you will see, we indeed have a strong history as a country in terms of publishing. We have a strong alley of a strong menu of books, from general reading to educational books and now to digital content. I do hope as you interact with the publishers and indeed with the booths, with the various booths, you'll be able to select for yourself, to read for yourself, and to get informed for yourself. We look forward to an engaging 3-day. We also urge you to please ensure that you tune in to the various workshops that will be running throughout the 3 days. We look forward to another very exciting Nairobi International Virtual Book Fair. Let me take this great opportunity to thank and indeed congratulate eKitabu team for once again hosting and staging the digital essay competition. This is indeed the way to go if we are going to promote and encourage writing at the early stage of life. We believe that a child who writes is a child who reads, and indeed we'll be able to wipe out the fallacy that Africans don't read. Once again, we have been able to partner with eKitabu as usual in ensuring that the digital essay competition rolls out nationally. This is critical because if you look at the past winners of the essay competition, they come from across the counties, not just the towns. This is a great milestone. We, as Kenya Public Association, continue to support this kind of partnership. We again congratulate Ikitabu and indeed assure them that we shall work together. Once again, asante sana Ikitabu for paving the way. As I end, let me ask you to join us celebrate the Nairobi International Virtual Book Fair. Let me also request that you ensure that you are part of the discussion by joining the various discussion groups that will be going on even as we celebrate the book fair. There will be a lot of panels, including panels discussing on textbooks, panels discussing on copyright, panels discussing on digital content, among others. Please join us. Interact, get informed, and get educated. And indeed, that is the spirit of the theme of this year's book fair. Any book, anywhere. We wish you the best as you enjoy. Asanteni sana.
Publish in African languages or we perish. In a YouTube television station called Rekeshume na Ene, I saw and listened to a very compelling presentation by Kivoi Kago, a cell biology PhD candidate. Published in African languages or we perish. In a YouTube television station called Rekeshume na Ene, I saw and listened to a very compelling presentation by Kivoi Kago, a cell biology PhD candidate, on the coronavirus and how it attacks the body. To do so, she explained the human anatomy and physiology, showing the connections between DNA, cells, tissue, and the body as a whole. She illustrated her talk with compelling drawings. The talk was in Gikuyu, and any Gikuyu language speaker, even from the rural parts of the Kenya, can follow and understand what she is saying. Kivoi Kago has put her enormous knowledge and research into the service of every Gikuyu language speaker, no matter the level of their formal schooling. Of course, not everybody in Kenya or Africa is a Gikuyu language speaker. But there is absolutely no reason why such a talk and its clarity could not also be delivered in any other African language, whatever the number of its speakers. If you have the knowledge of whatever subject, then you are best placed to put some of that knowledge into your mother or tongue or the language of your culture. You cannot say, oh, I'm a doctor, but my rural folk must first learn English or come to me with an interpreter. You know, in the colonial tradition where a Mzungu had to have an interpreter when talking to Africans. We have to stop Africanizing that dreadful mweupe na weusi colonial relationship to our people. Modern technologies are enabling African languages to thrive. Look at all the YouTube television programs in African languages. Look at all the films being made, including great cartoons in African languages. In Kenya alone, look at what the genius of Macharia has done for African language radio stations. Not to mention our musicians who have always been at the forefront in revitalizing African languages. Even the gospel singers do help in that effort. The Bible too, being read in African languages every Sunday helps. Although I've seen a Christian revival of the colonial when you get preachers giving their sermons in English and then getting another African to do the interpretation into an African language. The question is this: has this general revival and the renaissance of African languages in film, theater, and music been matched by a published written material in languages? Do we want to perpetuate and even reinforce the notion that African languages are only good for orality, but not so good for written thought? This often leads to the false notion that while our languages are great for emotions, they are somehow deficient for rational, intellectual discourse and explorations. That for serious, rational exploration of the universe, we turn to European languages. You remember Senghor in his version of Negritude, in which he defined Africa in terms of emotions and Europe in terms of rationality.
And your organization participated in CDC. Maybe you can give us a quick feedback on how it was and speak to your colleagues. So karibu sana, Chair.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Nice to see bright faces today, and I'm happy that we are able to adapt and work in difficult situations. I was hoping I would get to the office, but then, Will, you know the traffic in Nairobi. I got held up in the car, so I'm having this call in the car. But as we said, any book, anywhere. So I am anywhere currently. Yeah. Again, is to really appreciate the kind of contribution that eKitabu has been doing to the publishing industry, and indeed making a serious contribution to reading. And I was very excited last time when we took part in the content development, because we had no intention of ever creating books like those ones. And then we realized that it's a market that we had ignored for a long time. Secondly, we were able to react to people who nobody was publishing for. And this was only made possible because, again, eKitabu came in. If you do remember, it was not just we just woke up and created books. There was serious training. We had several workshops. The books that came out were taken through competitive processes, and the very best books actually were picked. So the whole process of the content development taught even my team. And what was the reward system I liked, where we were able to take some money home as a company. Most importantly, my staff have not stopped wearing eKitabu because t-shirts, because they left with very nice iPads, and that made a major. It showed them that you can actually get paid, or you can be compensated for really putting in long hours. So for me, it's just to really thank eKitabu and the vision that you had, and the vision that you continue having for the children of this country, especially those who are less privileged and therefore a lot of times being ignored by markets. And now they can actually proudly say they have a book they can read. They have a book they can relate to. To me, that was a major statement and a major milestone across East Africa, not just Kenya. And I really wish that this continues, and KPA will always, as usual, come in and support Ikitabu, because we've seen is making a difference, a real difference in people's lives. Some of the people, especially say for mountaintop, who developed the books, got an extra skill that they did not have before. And I can tell you for a fact that as a company, we had no intention of training them in that direction. But when you stepped in, we were able now to actually have a new way of thinking, a new way of doing some products. And we realized to even make products for visually impaired, for example, it is not an impossible task. And we got experience. And to me, that was a major statement, because in Kenya, as you know, special needs has been given lip service for a very long time. We make books for everybody else. We make materials for everybody else. But we never really think about those people who are not able to read large print, small print. We are not able to think about those people who can only hear, cannot see. And although we give them something, we have never given them digital books. They can actually move with us and with the rest of the country. So to me, this was a major win, and I really want to congratulate the Ikitabu team. And we will always be there to support the initiative of Ikitabu. So Mercy, when it comes to Ikitabu, I'm very passionate, because you always come in and fill pockets where nobody else has done. It makes difference immediately. You did see the last time we were talking about the digital essay competition. It has made their difference in children's lives. Now we are talking about the content development. It made difference in not just the publishers, not the winners, but to the actual users on the ground. So I can talk forever about Ikitabu. So if you don't stop me, all 4 minutes. Big thank you, partnership that you have continued to propagate, and assure you of continued support from KPA. Thank you
very much. View are very encouraging and inspiring. So we really appreciate from KPA, from the publishing industry, and even from your publishing house specifically. So again, for those people who have just joined us, I would encourage you to keep writing on. Let us know who you are. Just know your name and the organization present. That will really be helpful. So at this point, and even if you have any questions, as we continue with the presentation, please feel free to write them down there, so that at the end of the presentation, you can be able to respond. Have any feedback, you can also chat. So thank you very much. So at this point, I want to turn it to you, Will Claman, just to take us briefly, because I know some people in this call might be wondering what is CDC and what's in for them. So Will, do you want to tell us what's that about? Thank you.
Asante, Mercy, and Asante, Chair. Thinking about the words of Chairman Njagi, I'm very happy to hear he feels that we're making an impact in this work. And I do think that the ministry is listening. The ministry has been very supportive, has encouraged us on this path for now several years. And I do that we will see more of that. Even we'll see more accessible digital content in digital literacy in the months and we hope years to come. So we will continue on this path. We're committed to this path. And that's why we are including publishers as much as we can in these and in these techniques to advance accessibility. I think everybody on this call knows that the uh, first word G for 4 is inclusive. SDG 4, the education SDG, the Sustainable Development Goal that relates to education, is first word is inclusive education and lifelong learning opportunities for all. Publishers have a special role in making education because it's the publishers who provide the content for education. And when we together make that content accessible, or when publishers themselves make the content accessible, we're putting the inclusive in SDG 4. Okay, Mercy. So we'll go through some things about the content development challenge and how to Q&A. And have as well, we'll use the as our first port of call to find the question. To provide incentive. What that means, building access later or when building digital content from the beginning with access standard. Challenge. Create content, titles, reward. We provide practical tools and templates. I open source proprietary standard. I believe everybody in this call is familiar with. EPUB is a global standard. Again, it's something the Ikitabu, but Ikitabu works with EPUB for sustainability and for widest access to content. Thanks, Mercy. Next. We recognize some, at least here. Chairman Njagi was with us at the London Book Fair in 2019 when the UN organization WIPO, in its Accessible Books Consortium, awarded us the International Excellence Award in Accessible Publishing for 2019. Yes, here at London Book Fair. We're very happy to receive that award with Chairman representing Publishers Association, because as Chairman Njagi said, the work that's going on in Kenya is not just Kenya, it's special for the entire region. And WIPO recognized that work that's done here in Kenya prizes. Titles that are developed by Kenya's publishers get sold. We want those titles to generate revenue for publishers because that is central to sustainability of local authorship and publishing in Kenya. Mercy. We conducted 17 in-person trainings, large and small. Many of those trainings were conducted before COVID time, of course, in the houses of the publishers, with most, and the trainings were done with the editorial teams. There were people who are in this call right now who were part of those trainings, and we were very glad to work with you. The trainings were in depth, the trainings were hands-on, and the trainings were real exposure to tools and techniques to build EPUBs, to build accessible EPUBs. I should mention, for people who are not so familiar with the EPUB standard, that one of the beauties of the EPUB standard is that EPUB as a format was developed by technical developers worldwide, including some people from our team who were experts in accessibility. So when they built the EPUB standard, what they did was they incorporated standards for accessibility to include more children in quality education, to include more people with disabilities, as well as people without disabilities in using books. In the CDC, we had over 17 in-person trainings. 6 publishers from Kenya participated, and all of them were recognized and rewarded. We had over 70 new accessible EPUBs developed. The prizes were cash for publishing houses, but also computing devices awarded to the individual editorial teams of each publisher who participated, and certificates for everyone who participated. Next. We had the prize giving with ministry. This is, people may recognize Director Fred Haga, the Director of Special Needs Education. I'm sure everyone recognizes our dear friend Tom, who officiated. And then there's that who happened to be one of the award winners, as well as one of the presenters that day. There were many publishers. Mercy, let's have the next slide. There we have another publisher, and there's another notorious fellow who I think everybody recognizes, although we're not sure, we're not totally sure where he is right now, but he's told me that we should keep an eye out for him because he's coming. So we'll see. But many publishers were recognized and rewarded, and we appreciated the fact that publishers and their editorial teams were excited about working in these tools and techniques, because really, this is all part of going digital, isn't it? It's really just part of going digital. And what we're trying to do is provide helps, provide tools, provide support for publishers to go digital in ways that bring the widest access and the widest value to the materials that you develop. So how to participate in the Content Development Challenge is, first of all, to register. And here is the registration URL. Mercy, I guess, can we share people can obviously take this down, but it's difficult to write. Can you share that in the chat?
We'll share it on the chat.
We'll
get to share it on the chat. And also just to mention that people are joining us on YouTube and Facebook and on Twitter. We are live there. So for those who are joining us from there, you're welcome. And please participate by commenting. Thank you.
So Mercy, if you can paste that URL into the chat, then everybody can have it ready to hand. And if we can also, Mercy, how are we distributing these slides? Because I suppose people could get the slides too.
Yeah, I think after this particular meeting, we will share the slides. If people can share their email addresses as well, it will be helpful so that we can share the slides with them. Thank you.
So you're saying everybody who wants a copy of the slides should put their email in the chat?
Yes, please.
Cool. Okay, cool. Cool. That's good. Just like this. So there is the URL to register for the Content Development Challenge. We will be reaching out to people. But Mercy, is the timeline here? Mercy, can you take me to the timeline? There, great. So the launch is today at the Nairobi International Virtual Book Fair. I guess I haven't seen, I don't know if Lawrence will comment, but are we now Nairobi International VBF? Are we the NIVBF, or are we just virtual NIBF? I don't know. But in any case, here we are, and we're virtual. So fine. 25th September is today, and now we're launching Content Development Challenge 2020. We will have a virtual workshop in October using Zoom or Microsoft Teams. We hope to have in-house trainings, but at first we will certainly do those virtually. We hope to do some in person as well in the new year, but for now, in October through December, we expect to do virtual trainings through Zoom and Microsoft Teams, depending on what is comfortable for different colleagues. Some people like Zoom. We use Zoom all the time. We notice that many people in the ministry use Microsoft Teams, and some organizations that we work with also use Teams. And of course, there are other applications that we can use as well. The submission, at least for now, the target for submission will be the same way as it was last time, via Dropbox in March of 2021. The judging will take place shortly after that in April. There will be some interviews, and then final judging in June, and the award ceremony would be mid-year, aiming for July. So we have to pin that down finally, but the possibilities are to do it either before NIBF 21. Last time around, the first time we ran the Content Development Challenge, we talked about it with KPA, and in the end, because we wanted to move along, we did the prize giving in July. So we'll take that question up again, but right now it's targeted for July, but it could happen as early as July or as late as NIBF. Okay, Mercy. Okay, there we go. I know that there are a couple of other slides on the, maybe Mercy, since we skipped a couple, should we just go back to, the one before that, right? Nope. Oh, I see what you're doing. Yeah, so why don't you go to the EPUB slide, the accessible EPUB, yeah. So the toolkit, by the way, is available for anybody who wants to access it at toolkit.ikitabu.com. That toolkit, as I mentioned, is open source, and people are welcome to use it. And if you have any feedback on it, we also welcome any feedback that people have, especially from publishers, to make it more relevant to your work. Next slide. The toolkit walks you through tools and techniques and provides templates in EPUB to build accessible EPUBs, to build accessible digital content, applying universal design for learning principles, and also the tools and techniques that have been developed with UNICEF in UNICEF's Accessible Digital Textbook Project. Those tools and techniques start on the left of this diagram with traditional print versions that are not highly accessible for children with disabilities, but they can be more accessible depending on how they're built in the first place. So, for example, a PDF is generally a very inaccessible format for people with disabilities. It's hard for screen readers to use it. It's hard for text-to-speech rendering to work on it. It doesn't include ways to increase the PDFs themselves don't automatically include ways to increase the font sizes or change the backgrounds of the text. These are very simple adaptations that are all available in EPUB. If you want to make more extensive adaptations for accessibility, moving to the middle of this diagram, then the text needs to be formatted in certain ways. The images need descriptions so that people who are blind can know what's on the page. And also, if you want to move to the right of the diagram, which is even greater levels of accessibility for children who are deaf or hard of hearing, then you can embed sign language video. And Ikitabu has done a lot of this work in collaboration with publishers. We are right now broadcasting on KICD Edu Channel TV. I believe it was 5 days a week. I think it's 3 days a week right now. But KICD has incorporated sign language video in these sign language video storybooks that we have adapted. They're broadcasting the sign language video on KICD Edu Channel as part of normal learning of the term. And I should mention, to pick up on a point that Chairman Njagi mentioned in his comments, that's something that is not just special in Kenya. It's something that is is a leadership. It's an aspect of leadership, Kenyan educational leadership across the world. There are not many places on the planet where, in the normal learning of the term, hearing children and deaf children have materials, learning materials that they are accessing together. And yet, using the sign language video the sign language video productions that we've done in our studio KSL with Kenyan publishers' content, and in hand with Kenyan publishers, we have been able to bring sign language storytelling to children who are deaf and children who are hearing at the same time. So these are things that Kenyan education is doing and Kenyan publishers are doing that go well beyond what's happening in many other places, most other places in the world. Next slide. So the toolkit contains a step-by-step guide with 10 major steps to incorporate accessibility into an accessible EPUB that the publisher builds. This is a process that is very repeatable. This is a process that is very leverageable for publishers in their title development processes, but it does bring, the process does come with new tools, new techniques that publishers can incorporate, but also that publishers can adapt to their own processes. This isn't a rigid process, but the way we hope that it works and the way we've tried to make it work, and I think it has worked so far, and this is also why we've done so many in-person hands-on trainings with publishers, is because together we're learning how this process and the tools that we're bringing can be flexible and can be truly useful rather than rigid. Because I think everybody on this call knows digital means many different things to many different people. We're all digital, even in this convening, in this meeting that we're all in right now. We are digital. We are we're more digital than we are physical, aren't we? Right now together. Because if we were just physical, this wouldn't be happening. But here we are, and in this virtual setting, we're all digital. So we want the toolkit to be as flexible and as adaptable and as easy to use as possible. And that's another reason why we're constantly improving it and constantly working hands-on with publishers to make sure that these tools are actually useful. Okay, Mercy. We've talked about the timeline. Here's the launch. And the prize giving is aiming for July of 2021. We've also reached out to the International Publishers Association to make them aware of this work and to include them in this work. We're hoping that they can get excited about it too. We were with the IPA at that prize giving in 2019 at the London Book Fair when we with KPA won the International Excellence Award for Accessible Publishing. So we're very excited to see the collaboration between KPA and IPA, and we're hopeful that that collaboration will also help to position Kenyan publishers for leadership and for greater reach and access to markets in Africa. Okay, Mercy. Asanteni sana. I think that's it, isn't it?
Yes, well, thank you very much for that, for taking us through the CDC, and I think you have done a good job in elaborating, and I think I would do the sign language clapping for you. That's the sign language way of clapping for celebrating, basically. So thank you very much, Will. I think to that end, I would want us to move to the question and answer as we end our session, as we come to the end of our session today. Just going back to the chats, I don't know if anyone has a question. Please unmute yourself and just let us know the question you have as I go through the chat and see whether we have any questions. I haven't seen a question so far. I think we have shared, as Will mentioned, we'll be happy to share the slide presentation with you. For those who have sent us the email addresses, thank you very much. We'll take a note of them, and we will definitely make sure that you're able to access this particular slide. Again, for those who are joining us on the live streaming media, please feel welcome, and please continue chatting. We have most of our colleagues that are looking out for your comments or any questions that you may have. You can feel free to comment there. So anyone in this meeting who has a question, I think somebody, MK, is asking, what is the difference between first and this second CDC? Will, do you want to comment on that, or do you want me to take it?
I'm just coming off mute. It's a good question. What is the difference? What do you think, Mercy?
Well, I think
I think one difference is it was, whose question was it?
It's from MK.
MK. Okay. Hello, MK. Yes. I don't know. I mean, one difference surely is this is everybody's gone remote. No, I mean we're now in the middle of this remote learning challenge, and this remote learning challenge won't go away. I don't think it will go away ever again. Now, the pandemic, we hope, will go away. And I think everybody is doing what they can to make it go away. On the other hand, remote learning is here to stay. So, Mercy, I don't know, it's an important question and a good one. What do you?
Yeah, it is. It's actually quite interesting. I had a call earlier with the chair. I think he was preparing for this particular presentation, and he was asking me what we did in 2018 and 2019, and what we plan to do differently this year. I think some of the learning that we got actually from 2018, 2019, I think especially from the workshop that we did in 2018 August, people felt like we really needed to do more, and we really needed to get them on board with the tools. We felt like maybe for the participation at the end of it all, not everyone was able to come to speed, or people were busy with the curriculum, editorial work and design and illustration. But we hope that this time around, be able to get much more time with publishers and spend more time with more publishers to do training and even to take them through the toolkit itself. The other piece that I wanted to mention was about the content itself. I think this time around, last time we were concentrating on the early grade reading materials. That's the storybooks. Should we say that we are opening it up to any other supplementary materials for submission? That's just, I think it's not something that we've discussed internally, but I feel like it's something that we can also explore, if not just the storybooks, but also include other types of content.
Yeah, that's a great idea, Mercy. I mean, as you know, and maybe this is why you're raising it, interactive question types and interactive development is a big priority, not just for KICD, but also for REB in Rwanda, and I think for ministries in lots of places, and even for certainly for children and families at home to engage children, to engage their interests through different means. Mercy, I suspect that this running of the Content Development Challenge will also be different in that it will probably bring in more concepts from universal design for learning, yes. So that it's the accessibility that we're focusing on is not just accessibility for children with disabilities, although that was the original focus. I think making learning more accessible for all children through universal design for learning, that's something that I think would be very interesting to the publishers as well. And so to your point about supplementary materials, obviously, activities in the competency-based curriculum are really a big deal for as a basis for interactive content development. So that's something I think we'd probably want to bring out more in this CDC is how can publishers build their own skills to develop interactives to develop accessible interactives. That is to say, interactive activities that are embedded in their titles, but that are accessible for all children to use.
Great. Thank you very much, Will. I think that's really an important note to make, because when people are developing content, accessible content, it's not really focused for, it's not only used by learners with disabilities, but it can also be a product that can be used by all children. So learners in the mainstream and also learners with disabilities. So we don't have to come up with different formats, like two formats, one format for a child with disability and another one for a child in a regular school or in a regular class. I think we can come up with the content, including the universal design principles that you've mentioned, to put in this particular content. So I think that's Mutua Kiengo that asked that question. I hope, Mutua, that answers your question. I don't know if there is anybody else who has a question. Otherwise, thank you for those who joined us. Julius from Impulse Innovations Enterprises. Thank you, Omutondo. Brian from Bookmark. I see Ruben Wanyama from Bookmark. Thank you for joining us.
And Mercy, there's a question from Nicodemus.
Okay, so Nicodemus has a question here, and he says, in CBC, we don't have approved supplementary content. We only have course books. How will it go? How will we go about it? Good question. That's a very important question. So,
Mercy, since we have Chairman Jaggi here, I don't want to put him on the spot, but is there? Yes. Can I ask? Is there? Can you comment, Lawrence, on this matter of CDC process with KICD? I mean, maybe it's another conversation, because we're engaged with KICD on a couple of different fronts, through the Accessible Digital Textbook Working Group, for example, and through normal collaboration that we have with KICD on all things digital. So I wonder, is there some? Do you know whether there's some approval process coming for supplementary materials under CBC, or how do you see it?
Thank you, Will. Yes, certainly there's approval coming. In fact, it was supposed to happen in August. That was the plan before COVID hit. So we moved it to December or January. So it is on course. There will be CPC supplementary. Yeah.
That's thank you, because look, Mercy, that's interesting, because maybe we can align with that timing and that process. I'm sure that we should, I mean, I know, well, yeah, that's very interesting. I mean, Lawrence, would that, I'm sure there will be training and some amount of workshop around that submission period as normal with KICD, but is there, and maybe you can think about this unless you have any ideas in the moment. Are there ways that you could see this process being helpful for, improving the submissions or encouraging more publishers to submit supplementary materials in that window?
I think maybe the best thing would be to wait until they call it in, so that we can interrogate the document and see what specifications they want in the document. Then we can agree that we can do a workshop or not.
Yeah, no, that's great. I mean, so we'll use that document, Mercy, then as our guideline for where, we'll use that as the way to find the relevance.
Absolutely, yes. That's very helpful, Lawrence. It's that's good to know, and even the timing, so that we can see whether we can align that to the timeline that we have for CDC.
And Mercy, we're getting a directorial note here. Can you stop sharing your screen?
Sure.
It's good. No, it's actually good. It's KPA is reminding us that best practice really is once you're in the talking portion, then the person who's speaking should be center screen.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you for that reminder. So there's a question here. Do you develop mathematical digital content for high school? That's Eureka Solutions. A quick answer for you. One, we don't develop the content ourselves as eKitabu. We work with these very important partners who are here today, the publishers, to get their content and then digitize that content and make sure that that content is available. So the other answer for you is yes, we do have mathematical digital content for high school from these publishers. So you can engage us. Thank you for your email. We can do a follow-up just to follow up with you on that. So thank you very much. Now, anyone with any question that you may want to ask as we wrap up this particular session? I think it has been very interactive. Okay. Anyway, thank you very much. It seems like people are satisfied with the information that they have gotten. So we are really glad that you are able to join us this afternoon. We will do a follow-up with you as a publisher, and so that we can do the trainings that Will was mentioning in the timeline between October and December. And we can engage more. I think since with online, I think we are not limited as such. We don't need to move. We can be able to cover much more. So I think even with COVID-19, I think it has brought and taught us some positive things that we can be able to do during this particular period. So thank you very much for joining us this afternoon. In case you'll have any questions, please feel free. My colleague Amon might post there our email address and our contacts as well, like the mobile number, so that if you have anything urgent that you want to ask as far as whether as just as general with eKitabu or the content development challenge, we will be able to respond on that. So so thank you very much. I think I'm still admitting people, but we've come to the end of this particular session. So I really appreciate. I might share together, I'll consult Kenya Publishers Association on the video recording as well for this particular session, for those who have missed it, so that you can be able to have it. But the presentation will also be shared with you. Otherwise, thank you for joining us. Asanteni sana. Please have a blessed afternoon and keep promoting the virtual book fair. Please go there, go to the publisher's booth, and you're welcome to the eKitabu experience. Please go there. You can also get somebody to chat with, and they can give you any further information that you may require. Otherwise, thank you. And thank you, Lawrence. Thank you for being here. Thanks to the council for organizing this particular event. I think it has proved that it is actually very possible. We can do it. So thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Have a blessed afternoon.
Thank you, Mercy.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye,
Bye.
Agatha.
Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to be here today to make a presentation to you. The presentation is titled Rising from COVID-19 Disruption, Publishers' Preparedness and Response to the New Normal. But before I go into the presentation proper, let me use this opportunity to appreciate the organizers of the Nairobi International Book Fair, this virtual edition. I mean the Kenya Publishers Association, for the opportunity that has been given to me as the chairman of African Publishers Network, APNET, to make this presentation. I want to thank my friend, the chairman of the Kenya Publishers Association, Mr. Lawrence Njagi, the executive secretary, James Odeambo, and all other members of the board of the association for this privilege. I also use this opportunity to congratulate the association for organizing a virtual book fair in response to the COVID-19 pandemic disruption. It's a pride to Africa, and I'm glad to be part of this. The presentation, like I said, is titled Rising from COVID-19 Disruption, Publishers' Preparedness and Response to the New Normal. My presentation will be situated within the African context, and it is divided into 4 main sections and then the conclusion. To start with, I'll be doing an introduction. After that, we look at the effects of coronavirus pandemic on African publishing industry. And next, we'll look at the effects, the lessons learned, and the responses that we have seen from the African publishing industry. And after that, we'll look at the future and the new normal, and like I said, we will conclude. To start now with the introduction. The World Health Organization announced coronavirus, otherwise known as COVID-19, as a pandemic in March 2020. Prior to that, the world has been monitoring the development and spread of this disease since late 2019, when it was first discovered in the Wuhan province, far away in China. Africa recorded its first case on 14th February in Egypt. Nigeria recorded the first sub-Saharan case late February 2020. Subsequently, the disease quickly spread across Africa. Following the spread and the evolution of the disease into a full-blown pandemic, governments across the world, including Africa, were compelled to take drastic measures aimed at curbing the spread of the disease with no known cure. The measures taken by governments across the world, including Africa, include two major important ones that have had impact on the African publishing industry. One is the restriction on travels in and out of countries and eventual shutdown of international travels. Also, there were restrictions on movements in cities and regions within countries, and which at the end of the day resulted in the virtual lockdown of countries for months. This involved closure of schools, offices, and the banning of any form of gathering to enforce physical distancing with the aim of breaking the chain of infection and flattening the curve. These actions disrupted business activities in many sectors of economies of countries around the world and threatened the survival of many organizations, including publishing organizations. Now, what are the effects of coronavirus on African publishing? The closure of schools and businesses across Africa disrupted publishing businesses across the continent. In fact, one of the industries most impacted negatively by the closures is the publishing industry in Africa. The case of African publishing industry was compounded by the following realities. One, publishing business in Africa is still predominantly educational publishing, which involves production and distribution of textbooks and curriculum-based books sold in the school system. Therefore, closure of schools resulted in total loss of revenue for months, and this is still continuing in many countries across Africa. In some countries, like I said, the situation has remained the same, although we have seen partial lifting of restrictions in some other countries. Secondly, publishing in Africa is still predominantly traditional, in the sense that the products are more of the physical hardbound books, while the level of digital publishing component is very low. While online marketing of books is gathering some form of momentum, it is still far behind compared to the situation in developed regions of the world. The result is that the physical books could not even be distributed to customers who were locked down in their houses, even where there were demands for such. In some regions of the world, the lockdown resulted in increase in the sales of electronic books, e-books, especially fiction and other general interest books, which were read by those who were locked down in their houses to keep themselves sane and to while away the time. African publishing industry did not have the benefit of such increase, because most of the books are in hardbound forms. Thirdly, governments in most African countries do not see publishing as essential services. As such, no specific palliatives or concessions were targeted at the book industry in Africa. Most of the interventions that publishers could benefit from were general interventions targeted at organizations of their sizes across industries. For example, release of funds by governments for payments of debts owed to local businesses, and offer of delayed payment of taxes as well as some tax rebates. This resulted in many publishing companies struggling along with other businesses for survival as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic situation. It is not possible at this time to quantitatively predict the impact of the pandemic on the African publishing industry, as the effects are still unfolding at varying degrees across the continent. However, the following are the identified adverse impacts as summarized from the responses of over 24 publishers associations surveyed by the African Publishers Network at the height of the crisis in April 2020. The summary that we were able to put together shows that, one, there was drastic decline in the revenue of publishers due to little or no sales of books and decline in remittances from customers to whom credit facilities had been advanced before the closures and the lockdowns. Two, disruptions in national and global supply chains and delays in shipments of major printing materials, books, and other publishing inputs. The situation was more compounded for publishers in Africa who print and import books from other regions of the world, because lockdowns in those other regions and the closure of borders and seaports resulted in disruption in the flow of products. Thirdly, stoppage of ongoing projects and a reduction in the quantity of books published due to this incentive to publish. Because publishers were not selling, the incentive to publish reduced substantially, and so many publishers were forced to scale back the scale of their operations. There was slowdown in investment, and there was large-scale staff redundancy, and in many cases layoff of staff during this period, because there was no earning, and sustaining the staff strength that publishers had was a difficult challenge. Number 5, there was higher debt burden on publishers and stakeholders in the book industry. 6, potential collapse of publishing firms as a result of challenging business environment due to lack of government patronage, because government resources were also dwindling. Now to the lessons and the responses that we witnessed in the course of this lockdown and the effects of the pandemic. The effects of the COVID-19 pandemic is a wake-up call for the African publishing industry. The need for development of digital publishing and online marketing and distribution of books in Africa has been subject of many conferences in Africa over a decade without appropriate action being taken. Nothing has underscored the urgency of harnessing the potentials of digital publishing as a threat to the survival of the industry occasioned by the effects of COVID-19 pandemic. Publishers across the continent now realize that digital publishing and online marketing of books is not a luxurious alternative, but a necessary survival strategy in the long run. Also, the African publishing industry has come to realize the importance of diversifying product base from the predominant textbook or curriculum-based books that is currently in vogue in the industry. Many have come to realize that fiction and motivational books have potentials to be corporate lifesavers in a period of challenge when the educational institutions are closed. All said and done, the African publishing industry has risen up to the challenges, and in its usual resilient nature has been able to weather the storm with hope for a better future. As realities of a new normal began to sink in, publishers have begun accelerating their digital publishing strategies in preparation for the future. They have also started evaluating their organizational models for more efficient performance. At least 3 of the popular book fairs in Africa have gone virtual. It started with the Nigeria International Book Fair, followed by the South African Book Fair, and now the NAIROBI International Book Fair. All these have demonstrated to the world the ability of the African book industry to innovate and adapt in order to cope with new challenges, and it is something to be proud of. In the midst of the challenges, National Publishers Association and a number of individual publishing organizations have offered support to their governments and to the society as part of corporate social responsibilities. Some of these efforts include donation of reading materials to isolation centers for the use of COVID-19 victims, as done in a country like Ghana. Financial donations have also been made to COVID-19 funds by publishers in countries like Nigeria. Also, many publishers have made books available on government portals free of charge for use of students locked down at home, and supporting governments on-air teaching classes. There are publishers who have made digital versions of their textbooks available for free on their website, while some made free video tutorial classes available to engage students in academic activities during the lockdown period. These were seen in countries like South Africa and Nigeria. Now, what is the future and the new normal? There is no doubt that the experience of publishing organizations in Africa in the last few months as a result of the pandemic has challenged the definition of what is normal in the industry, not only in terms of the mode of operation, but also in terms of products and the market. It is also becoming clear that COVID-19 and its effects are likely to be with us for some time to come. The disruptions to the industry are not likely to go away anytime soon. The entire publishing and book industry in Africa must continue to innovate and adapt to rise from the challenges of the present disruptions into a better future that will withstand future disruptions and challenges. To do this, it is essential for the industry to do the following amongst others. 1. Organize knowledge improvement training for practitioners in the area of application of information technology to publishing. There is no doubt that publishers know now the urgency of developing digital products and engaging in marketing of their products online. What appears to be missing is the practical knowledge on how to embark on such a journey. There has been a knowledge sharing session organized by the African Publishers Network for chairs of national publishers associations, in addition to the industry impact survey results that were shared amongst members. There have also been free webinars organized by private organizations like Winning Edge Global in partnership with publishing training consultants on digital marketing, digital publishing, virtual exhibitions, and some other topics. African Publishers Network is working on collaborations with support organizations to bring more industry-specific trainings to publishers in Africa in this respect. Also, publishers must understand the need to develop digital publishing strategies suitable for their environments. Haphazard digitalization of books is not the solution to surviving in the new normal. A coordinated planned approach is necessary. Publishers also need to review their business models with a view to evolving their organizations into lean, dynamic, and adaptive entities that will be efficiently run. The effect of the pandemic has shown us that we can do without a lot of the things, the burden that we presently carry. Product diversification and market expansion strategies are also necessary. The product mix must have components that are not curriculum-based. Collective promotion of reading culture by book industry stakeholders will expand the market for these types of products that are read for leisure. This cannot be successfully done by individual publishing organizations, but by national publishers associations and also continental bodies that oversee this sector, including the African Publishers Network. There should also be collaboration and knowledge sharing across country borders, which will build understanding and expand intra-African book trade. There is also a need for strong national and international advocacy for the African publishing industry to get governments across Africa to create conducive business environment for the publishing industry to thrive. This can only be successfully done with statistics that will convince governments of the important contributions and potential contributions of the publishing industry to the economies of the different African countries. In conclusion, in this presentation, we have seen the unprecedented disruptive challenges that the African publishing industry has had to contend with in varying degrees across different countries on the continent. We have also seen how the industry has been adapting to these challenges and confronting the new normal. This has underscored the resilience of the industry. The efforts so far notwithstanding, there is still a lot more to be done in order to adapt to the new normal and reposition for life in the new normal. Some ideas have been profiled in the course of this presentation. I believe strongly that in the midst of the challenges lie opportunities for transformation of the African publishing industry towards realizing its enormous potential. With the right approach and cooperation amongst industry stakeholders, this pandemic could just be the catalyst for launching a new era in African publishing that will showcase Africa to the rest of the world. I want to thank you all for taking your time to listen to me and watch this presentation. Once again, I congratulate the Kenyan Publishers Association for holding this virtual book fair. And once again also, I thank them for the opportunity that has been given to me to make this presentation. I believe that the future is bright for African publishing, and with all stakeholders working together, we can take African publishing and book trade to the enviable level that we all have been aiming at. Thank you again for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to be here today to make a presentation.
Hey, let's say a little prayer before we start our day. Let us thank God for the lovely things He has given us. God's love is so wonderful. God's love is so wonderful. God's love is so wonderful. Oh, wonderful love. So high, you can't get over it. So deep, you can't get under it. So wide, you can't get around it. Oh, wonderful love. Let us sing it again for all that He has given us. God's love is so wonderful. God's love is so wonderful. God's love is so wonderful. Oh, wonderful love. So high, you can't get over it. So deep, you can't get under it. So wide, you can't get around it. Oh, wonderful love. Thank the wonderful Lord.
Hello parents, teachers and learners. Spotlight Quick Revision series summarizes the entire class syllabus for a particular subject in bullet points only. It is available for each subject for all classes. Each book in this series has exhaustive topical revision notes that meet syllabus requirements, numerous structured and multiple choice questions at the end of each unit, content broken down into terms 1, 2 and 3 for easy planning, 3 complete model test papers per term, model test papers covering the whole subject syllabus at the end of each book, answers to all questions. It is approved by the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. Get your copy from bookshops countrywide. For more information, call us on 0715 782 341 or visit our website on www.spotlightpublishers.co.ke. Spotlight Publishers East Africa Limited. Connect, adopt, shine with Spotlight.
Hi, we're going to start at around 3:30. I hope you're well.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure because I could hear sounds, but I wasn't sure that the mic is okay. So that's why I wanted to confirm
Oh,
that.
your mic is perfect.
Great.
Habari za asubuhi. Good morning, friends and colleagues. Thank you for inviting me to share my thoughts with you at the Nairobi International Book Fair. I'm so happy to be here with you today virtually. I want to start by congratulating the Kenyan Publishers Association and the organizers of the Nairobi International Book Fair for adapting to the current world events and for persisting to organize such an important gathering as many similar events have been cancelled. I don't need to tell you that we are in the middle of a major shift in human history. The COVID-19 crisis has scrambled all our plans and has affected us all in one way or another. It has also pushed all of us to reflect hard about what really matters. I was thrilled to see so many people coming back to their books and to reading habits during the lockdown. It just goes to show that books and reading are essential parts of our lives, not just for knowledge only, but also for our emotional and mental well-being. That's good news for us indeed. However, I know that our industry is hurting and is facing an existential threat. Globally, sales are down or non-existent in some markets, and supply chains have been interrupted until further notice. Zooming in on Africa and Kenya, the closure of schools directly impacts your distribution sales of books as your industry has been relying heavily on the textbook segment. And since digital books and ebooks publishing is not as well developed yet in Africa as it is in other markets, one could say that African publishers are probably the most affected by this crisis. It is hard, I'm sure, but this is the time to be resourceful and creative. This is the time to rise to the challenge and reinvent your paths while coming together and collaborating with each other closely. If there's a major shift in human history taking place before our eyes, then we as publishers have an important role to play. Looking at the theme of your book fair this year, any book, anywhere, it's clear that the Kenyan publishing community intends to play a major role in society, as Kenya and the continent of Africa are crossing the bridge to a new world, much like all of us. I still reminisce about the time I spent with you last year during IPA's Africa Rising regional seminar. I remember the enthusiasm and positive vibes that filled the meeting arena, even as we tackled the most stubborn challenges facing the development of African publishing. We all worked hard together during those 2 days to create momentum, and I remember that we all left feeling energized and excited about the possibilities in the future. We were all hopeful. Please remember those feelings and that state of mind as you continue working together during this book fair. And remember that IPA is committed to continue supporting and nurturing your development until we see Kenyan and African publishing realizing their great potential. The great continent of Africa has a great story to share with the world, and the sooner you adapt to the fast-changing world of digital book and content creation, the sooner the world will learn about and relish the astonishing diversity of African culture. As you are discussing and reflecting about the state of future of publishing in your markets, please remember that this is also a time not to leave anyone behind. Literacy is a major mission for our industry. While we battle the consequences of COVID-19, we cannot forget the aspirations of millions of children, youth, and women from Africa.
Okay, let me try again.
The only power they might have is education. And therefore, I call upon all of you and I call upon all of us to give
that's much better. You've changed your internet.
Read and write so they can build better nations.
And also
apparently, it's important to continue supporting literacy initiatives, libraries, and reading campaigns, as African youth need now more than ever to be equipped with an education that can guarantee their livelihoods and save their dignities. I usually conclude my opening remarks by projecting a specific future vision while trying to motivate myself and my audience to move towards it. This opening address is different. It might be difficult to look at the future now and figure out what to do next, as monumental change is taking place all at once at a dizzying speed. But guided by the wisdom of our ancestors and armed with a strong belief of human fortitude, I want to share with you this quote. The best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The second best time is now. Some say this is a Chinese proverb, while others say it's an African one. No matter its origin, its wisdom is clear. We need to have faith in the future and take concrete action now to prepare for it with a winning attitude. I hope you can embrace its spirit as you discuss in the next couple of days the best way forward for the publishing industry in Kenya and Africa. I wish you a successful event, and I look forward to hearing about the results of your discussions. Thank you.
My name is Dr. Henry Chakaba. I'm the chairman of East African Educational Publishers, Nairobi. I've been in that position for the last 20 years. I want to talk to you about the history of the Kenya Publishers Association.
Hello parents, teachers and learners. Spotlight Quick Revision series summarizes the entire class syllabus for a particular subject in bullet points only. It is available for each subject for all classes. Each book in this series has exhaustive topical revision notes that meet syllabus requirements, numerous structured and multiple choice questions at the end of each unit, content broken down into terms 1, 2, and 3 for easy planning, 3 complete model test papers per term, model test papers covering the whole subject syllabus at the end of each book, answers to all questions. It is approved by the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development. Get your copy from bookshops countrywide. For more information, call us on 0715 782 341 or visit our website on www.spotlightpublishers.co.ke. Spotlight Publishers East Africa Limited. Connect, adopt, shine with Spotlight.
Hey, Gloria, I think we can start now. And because we are not many of us, I have a suggestion to make that if we can all, we can have our videos on so that we can see each other and we have a chance to have a deeper conversation and you know, and get to know each other better. So would you mind having your videos on? If that's not a problem, then we can talk. Is that okay?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I'm good.
Okay, we have some people who are coming in. I see Dr. Odhiambo, I see Lydia, so we are getting more and more people coming in. Dr. Odhiambo, how are you doing?
Fine, indeed.
Yes, good. I can see your video is on. And I just started asking the team who is there because we don't have a lot of people on the call. That means that we are going to have a good conversation. And I was requesting if we could all have our videos on so that we can see each other. If that's okay with you, then that's okay. In the meantime, I will hand over to you as our leader to start off the conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Mr. Mwazemba is joining shortly. He's in the waiting room.
Okay. Yeah. Hello. Hello, John. Hello, Gloria. Hello, Kombani. Patricia.
Hello. Hi.
I can see Patricia. Where's Patricia? Oh, Patricia, I can see you, but you are hiding. Yes. So I don't know. I think. Hello. We can start. James, is that James somewhere on the corner there? We can start. So I'll say good afternoon to everybody. I hope you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, so good afternoon, everybody. This is an open session. I was told to moderate it, but the way I would think about it is that I have a question for each one of you. There's the four of you. There is Mwazemba, Kombani, Gloria, and Patricia. And please respond to the question as much as you can, because then we would want to involve the real people why we are here. There are authors here, there are readers here, there are publishers here. There's the general public, those who are interested in books as a matter of personal interest. And so I'm very grateful to the Kenya Publishers Association for making this incredible effort to run this virtual session. I mean, I thought it was impossible that they would do this. I'm very, very grateful to the executive committee, to James Odhiambo and the team at the office for putting this together. I think next year, I pray that next year we'll meet physically and that we'll continue meeting and talking about books, and that this session will be productive to everybody, the listeners, those who are here with us, those who are elsewhere but will zoom in at some point. And so this session is really to talk, again, I would really say that these are the general issues about Kenyan writing. How do we think about how do we think about starting to write, writing itself, preparing the manuscript, publishing it, getting it out to the readers? And by starting to write, we're talking about the subject that we are going to write. We are talking about the genres we are going to write in, which then affects the language and style. And then we're also talking about the audiences. And I've always argued that I think a lot of writing does not necessarily think about the audience first. So when the book is stuck somewhere with the editor, and the editor comes back and asks, what's the book about? Then people fail. So I will ask each one of you a question. I'm going to ask the questions in advance, and I'll expect you to note them down. And these are really just the basic questions. And you note them down, and then I'll ask Gloria to speak first, and then Kombani to speak next, then Patricia to speak as number 3, and then Mwazemba to speak last. I suppose just because Mwazemba is the old man here, so he's gonna speak last. Or I'll speak last because I'm the real old man here. So I want to ask Gloria to reflect on what are the initial steps. No, to reflect on the initial steps.
Hello.
Yes, can you hear me? I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes,
Can
yes,
you hear me?
Mwalimu, we can hear you. Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, I'm asking Gloria to reflect on the baby steps of writing. What are the processes of beginning to write? So I want you to talk about writing as a beginner and what it takes to actually be able to write and get out manuscript, but as a beginner. And then I want Kombani to talk about writing as a process of life, in the sense that you have now moved from writing as a beginner to describing yourself fully as a writer, which means writing is part of your life and your life is part of writing. Kombani, you got that, right?
Yes, yes.
And then I want Patricia to talk about how do you create and sustain and have productive writing communities? How do you create and sustain and have productive writing communities? Mwazemba, I want you to speak not about writing per se or publishing per se, but how do you link the writer and the writing communities to the processes of publishing, not necessarily publishing, but processes of publishing. How do you link these? There's a publishing processes here. You could talk about the publishing industry, but I'm really interested in the publishing processes that prepare one to publish and the processes involved in publishing and the writer, the linkages, because that is where everybody says there's a problem, that we seem unable to link the writers to the processes of publishing, not necessarily just even publishing. So I will open it up. Like I said, I would wish Gloria to speak first, and then Kombani follows it up, so that we have some kind of a tree that grows. Okay. So welcome, Gloria.
Thank you, Tom. So I'll talk about writing as a beginner. And I think one of the most important things that a writer or someone who wants to start writing should establish is the type of writing that they want to do. So I was recently speaking to a young man. He reached out and told me, okay, I write. Then I told him, okay, what do you write? Then he said, I write everything. But then when you say you write everything, then it's very difficult for, I think it's important to just establish, do you want to write stories? Do you want to write memoirs? Do you want to write? So, okay, of course, like one is allowed to write, to sort of engage in more than one type of writing. But I think it's just very good to establish, know where your strengths are, know where your interests are, so that you're able to grow yourself in that particular area. Secondly, I would say, after you've answered the question of what type of writing you want to do, then one must start working on improving their craft. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right, my internet just said unstable, so I thought maybe I was cut off. Oh, but okay, let me continue. You look at, one must consider the quality of work. So you that you're interested in. So I think one of the things you can do is to start reading. Read the people you want to write like, read the people who you're trying to establish your voice, the type of writing that you want to do. So I think by just reading widely, that's one of the ways in which you can improve your writing. Secondly, there's something called studying other writers to see how they write. And I think it was one of my favorite Haitian writers, I think it was Edith Danticat. She was talking about how when she started writing, what she did, she would sort of passages from other books because she wanted to see the rhythm of these other writers' work, how they would tackle different issues. So I just think it's also very important not just to read other writers, but also to study the writers you want to write like. When you study other writers, you sort of understand their processes and understand what they do with language, etc. And you're able to sort of get that. And in the process of studying them, you're able to also learn how to find your own voice and how to write your own way. And then in the case of, if you're thinking of writing for newspapers or such, then one of the things you do is read the kind of stories that they write, look at the angle, look at their languages, so that you're able to sort of align yourself to that sort of writing. Another thing a writer should do, even as they start writing, learning how to work with editors. Yeah, especially in the early sort of stages of one's writing, because you write something and you think it's very good, but when you give it to a couple of people to look at, you're gonna get back edits, you're gonna get back suggestions. So I think just learning, it's very, very important to learn how to work with editors. How to take feedback and how to just absorb the feedback and sort of work through the rest of your work, and not just that particular. Learn to self-edit, how to, before you send out a manuscript, after you've done your first round of edits, second round of edits, you also just, it's good to maybe put it a while for a day or two and then get back to it, to just read through. And I find reading out loud a very good way of sort of because as you read out loud, you know when you stumble on sentences, then you realize maybe it's not something. And of course, you get better at people, stories, etc. Yeah, I'll stop there for now. Thank you. Back to you, Tom.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Gloria, for initiating the conversation. I think those are this kind of a very precise introduction on the baby steps, the initial steps one takes to start writing. And now we'll transition to Kombani. Writing. So he now he claims, and I think that's why that is a writer. So how you and you write. This is one of the most difficult things. I mean, so Kombani, you can take it up from where Gloria. Yes.
Thank you, Mwalimu, and thank you, Gloria. So the one thing that is very evident, or maybe I should just give a disclaimer, is that it never ends, is the issue of reading. So whether you are a new writer and you're starting on, you still have to read a lot. Reading does not stop, because you have to find out what are other people writing, how do other people construct their sentences, how do successful writers write, what makes them tick. And I want to use my own personal example is that I've been trying to write young adults for a long time, and it was never successful because I was just writing stories that were never good for my audience. And one of the things that I decided to do is that I'm not going to submit any of my work for any of the awards. I'm just going to spend a year and I'm going to read all other young adult writing. And when I started that, I actually discovered there's a formula, and that's the formula I used. So one of the things that I've learned is, number one, is that you have to keep reading all the time, whether you are a new writer, whether you are an advanced writer. So reading does not stop. The second thing is about listening. I call it listening and watching, because you have to watch what's happening around you. You have to keep your ear to the ground. What's happening in the news? What's happening in the society? How do you connect, what's happening in society to whatever you want to read? Because you have to read. If you think about writing, and one of my favorite writers is Meja Mwangi, because Meja Mwangi in the cockroach dance can describe a cockroach, and you can actually see it you can see it in your mind because of the way he describes it. And that does not come from anything. It's by just observing, listening, and watching. One of the things that I did in one of my other stories that I've written is I've discovered that I was in the process of writing, and then I discovered that because I don't know, because I'm writing about hawkers, I don't know how hawkers, as much as I see hawkers and hawkers send to me things, for me to be able to really talk about the life of a hawker, I have to listen and I have to watch. So I spent a lot of time watching what hawkers do and watching about their lives and watching how they do it. And I discovered one simple fact is that hawkers are very strategic. You notice that whenever the police come and the Kanjo are coming and they're attacking the hawkers do not run helter-skelter. I'm sure if you're in a crowd and suddenly there was a bomb or something, we would all move in all directions. But hawkers don't run in all directions. They run towards they run in a single file and they run to a single direction. Whether it's Kirinyaga Road, Mboya Street, they're very strategic. So just watching and listening, I discovered that they actually have a system of people who are actually locals, and they're called Rido. Rido in Kikuyu means I. So they're the ones who watch out, and they have a system of communicating with the hawkers that the Kanjo are now on Tomboya Street, therefore run towards Kirinyaga Street. So you can't do that by Googling. As a writer, you have to be where the hawkers are if you're going to write a story about hawkers. And actually, I was able to change my story, and my story was about the hawkers themselves. I moved the main character from being a hawker into being one of those Rido guys who just watch out for the hawkers. So I've talked about reading, I've talked about listening and watching. The other thing is about the writing itself. Two things have worked for me or normally work for me is creating a routine, knowing that today is going to be my day for writing, and it's going to be my day for writing. I'm going to write at a particular moment. You will never, if you wait for time that I'm waiting for inspiration, it will never come because there's always so many competing things. There's Arsenal and Man U, there is BBI, and all those guys will always be conflicting with you. So what I've discovered is that no matter what happens, there's going to be a time when I decide this is my hour for writing, and it's a sacred hour. Everyone knows I'm writing. I have it blocked in my calendar. It's a 1 hour that I write. And the way I do it is that I don't kill myself. I decide I'm doing a novel, and the novel is going to be 90,000 words, and I'm going to write it in 90 days, which means every day I put in 1,000 words. 1,000 words take me an hour. So one of the things of having a routine is that you keep trying to find out which time works for you. And I've discovered that what time works for me is in the morning. So I used to write in the evening, and I used to have a problem with writing in the evening because at the end of the day, when you're doing your other activities, your mind is still set that I still have to write, and that becomes a burden to you. But if you write in the morning, first of all, you finish that. It's that idea of eating a frog. You've done the most important thing of the day. You've done it in the morning. So that principle helps you because first of all, you've killed that frog. The second thing is that the sense of satisfaction that I've actually written my 1,000 words today really helps you to even do many other things. That's the three things that work for me, Dr. Odhiambo. Reading other people's work, listening and watching what's happening around me, and also writing and getting a routine in which I'm going to write. When I was talking about this thing and watching, that talks about my book of pawns and players, because I was writing about betting and I didn't know, so I actually had to go to get my own applications. I logged into SportPesa, BitPesa, all those betting games, and I lost a lot of money. But then I discovered how to do betting, and then I sat next to a Muta guy for a couple of days. So that's how you write. It will never come to you when you are Googling. It will never come in your bedroom. It will always come when you are with the people that you're writing about. That's all on my side. I'm sure they're going to be questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Kombani. I'm sure you've only let out like 30% of the secrets, but we can live with that. I think for the others, they must consult you privately.
No, we will wait. We will. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions. Like the listeners, the participants can start throwing questions in the chats, and we'll answer them maybe later, right?
Yes, but even then, I think you will not reach 51% of your secrets, right? But thank you for the ones you've given us. I think people are noting down. It's gonna move into a conversation very soon, and I think you will hear a lot of responses and questions. Yes, Patricia. Now that you've been the Writers Guild and you've been around and you've seen people come into the Writers Guild from the point of view of what you are talking about when Gloria spoke, you've initiated them into the baby steps, held their hands, etc. So speak to us. Tell us a little bit about how you create and sustain writing communities, but also make them productive so that they are not a place where people need to meet to tell each other mshene. And mshene is a good thing. I think it's a beginning of a story. So yes, it's to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Odhiambo. Hope you can hear me.
I can hear you very well.
Okay, thank you so much. And it's a pleasure to share a platform with you people. This is my first time. So mkisikia nikitetemeka, you should know it's normal. So creating and sustaining a writing community. One of the things, even I'm going to pick one of the things Dr. Tom Odhiambo talked about last week, about walk with me. That was one of the things you talked about when we were having a class last week with a group of our writers. So one of the things that we do is we walk with you. You cannot go alone as a writer. So to create and sustain a good writer, you have to work with other writers. You have to, some who are very good and advanced in this field will hold your hand and work with you, because you don't know so many things. Your confidence is still, you don't have so much confidence. So they'll encourage you and they'll give you confidence. So they'll work with you. So that's one thing. You're going to work with other writers. So you have to understand, who is that writer that I look up to? And we'll look for those writers in most cases to be your mentors. So you'll have a mentor, like Kinyanjui Kombani is also one of the mentors. So he'll come in as a mentor and mentor you on something, one thing or another. Another thing is we give you an accountability partner. You have to have an accountability partner, because if we just come and tell you, we put you in a group of other writers and tell you, okay, you're in a group of other writers, you can't sit down and just relax. So one of the things is to have an accountability partner, not a soft person, somebody who can hold you accountable and tell you this week you didn't write. So you have to meet with those people. You have to write and exchange work. So that's also one way. You have an accountability partner, but a very serious one, because if you have somebody who babies you, then you're not going to grow as a writer. Another thing is learning. From the beginning, Gloria talked about learning, and also Kinyanjui talked about learning. Learning never stops. So as you grow as a writer, you're going to learn so many things. And look for those things in your area that you would want to learn. And learning never stops. So continue learning and continue exploring as a writer. So we make sure you have a place, you learn. There's so much courses you can take as a writer to improve yourself. So those are the things I'll talk for now, about for now, to grow together as a writer. So you have to have accountability partner. There's a mentor in the field of writing who will help you in learning.
Thank you very much, Patricia, for those comments about how to create, sustain, and have a productive writing community. I think we'll come back. I think there's people with questions. I would want to say before Mwazemba kind of has his say, I would want to urge the rest of us who are listening in that you can actually post questions on the chat although you may ask questions after Mazemba has spoken, but you can also post questions on the chat. You can actually post to very specific speakers. You just make them private to the specific speakers. So yes, Mazemba, we want the link between the writing and the publishing process. I'm not saying anything between the writer and the publisher. I don't want people to knock at your door. I just want you to alert them that yes, you are writing, but there are also publishing processes, and those processes have got nothing to do with the publisher. They are established. It doesn't matter how many publishers you change, you'll come across them. So yes, John.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Daktari. The first thing that Professor Indagas likes saying is there a story? Because writers write, but when the work comes to us, the first question we ask ourselves as editors is there a story? Because you'll be surprised. You can actually read a book, a manuscript rather, a big one, 100 or so pages, but there's no story. What the Italians call terra firma? It's solid ground. It's the point from which the writer is speaking. Is the story anchored? So that's a very important thing, and it can be. It may not be anything to do with externals, setting, and all that. It's just about the story itself. So the first question is there a story? And if there's a story, then the editor will decide to do two things. If they're taking on the project, so that's the point where people get rejections. If there's no story, automatically that's a rejection, no matter how flowery the language or yeah. So sometimes people think I've written a very good book. It could be very emotional, but there could be no story. So if there is no story, most likely you get a rejection there as the author. But it's also a rejection with a reason. For instance, maybe the story has not been built yet. Maybe the character development is poor. Maybe the thematic approach is poor. Maybe the way the story is told is broken. So there's a reason. Every rejection has a reason, and you'll get that in the editor's report. But if the book has been taken or the manuscript has been picked for editing, then there are two types of editing. One is for substance, which is called substantive editing. This one has got nothing to do with the language or the grammar. It's just the meat. Like taking a character from the beginning to the end, because one of the challenges we see is characters die and then they resurrect again, even if that's not the style. Sometimes even the authors lose track of characters, and so an example I want to give is if it's a character, for instance, we want to see whether this character has, if they've died, then we have to make sure that they don't do anything. You know, something as simple as that. Just editing for substance, character development, thematic approach, where the characters are growing, where the dialogue is okay. So that's for substance. And then later there is line editing. Now, line editing is about the language, you know, like making the words to be punchy or to flow like a river. There are so many things people do at line editing. It's like embroidery, really. It's like making things more beautiful during the line editing. So that's the editing part. And then after the editing, the work goes to the design and layout. To the designer, we call them designers, or some people call graphic designers, who will now lay out the book into a book layout, into a book format. So they just do the pages into book format, and also the cover, and if there are any illustrations. That's the point where that is done. And then after that, the work goes to printing. And the printer, what the printer does is just to reproduce the copies of the books, the physical copies of the books. So we give them like one file, the correct file, and then they can publish, they can print like maybe 1,000 books, the physical copies. So that is the printing. And then of course, After printing, if the book is self-published, it goes to the author's house or warehouse, wherever, for them to market. And if the book is published by a publisher, then it comes to the publisher's warehouse, and then from there, marketing usually begins long before the actual printing happens. So once the cover has been done, you can begin sending out the cover with some promotional materials to bookshops and even online now. Yeah, and then when the book is printed, then goes to the warehouse, and then from the warehouse, of course, it goes to the bookshops or sold to the readers. So I think that's briefly what the process is. I'll invite any questions.
Thank you, John, for that brevity in the response. I think there are a number of questions that are appearing on the chart. People are posing questions, but I suspect that people will also want to speak, to ask questions. I guess that if you're on the chart, you will see the questions. Some of them are actually very direct to individuals. If you want to speak, and I would really ask that you raise your hand. This is why sometimes getting onto the video, having your webcam on helps, because if you just kind of speak, we might not really be able to get. So if you could turn on your video and raise your hand, or you send the question. So there are questions that are already on the chart, and I would like this to be as democratic as possible. I think that I've seen a question specifically to John Mwazemba, and I've seen a question that Kombani is willing to respond to. If you see a question, Gloria, Patricia, I think as the others speak, you can add to it, because this is a conversation. We want to make it as conversational as possible, because there's so many people beyond the 43 who are participating here who are actually listening in. So yes, Kombani, there was a question. I think the one you noted on Writer's blog, if you can go to that and respond. Yes, I can see you've already actually fixed something. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So so Writer's block is real and it happens. Yeah. So and this is my own personal experience, because I thought that this year I'm going to write something, and it took me 6 months to actually decide to be able to write anything. So whether you are a new writer or an experienced writer, it still happens to you. It took me a lot of time, and then one day, it is May 31st. From June, I'm going to start writing 1,000 words a day, and that's when I started writing. So how do I manage writer's block? Is I technique called mind mapping, and apologies to people who didn't know about mapping. So if you see my screen, this is a website called mindmapping.com. And there are so many, you can even applications around mind mapping. So mind mapping is a simple technique that helps you be able to ideas flowing. So you have normally a main idea, what are you about? And then you have themes that branch from that main idea. For instance, I would have my story in 3 or 4 parts. Stories, you see that there are normally 3 or 4 parts. So I'm able to, first of all, draw a mind map that is showing part 1, what am I going to be writing about? Part 2, what am I going to be writing about? And part 3, am I going to be writing about? So you draw a mind map that and you can see these examples of a mind map. First of all, talks about story, how you're going to outline it end to end. And the second one is also about characters. You can map about characters. And I had a novel that was very complicated because the characters had to meet at the end of the story in a way that will make sense, but it has to be revealed to the reader who these characters are. But you can't reveal them. But what you can do is that you can just articulating who are they and what do they do, how do they connect. So mind mapping helps you to build connections to your story, your plot, to your characters, and even timelines, so that you can know you cannot be, if you're writing a story about Molo in 1991, you cannot be saying that he picked his mobile phone, and when he called the phone, he discovered that the other person was Mteja, because 1991 we didn't have mobile phones. So mind mapping helps you to kind of connect your historical situations, your plots, your characters, and even the way characters interact with each other, and even character traits. You can even draw your characters. So as you can see, some of the mind maps here, people have actually drawn their characters. So that's how I'm able to avoid writer's block. Number one, mind mapping, so that when I start writing, it's easier. Number two is getting to the right frame of mind, and I had to discover the best time for me to write is early in the morning. And number three is that I use a software which is called Scrivener. So Scrivener is a software that helps me to decide to outline my story. So you can see on the screen, you can see this is a Scrivener. And what it does is that I have my novel in 3 parts. So these are the parts of the novel. These are the parts of the novel. And I can write chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3, chapter 4. Sometimes I'm not able, sometimes the story is not flowing in chapter 3. Or even in chapter 3, a particular section where the people did something. And what I can do, what it allows me to do is that I can skip that and go to another part of the story that is flowing for me. So like the novel that I'm writing of late, I'm writing using Scrivener. But one thing I've discovered about all these apps, no matter how many apps you do, they cannot write for you. You still have to do your own writing. Thank you, Malim. I hope that has been answered.
Thank you. I mean, that's very informative. A lot of people. Yeah. Please, if you can hear me yourself, unless yes, Gloria, you can pick it up.
Yes, I just wanted to add to what. Okay, can the participants mute themselves? There's a lot of.
June, Dale. Thank you, Lydia. June, if you can mute yourself.
Great.
Okay, Lydia, yes, Gloria.
Okay, I just wanted to add that another strategy, or what I've found very useful every time I have writer's block, is something called free writing, where I just open the page and start writing, because sometimes you get stuck because maybe you want a character to do something or to move somewhere and it's not working. So on such days, I think it's just good to free write, like get your computer, type away, just keep writing. At some point, you're gonna get back in the rhythm. So I just wanted to add that to what Kinyanju was talking about.
Okay, anybody else in the audience who wants to respond or to add to the question of the writer's blog? Anybody else? People are very happy with that. Mwazemba, there was a question I think directed to you. John?
Yes, about priorities. So the world over, from J.K. Rowling to Obama, to Michelle Obama, to the rest, the average could go to 12.5%. It could go maybe sometimes as high as 14%, or it can come to about 8.5%. But the issue is not the percentage, because you can get 100% of nothing or 10% of something very big. So what I usually say to writers is, let's work together so that we sell more copies of this book, because unless somebody gives you below 10%, then you really have a reason to complain. If a publisher is giving below 10%, please don't sign that contract. If it's the book you've written, that would be my advice. Not below 10%. Of course, if it's two of you have written the book, if it's a short story, then you may have to split into small, percentages. But from my own experience, most of the authors who have made it, even in Kenya, and made a lot of money, they get about 10% or 11% or 12%. What makes the difference is not the percentage they get from the publisher, it is the number of copies that are sold. Yeah, so generally 10%, because you'll be surprised, but the bookseller in Kenya or the bookshop takes 30%. Now you may say that's high. In Tanzania, it's at 37.5%. So when you write a book and you're in Tanzania, you know that 37.5% already goes to the bookseller. In Kenya, at least 30%. In the UK, America, it's about 25% or 20%, which goes to the bookseller. On Amazon, you know, it's 30%. So we're not very far off. So people think, where does this 90% go? So we have 30%, that is the discount. 10% is royalties. Printing that book, those of you who have done self-publishing know that the most expensive thing is actually printing. It's about 40%. Sales and marketing is another aspect, very expensive, about 30%. So if you take 30% for the discount, 10% for royalty, 40%, or let's say maybe 35% for printing, 35% for sales and marketing, the publisher makes about 10% if they are very lucky. Not on the first print run, on the second print run, na kuendelea.
Yeah, but John, what does e-publishing do to all these arithmetic of yours? How does e-publishing change this? Because if we are going to kind of rely a lot more on e-publishing, because we understand that the publisher has to pay for the warehousing, the transporting, the maintenance, etc. How does e-publishing change the matrix in terms of what the author gets and what the publisher gets? Because it's still...
Oh, yeah. Okay, so what I was talking about, what I was talking about was the printed book.
Yes.
So e-publishing takes out the cost of printing and takes out all the costs. So obviously, e-publishing, you should get thrice or about 3 times that, 30 to 40%. Yeah.
Okay, so the other question, I mean, I'm asking this because there are people who ask this question, but they never really. So what exactly is the cost of you, because you are just giving me an imprint. Let's say you are giving me an imprint. What's the cost of the imprint OUP or KLB or Longhorn? What is the cost of the imprint itself?
Now, what do you mean cost of imprint?
Well, I mean, you can say all these other things, but eventually the name OUP, what's the relationship? What is the relationship between the name OUP and the text you are selling? Because there is a cost value to it. It's not just about printing it.
Yeah, I'm not just getting the question in terms of...
let me put it... Yes.
Okay.
Let me put it this way.
Okay.
We can reduce this from an accounting perspective. We can say that whether it's Longhorn or KLB or OUP, we can actually reduce the costs of editing, printing, warehousing, and put them down here, right? So what exactly separates the royalties Longhorn pays from those that EAP pays, from those that OUP pays? And that's why I'm talking about there is an implicit cost of it. Yes.
It's very many things. One, for instance, let me just give an example. If, for instance, I got a manuscript today from Ngugi wa Thiong'o, just saying, and he tells me, even if you are paying authors 10%, you cannot pay me 10% because I'm Ngugi wa Thiong'o. That happens. So the 10% is like the baseline for almost everyone. But somebody like Wala, for instance, may say, no, I can't take 10%. I want 15. So the accounting people, the accountants will sit and say, let's work backwards and see. If we paid bin Wala 15%, will the company make any money? So, and also the cost structure, because publishers are different. Some of them are just beginning. Some of them are more established. They can take lower profit margins and all that. So that also makes the difference. But averagely in Kenya, it's 10%.
Okay.
Yeah.
There was another question for you from, I think, Shiro about the subconscious and the subjective implications of accepting or rejecting a manuscript. that you need?
Yes.
Because you spoke very objectively.
Yes, it happens. So sometimes it could just be a bias. Sometimes we found out even it's beef between the editor and the writer, which is not known to the publisher. Some beef, maybe you did something to me long time, and then now you bring your manuscript, and I'm the one sitting there like God. They say they're editors, making decisions like God. So I think, so like what we do at Oxford is that we make sure that we don't have one person, we don't send this book to only one person. And most publishers do that. I've worked elsewhere. I've worked in several publishing houses. I worked in Macmillan, which is now Moran. I've worked at Phoenix, and all of them do that. We don't give this manuscript to one person. We make sure at least we get somebody, maybe a don from the university. We get maybe a critic from the newspapers or somewhere. At least different people writing reports that are not related, so that in the end we try to be objective, because we understand that it can be a subjective process.
Okay, there's a question there for Gloria. What happens after the second draft? And there's a question for Patricia. Are these communities about the craft, or they're also about kind of disciplining? I mean, teaching people a little bit about discipline. Yeah. So Gloria, can you talk about what after the second draft? Patricia, is it just a nice place where you teach people about the art or the discipline as well? And then we can move on. There are a lot more questions.
Yeah. Before I address GLADO's question, there's something I've seen that I want to comment about. Samuel Kanja says that sometimes the mind block is a time to build content. Writing is a sacred task, and I like giving it quality time. Now, for the last 1 year, or should I say 8 months, I've had to write in order to get a paycheck. And so I cannot say that writing is a sacred task. I can just take time away. So it reaches up to a point where you can it's no longer an option. When it's no longer an option, you can't say that it's a sacred task. You're just giving it time to marinate. It becomes unrealistic. So I think I'm more on the discipline side, where you discipline yourself, where you have to make sure you're writing and your writing is moving forward. I'm just very uncomfortable, or I do not particularly agree with the idea of writing is a sacred task, that you should just let yourself stay and wait. So yeah, that. Then on the question of after the second draft, what next? Yeah, I think one of the most important things after you have your draft is to have a professional editor look at it. Yeah, and obviously I get a lot of requests, and my friends also, there's a couple of friends of mine are editors, and they usually tell me a lot of people write to them and they want them to look at their manuscripts, and they want them to look at their manuscripts for free. But I'm thinking, just how many 70,000 word manuscripts are you going to look at for free? So writers should also just think of getting a professional, but you might have to pay for it sometimes. Yeah, so get a professional to look at your manuscript. After that, then you can go ahead and send your work out to, after someone else has looked at it, you can go ahead and send it to, obviously edit it, and then send it to publishers. And also you can query agents. I have a couple of friends in Nigeria who've sent out their manuscripts to a lot of agents in the USCTC, and they actually get feedback. So you can try that route as well.
Yeah, I agree with you, Gloria, on that. I personally do that myself. Before I give my manuscript to the publisher, I make sure that it has, first of all, it has been reviewed by somebody who is a professional, and I pay for that as well. And also it's been edited, so that when you go to the publisher, you're not seeing some, there are some mistakes that are very careless. So all those have been cleaned out, and it actually helps you to reduce to reduce the probability of rejection. Yeah.
Hello, Tom.
Sorry, Mwalimu, I think you're on mute.
Patricia was responding before Samuel. Samuel will pick it up after Patricia. Samuel.
Okay. Oh, someone asked the question. Doesn't this put pressure? So when you're mentoring people, you're not going to mentor 100 people. You can only mentor 2 people, and it takes only 15 weeks. And for now, because people have so much work, so they can only do as much. So you the mentee and the mentor sit down and decide which time and what day will work for them properly. Because if you say it will be every day, everybody is busy nowadays. You cannot try to do that. So you just talk to the mentor and you talk to the mentees and tell them, here is your mentor, and you tell the mentor, here is your mentees. Then they sit down and they talk about the time that will work best for them. So that it's only 2. In fact, the maximum you can get is 2. So it's either 1 or 2 people depending. We have people who volunteer to be mentors. They might not be well established, but they have done so many, they're either editors or they've done other things when it comes to writing. So they volunteer to be mentors for only a period of time. So sometimes we have mentors, a lot of them. And then now we have courses that happens. And when people graduate from those courses, they have so much knowledge and they volunteer. One of their assignment is to mentor the younger people who are struggling in the writing and help them learn, share the knowledge. The mentorship you asked, if there is discipline, yes, there should be discipline, because after 15 weeks, then you have to submit a report showing that you've actually mentored this person, and we'll actually talk to the people and ask them, did they really receive the mentorship? So there is discipline, people report. I hope I've answered your question.
Well, we hope he's been listening. Yes, we hope he's been listening. Samuel, you have to say something?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, first of all is to appreciate the good conversation going on. This is a very interesting area. And maybe first to respond to Glory about writing being sacred. It doesn't mean because it is sacred you cannot be disciplined. The two are not mutually exclusive. You can make it sacred at the same time you are disciplined. So when I say the mind block coming, I like the way Kobani talked about it. It can come even to a very experienced person. And when it comes, I think it's good to look at it from the positive side. You can use it to re-energize, to think about the story differently, and even delete one chapter and you redo it again. So I didn't mean like you just sit there, you wait for content to fall. Again, as Kobani said, no matter the software you are using, no matter the mentorship, you have to sit down and write. So I think we are away from that. There's a question that was asked about if you want to do self-publishing, how do you go about it? I know we have the mainstream, allow me to use that word, who sometimes they don't accept individual work, which is self-publishing because of the risks that it has. You may do someone's work at the middle, this person disappears. But we have publishers, and I actually work with one of the publishers who does self-publishing. Actually, they don't operate on royalty. And I am part of that organization, so I can share my contacts later. We are called Nano Publishers. But at the same time, what I can say is that there must be a story. Otherwise, even in self-publishing, want to spoil our because you are paying or you have come with a manuscript. If there's nothing, of course, you cannot create a story for someone if there is nothing from them. So I think this is a good conversation, and I think writing goes beyond even it being a business, because if the main intention is to make money, I think you may be frustrated, especially with your first book, you know. But if you are writing to share information, to share knowledge, money will come. I have 3 books right now, and I can never regret being an author. And as I conclude, I remember the first time I had my manuscript, I was interning at Citibank. And I had never met a publisher, met an author. I remember this lady who gave me a contact of Kinyajui Kobani. And when I called Kinyajui, you know, he gave me a few words. We never met. Surprisingly, we have not even met physically, but we talk online. But I found my way. It was not easy. But one decision I had made is that I will not take my book to River Road.
And that's how my first book was done by actually an international publishing house, Evergel Publishing House. So even if you are starting, please do not give your book less just because you are a starting person. It's not like a business. You should feel proud when you are marketing your book, such that if you are selling it at 1,000, you don't have to lower the price after realizing that this book is cheap, especially on editing. And the cover design, editing and cover design, that's everything for a book. So thank you so much.
Okay.
Also, Daktari, I also have a few questions.
Yes.
I've seen, I can reply to. One of them is asking whether writers can go directly to publishers. Yes, in Kenya, we don't really have agencies, literary agencies, but literary agents in Kenya, but I think some of them are beginning now. But nowadays you go directly, and that's part of our problem. So I've received manuscripts from class 8 students and also from professors from the university. So everybody, brings manuscripts, and that's why sometimes they really pile up. So yes, you can go directly. There's another question. When is publishing not a business? I saw it, it was forwarded to me by someone. Publishing is not a business, is always a business unless there's donor funding or the publisher wants to die. Because one of the things we've been saying is people expect Safaricom and telecom companies to make money, but they don't expect publishers to make money, which it's a very funny kind of thinking. Everybody expects every business to make money except publishers. But we were taught in campus that the publishing house is the house between the bank and the church. So it's just between there, between the bank and the church. Even most of the publishing houses, when they started, from Oxford to the very old ones, were actually started by churches. So maybe originally there was no intention to make money, but then you can't run. You really have to make some money, not a lot. And if you look at us, surely, do we look like people with a lot of money?
Yeah, but John,
yes.
It introduces something, which I think many people won't ask you, but I can ask you because I have nothing to lose.
Yes.
Lawyers are very difficult people, but occasionally something gets into them, and they do something called pro bono. Do publishers do any kind of pro bono? Do they ever see a manuscript and they look at the author and they say, this child of God needs to be helped?
Let me laugh first, bro. yeah. If they have a good story, yes, of course. Yeah, but we cannot help when there's no story, for instance. Yeah, and there are many things, of course. Yes.
John, what is this thing you are calling a story? Can you actually clarify it? Because, you're assuming that people really know this thing you are calling a story. And I'm very sure, John, in your entire career, you have met some people who come to your office with a manuscript. Of course, when you read it, you realize it really has problems. But they are insisting there is a story here. So there is my story. There is Kombani's story. Gloria has a story. Patricia has a story. June Muhwana, he has a story, Mark Burugu, etc. But I don't think that we are talking about the same thing, right? So you are now the guy who needs to tell us, because you sit at a desk, you've been sitting at desks for years, pretty much since Moi University, and you look at text. How do you decide that there's a story here and there isn't one here? There is a story here, there's half a story here, there's a three-quarter story here. Or how do you decide and you tell Sofina Merino that I think a story started here, but it stopped, so let's pick it up from here. So just explain a little bit so that we are in the
Yes.
clear, that we are all agreed.
So maybe what I can use the detective genre, is it a genre or something? If, for instance, you're writing a detective story, of course, there are the elements of the most important thing if it's a detective story is suspense, for instance. So if on page 2 or page 3, you've already given out, the story, in the sense of what was to happen later, you've already said in advance, then that kills the story. because the reader, you must hook the reader. There must be a hook that will keep the reader, to continue reading. Just like you read essays, there are some essays, for instance, you begin on page 1 and you can't stop. Even books, there are some that you can't stop. So the story, I mean, it's one that has all those elements of suspense, of especially suspense. It's very important, and conflict. I was told those are major things in high school. Conflict and contrast. You have two characters. One of course is the protagonist, and the other one the antagonist. Just having that is important, and that's why we watch movies. Some people watch Prison Break from the beginning to the end. They can't even sleep, because they are hooked. So let's have that. Let's have the protagonist very clear and the antagonist. Let them have conflict. Let there be contrast. If we have that, for instance, that's enough for it to take the the story forward until that point where now you can say, I can now give the secrets like they do in the soaps. You realize that this was somebody's daughter and somebody's son, and they didn't know this was the father. They are coming at the end. So that's what I mean.
Okay. Tom, I have something to say there.
Sure.
And this is directly addressed to John. Of course, we are going to get to this point at some point. I'm just wondering, in your opinion, do you think Kenyan publishers have the time to guide writers through the writing process? Because just listening to you speak, you're talking about, you sound like you want someone to give you a manuscript that is already perfect. But I'm just thinking sometimes it takes the sort of publisher to look at a manuscript, see that it has potential, and then walk the writer through the revisions, etc. But if you look at, like, for example, how Kenyan publishing houses work, especially the time they want to submit to KICD, they're always in a rush. I have done books just around the time. You're in a rush. I don't know whether Kenyan publishers have to guide writers to become good, because a writer is already. So you look at a manuscript and then you help this person sort of work their story. And then also I find this idea of just protagonist conflict, etc. problematic, because I think different writers in the world now, we have different types of writings and people are experimenting with different kinds of things. So I'm just curious as to whether, like, the Kenyan publisher is interested in sort of just maybe looking at what the writer is trying to do, guiding them through that, and as opposed to just wanting a book that is, like A, B, C, D. It's like you already have the things down. I don't know. What do you think of that? Could you?
Yeah. Let me begin with the issue of protagonist and everything. I think the most is suspense, really. Whether it's whichever way you write, there has to be suspense. The reader must be held with kind of a hook, something that will make them want to turn the page. So let there be suspense, whichever way. Expense that. Two, the issue about most of these writers, I usually say, even people like Ngugi, if you look at their story, he worked with Dr. Henry Chakava to the point where he is now. If you look at Tony Mochama, we've worked together, for instance, and he brings a manuscript that's very, and we work together. It's a journey, but there has to be of a story. The story may not be 100%, complete, but if there is zero, I've received manuscripts where people just watched movies, the Andro, and they write that, and they 100 pages look at it, and it's just confused. So we look at the promise of the story, because that's why people have grown. I know somebody like in Kiswahili, there's a friend of mine called Yahi Mtuku, worked with him. Now he's become a very good writer, but when it was baby steps. Yeah, and some many other people I can mention names. So yes, if you're working towards a deadline of KICD, that's a different thing. But like now, yes.
Yeah. I'm not saying that I'm not because he's my friend, but I can tell you that when of Ponsonby to Oxford, what came out is actually from what came in, because it was panel beaten. So I think there has to be a car first, so that it can be panel beaten. But if there's no car, then what are you panel beating? I think that's the way you look at it. Yeah, so I appreciate the amount of work editors do as well.
Thanks, Kombani, but you're a big writer. I'm asking about, John, how many new writers have you discovered and mentored this year? Like your organization, not you. Like how many new writers with potential have... Okay, sorry.
Yeah, that, I think these questions are legitimate. I think we are moving in the right direction. But unfortunately, I'm pre-warned that there's actually another session that is supposed to have started at 4:30. I was getting excited. I think we are to, somebody was saying that we need to Tokoza people here, the writers, publishers, the editors. We need to put out these debates out here. So I will ask each one of you. I can't see Patricia, but I think she's around. If she's not around, one of you to say a last word. Is sorry to the viewers, listeners, participants, but I've been warned that the same facility is being used for another meeting, which starts at 4. We just have 3 minutes. So we'll begin again. John, speak, then share, then Kombani, and then Gloria will close it up. This to probably set it up in a week or two's time so that we have the same discussing these. So John, your last words, Patricia, your last words in 30 seconds, closes it up, closes the whole thing. Yes, John?
You can write 2 questions. I'll just advise writers to read the classics, the old books. Homer, read them. Yeah.
Okay, Patricia?
I would like to say we keep reading, and is not as bad as we think, and we have to make friends with the editors. Everything is fine once we make friends with the editors. And then I would want to thank each and everybody here. Gloria, for the good work you're doing. Teacher, enjoy Kombani using the banker who writes. You use a lot. We've been in so many sessions together. John, you always say you can skip a publisher, but don't skip the publishing process. I hope everybody will follow that. And Dr. Tom, work with me. Everybody can work. We can work with each other as we continue, and each day we can encourage other people to write more and more. Thank you so much.
Yes, Kinyanjui?
Yeah, because I've been accused, I can't speak because I'm a big writer. So I've been accused of becoming too big to speak. But I was not always a big writer. I started from the ground, as you know my story very well, Dr. Othiambo. And I just want to highlight the importance of a writer making sure that they have built their own platform, their own brand. So that even when you go to a publisher, it's very easy to even convince the publisher that, you know, this book can sell because I have 10,000 followers on Twitter, 20,000 on Facebook, 50,000 on LinkedIn. So the advantage of actually using your own brand, because Mozemba will tell you that I sell more books by my own initiative than even at the bookshop. And it's not because of being big of anything, but because I built a tribe around me. So you need to build a tribe around you. And I want to use this chance to pitch tomorrow at 2 p.m. We have a session that's going to be 2 hours dedicated to how you as an author can build your social media and even sell books, so that when you go to Mozemba, it's easy for you to just quickly, it can see money, and then it's not going to reject the manuscript as quickly as possible.
Yeah, okay. Mozemba chai tea. If you are here and you are an author, buy Mozemba tea first, and then the rest will follow. Gloria, funga hii chama, twende nyumbani.
Okay, for me, actually, my last word will be to that writer who's been trying to get published, but they are maybe not. You don't seem to be making headway, and So the first thing I would say is that now there are very many avenues for publishing. Apart from the traditional publisher, you can try online, pitch your work to online journals. There are so many. In fact, in Kenya, we have, I think, the two most recent are, we have Down River Road, we have Lolwe, and they have very good publishers who also do a lot of good work, and they can help your work grow. So one thing is to try other options apart from traditional publishing. You can also just try other options. Secondly, we have other avenues as well. There's a lot of conversation now around corporate storytelling. So just the opportunities are there. Try look out for opportunities and then align yourself. Just grow. As long as you're working hard to improve your craft, as long as your work is quality, somehow someone is going to see you at some point. So keep doing what you're doing.
Thank you all of you. I think Dinda Dinda, you are here. Please say the real last words. I'll just kind of tell everybody to leave after you say the real last words, because you are our host actually. Mwenye nyumba sema maombi, omba tuende. Dinda. Okay. Dinda. Okay, can I say I'm very grateful? Yes, Dinda, say the last words. We are friend you mwenye nyumba.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Daktari. Thank you, Mr. Kombani. Thank you, Gloria. I can see you are very happy that the session has gone well. And thank you very much, Mr. Mazemba, for all that we've shared. Please, let's do it again tomorrow with Mr. Kombani's session. I think you will build up on what you've learned today here. So as Patricia concluded by saying, let's work with people. This is something we got from Dr. Tom last week when he had a session with us. Let's hold each other's hand and work with each other so that we can be able to grow together. So thank you very much. See you again tomorrow. Thank you all the panelists and all the writers who took part. All the best in all you do.
And from me, all I can say is that I hope that this session has provoked you to think differently about writing, about writers, about publishing, and about publishing houses. But most importantly for me, that it has contributed something to your life about storytelling and why stories are important in our lives. I can see one of the members here who was cooking and eating. She just arrived in the meeting. We hope she has eaten well. We have also eaten well. And thank you, everybody. God bless you. Let's see each other or talk to each other tomorrow. And let's continue talking so that we create a proper writing community in Kenya, a community that shares and works with each other. Bye-bye. God bless you.
Bye.
See you next time.
This is a Story Moja podcast.
Karibu sana msikilizaji katika podcast hii ya Story Moja. Mimi ni Fred Obondo. Leo nakukaribisha kwa ajili ya makala maalum ambayo nimeungana na mwandishi mashuhuri wa vitabu vingi vya watoto nchini Kenya, mwandishi ambaye amevuma sana katika uandishi wake. Mwandishi wa kitabu kinachoitwa Kigogo. Kigogo ni tamthilia ambayo kwa sasa tunapozungumza hutumiwa shuleni kutaini wanafunzi wa kidato cha 4 na wanafunzi wa usomwa pia na wanafunzi wa kidato cha 3. Mwandishi mwenyewe ni Bi Pauline Care. Karibu sana studioni.
Asante sana kakangu Fred Obondo, nashukuru kwa mwaliko wako.
Naam, msikilizaji, unaweza kutupata kwenye mitandao mbalimbali ya kijamii kutumia viungio mbalimbali. Kwenye Twitter utatupata kwa kutumia @storymoja, Instagram vile utatupata kwa jina @storymoja, alafu Facebook tunaitwa Story Moja Africa. Kwa hivyo kwa ajili ya mawasiliano ya ziada hata baada ya kusikiliza podcast hii, ukitaka kuagiza kitabu, ukitaka kuwasiliana nasi zaidi kwa ajili ya uchapishaji na mambo mengine ambayo yanahusu uandishi kwa jumla, tafadhali tupate katika mitandao hiyo ya kijamii. Na pia tuna hazina ama e-store, tuna hazina ya kimtandao, utatupata katika www.storymojaafrica.com. Hiyo ndio tovuti yetu. Bi Pauline Care, una namna wanavyoweza kukupata katika mitandao ya kijamii?
Pia nami wanaweza kunipata kwenye Facebook naitwa Pauline Care Kiovi, na kwenye Twitter wanaweza kunipata @care_Pauline. Na hiyo ndiyo mitandao ya kijamii ambayo tunaweza kuwasiliana nao.
Sawa, asante sana. Karibu sana msikilizaji kwenye podcast hii. Na umeandika vitabu vingi. Mara nyingi hata watu wakitaka kuzungumzia vitabu vyako ni vigumu sana kulenga kitabu kimoja, kwa sababu najua nilianza kusoma vitabu vyako kitambo, na uandishi wako ni uandishi ambao hasa unawalenga watu hadhira tofauti tofauti, lakini vingi vinalenga watoto. Umewaandikia watoto vitabu vingi. Hasa labda nikikuuliza tu kwa ajili ya wasikilizaji, Bi Pauline Care ni nani hasa? Na safari ya uandishi ulianza lini?
Naomba nijibu hilo la Bi Pauline Care ni nani?
Naam.
Alafu ndio nende hilo la safari ya uandishi.
Naam, karibu.
Asante. Sasa namshukuru Mungu sana kwa ajili ya kunifanya kuwa mwalimu. Manake mimi Bi Pauline Care ni mwalimu. Kwa sasa mimi ni mwalimu wa chuo cha walimu wa shule za msingi Kilimambogo TTC, pia inaitwa St. John's TTC Kilimambogo. Na katika mambo ya taaluma mimi ni mwalimu, kwa hivyo nilifunza shule za upili Machakos School, alafu ndipo nikahamia Kilimambogo TTC, na nilianza kufunza panapo miaka 1997 kwenye shule za upili, nikafunza miaka 7 takribani, alafu nikaenda kwenye chuo hicho cha walimu kuanzia mwaka 2003 ambapo sasa nafunza mpaka hivi leo. Kwa hivyo Pauline Care ni mwalimu.
Naam, karibu.
Sasa kwenye safari ya uandishi, nashukuru Mungu pia kwamba katika hali hiyo ya kuwa mwalimu alinifungulia njia pia ya uandishi kupitia kwenye ualimu. Manake kuwa mwalimu ndiko ambako kulinisaidia kwanza kutangamana na vitabu vya wenzangu ambavyo wamenitangulia kuviandika, na nikaona kumbe wenzangu wanaandika hivi. Manake ukiwa mwalimu huwezi kutengana na vitabu. Lazima utasoma vitabu, manake vingine ni vya wewe usome kujiendeleza kitaaluma, ama na wewe usome kwa ajili ya kufunzia. Kwa hivyo ikawa hapo lazima nisome vitabu vingi, kwa hivyo nikasoma kwa mapana na kwa marefu. Na katika kusoma huko kwa mapana na marefu ndipo nikapata maarifa ya kuweza kuandika na kuona vile ambavyo watu wameandika, na nikaona kumbe na mimi pia ninaweza kuandika.
Vyema kabisa. Kwa hivyo kwa kifupi, ukiulizwa labda mambo hasa ambayo yanakuchochea kuandika hadithi ni yapi hasa? Mbali na kusoma kwamba unajiamini baada ya kusoma vitabu vingi, kuna msukumo wa aina fulani ama ilhamu ambayo inakuchochea kuandika kwa ajili ya wale ambao hadhira yako, hasa wanafunzi wasomaji wa kiwango cha chini? Na ama sasa hivi najua kuna vitabu pia ambao umeandikia wale wanafunzi wa kidato cha kwanza, cha pili hadi cha tatu. Ni mambo hasa, kichocheo hasa ni nini?
Asante sana kakaangu Fred kwa ajili ya swali hili. Ni kwamba katika aushi yangu, yani maisha yangu, ni kwamba nililelewa kwenye mazingira ambayo yaliniruhusu kutangamana na nyanya zangu. Ambao walikuwa wasimulizi wazuri sana, hasa kama ingekuwa siku zao wangeweza kusoma, pengine wangekuwa waandishi hodari sana, mashuhuri sana. Hata umashuhuri wangu ungekuwa hata hauwezi kutambulika mbele yao. Manake wao walikuwa ni wasimulizi wazuri, alafu wakanifunza kusimulia. Yani kwa kuwa mimi nilikuwa siwezi kulala bila kusimuliwa hadithi. Manake nisipokuwa na mamangu aliyemzaa baba, niko na mamangu aliyemzaa mama, ambao sasa hao ndio nyanya zangu. Wakuumeni na wakuukeni wote walikuwa wameyazunguka maisha yangu. Kwa hivyo ni kama walezi wangu, walikuwa na rafiki zangu sana. Kwa hivyo mambo ya kusimulia, nashukuru Mungu kwamba hiyo study ya kusimulia, haki naiona kama ni study, walinifunza wao hao nyanya zangu. Kwa hivyo mimi hata kabla sijakuwa mwandishi nilikuwa msimulizi mzuri.
Kwa hivyo ulianzia usimulizi hasa unaweza kusema kwamba labda wakati ukiwa shuleni ulikuwa unajihusisha katika mambo ya usimulizi wa hadithi mbalimbali ama vipi?
Mimi kwenye yani tamasha hizo ambazo zina sheheni mambo hayo nilikuwa sikosekani. Maana yake kama ni muziki, tamasha za drama niko, kama ni mashindano ya muziki niko, kama ni ushairi niko. Nilikuwa sikosi tangu nikiwa mdogo kwenye shule za msingi. Kwa hivyo nafikiri katika wajua mazingira yanasaidia mtu, pamoja na kwamba pia namshukuru Mungu, maana yake nafikiri pia kuna kipaji. Kipaji hicho nacho nafikiri ninacho. Lakini hiki kipaji unavyojua kaka, lazima kichochewe. Yani lazima maana yake kikiwachwa tu hivi hakiwezi. Kwa hivyo lazima kuwe na vichochezi ambavyo vinachochea kipaji ili kiweze kukua. Watu wengi hukalia vipaji na hawajui kwamba wanaweza mambo haya kama havijapata vichochezi.
Kwa hivyo unasisitiza kwamba ni vyema kipaji kitambuliwe kwanza, kisha kikisha tambuliwa kisiachwe tu hivyo. Kuwe na jitihada za kunoa kipaji chenyewe. Na umetaja jambo moja ambalo limenifurahisha sana kuhusu mazingira. Kwamba mazingira unaweza kusema kwamba ndio yamechangia sana katika zile stadi ambazo umemiliki za usimulizi na uandishi. Mazingira hayo ni mazingira ya usomaji, mazingira ya masimulizi, mazingira ambayo yanakufanya utangamane na vitabu.
Kwa hakika niseme hivi, katika maisha yangu ya utotoni sikutangamana na vitabu vingi. Maana mimi nilisomea mashambani, shule ambayo haina maktaba. Shule hizo za huko ambazo mashinani hazina maktaba, lakini mazingira yalikuwa na usimulizi mwingi. Unavyojua wewe Freddy, pamoja na kwamba wewe ni una mambo, nimeshangaa sasa umeingilia kwenye mambo ya utangazaji kwamba wewe ni mwalimu kama mimi. Zile stadi 4 ya kwamba kusikiliza na kuongea na kusoma na kuandika, ya kimsingi ni kusikiliza na kuzungumza. Ikikoseka hiyo, basi wewe huwezi mawasiliano na huwezi kuandika kama huwezi kuwasiliana na watu. Kwa hivyo mimi nashukuru Mungu, hata kama hakukuwa na maktaba, nilipata mazingira ambayo yaliweza kunisaidia kuwa na usimulizi. Lakini sasa hivi manake vitabu vinapatikana, na wakati wetu tukisoma vitabu havikuwa vingi vya watoto kwa hakika. Lakini kwa sasa kwa kuwa vitabu vinapatikana, mimi naona ni bora kama inavyohimizwa kwenye huu mfumo mpya wa umilisi, kwamba wanafunzi waweze kuhimizwa kusoma vitabu. Manake hawatampata nyanya wa kumsimulia hadithi, lakini vitabu vipo, vimeandikwa masimulizi ambayo kina nyanya wangeweza kusimulia. Hivi sasa mambo hayo yako kwenye vitabu. Kwa hivyo ni kuhimiza wazazi, kuhimiza walimu wenzangu kwamba huko waliko wanunulie watoto vitabu vya hadithi, wawaekee kwenye maktaba, maktaba ya nyumbani, maktaba ndogo ya shule, ili watoto waweze kusoma masimulizi. Huwezi kujua kipaji kiko wapi usipokichokora. Maana huyu mtoto pengine ni msimulizi mzuri, pengine ni mwandishi mzuri, lakini asipowekwa katika hali ambayo kipaji chake kinaweza kikakua, basi hakitaweza kukua, kitapotelea humu tu.
Ni kweli kabisa, kwa sababu pia hata ukizingatia kwamba usomaji utamwezesha yule mwanafunzi ama yule mtoto kutangamana na jinsi watu wanavyozungumzia masuala mbalimbali. Na vitabu, ukiangalia mfumo wa maisha kwa sasa, ni vigumu sana kupata kwamba sasa nyanya ama wazazi wamewaweka watoto wao wanawasimulia hadithi kama walivyokufanyia nyanya zako ambao umewataja. Ni vyema sana kwamba tunawahimiza wazazi, tunawahimiza wasikilizaji wetu kwamba kitabu ni kitu muhimu sana katika ukuaji wa mtoto. Naam, sasa hivi umeandika vitabu vingapi hadi sasa?
Vile vya kuandika peke yangu na vile vya kuandika kikoa vyote vyapata 30 na kitu. Lakini vile vya kuandika peke yangu vyapata 15. Hivyo vina sheheni vya watoto, vya watu wa rika hili la, yani tunawaita vijana,
vijana ama wale baleheni, teenagers ama baleheni. Kwa hivyo safari ya uandishi ulianza kitambo?
Si kitambo sana nikisema, yani kwamba kitabu changu cha kwanza kilichapishwa kwenye mwaka 2009. Kwa hivyo sasa kuongeza miaka 9 ndio ifike mwaka 2018, miaka 9 tangu nianze kuandika mimi.
Kwa sababu hapa story moja nimesoma vitabu vyako hadi sasa nimesoma 3, lakini tutazungumzia kigogo. Nimesoma Rozi Ajuta, nimesoma Tuzo ya Ujasiri na vitabu hivyo. Labda ugusie tu kidogo kuhusu vitabu hivyo.
Kwenye Rosa ya Juta ni mtoto ambaye anafanya vituko vya kitoto tu. Manake anatumwa dukani na anapotumwa anacheza kidogo, sukari inamwaika, alafu anairamba. Yani anakwenda akijuta nyumbani.
Nikeli.
Yani vitu vya kitoto, lakini kitu muhimu ambacho tunataka kuwafunza watoto hapa ni kwamba wanapofanya makosa ya kitoto ni muhimu kuomba msamaha.
Ni kweli.
Huwezi kusamehewa bila kuomba msamaha. Manake ukiomba msamaha inamaanisha kwamba umejutia makosa yako na hutarudia. Kwa hivyo hilo ndilo funzo kuu ambalo tunataka kuwafunza watoto. Manake watoto wanajifunza, na katika kujifunza lazima wafanye makosa. Manake wanataka kujua ulimwengu, na katika kujua ulimwengu watajaribu mambo mengi.
Ni kweli. Kwa hivyo pale umefunza vizuri kwamba kuna umuhimu wa kutambua makosa, kukabili hali jinsi ilivyo na kuzungumza na wazazi, kuomba msamaha. Wakati Rosa anafika pale, anaomba mama yake msamaha, mama anamsamehe na mambo yanaendelea vizuri. Sasa tuangalie sana Kigogo. Kigogo ni kitabu ambacho kinazungumza sana, ukizingatia kwamba kimeteuliwa kutumiwa shuleni, kutainiwa, na nikitangamana na walimu pale nje nasikia swali ambalo wengi wanauliza ni kwamba ni mwandishi alichochewa na nini hasa kuandika Kigogo. Wajua umezungumzia wa uchochezi wa uandishi kwa jumla, lakini Kigogo hasa wakati ulipoanza kuandika wale wahusika, ukazungumzia kina Tunu, kina Majoka na wale wahusika wengine ambao wanapatikana kwenye kitabu. Ni jambo gani hasa lilokuwa moyoni mwako ambalo ulitaka jamii lijue kutokana na usomaji wa Kigogo, ama msukumo tu wa ndani kwa ndani? Naam.
Asante sana kwa swali zuri hilo. Na kabla sijajibu swali lako, naomba tu kukukumbusha wewe mwenyewe kwamba umehariri tamthilia yenyewe, na asante sana kwa kazi hiyo safi ya kuhariri. Manake haingewezekana safari hiyo ya Kigogo kutimia kama hungeweka mkono wako hapo au uhariri. Manake pia kazi mwandishi akiandika, wahariri husaulika. Waandishi tukachukua sifa zote na tukasahau kwamba kuna mtu mwingine ambaye alikalia kazi yako hata baada ya kuiandika wewe, akaitoa hili, akatia hili na kadhalika zake. Sasa karibu katika hilo la kuniuliza kilichonichochea ni mazingira, kwamba mwandishi anaishi katika mazingira ya kawaida, hali halisi ya maisha, na tamthilia yenyewe imegemea kwenye nadharia ya uhalisia.
Ni kweli kabisa.
Mambo halisi yanayotokea katika ulimwengu halisi. Ulimwengu wangu ninaoishi, ulimwengu wako unaoishi, na ulimwengu wa wengine wanaokishabikia kitabu. Manake yale yanayozungumziwa katika tamthilia yanawahusu. Ndio maana wanaona sasa kitabu kinawafaa, manake yanawahusu. Na ni nini basi hicho? Ilikuwa ni siasa yetu baada ya mambo haya ya ugatuzi, ambapo watu sasa walikuwa wana serikali zao za huko mashinani. Kuna viongozi ambao waliona nafasi hiyo ni kama nafasi nzuri ya kujifanya wao ni kama miungu wadogo, waabudiwe. Manake wamekuwa ni kama maraisi kwenye majimbo yao, na jambo hili linatokea si hapa kwetu tu, bali katika nchi nyingi na hasa za Kiafrika ambazo pia zimechukua mfumo huo wa utawala wa ugatuzi, kufanya ugatuzi kwamba serikali ziende mashinani. Na watu wengi wana mitindo hiyo sana ya utawala siku hizi, hasa Afrika. Manake wanaamini kwamba hiyo ndiyo demokrasia ya kikweli. Sasa
wanaona kwamba ni njia ya kufikisha mamlaka mashinani, watu wanaweza kufanya uamuzi, lakini pia kuna changamoto zake.
Kweli, ambapo ni kweli kabisa kwamba iwapo viongozi ni wazuri, na hatuwezi kuwalaumu viongozi wote, ukasema katika ujumla wote ni kuna viongozi wazuri na tu wanawajua na wanatambuliwa na wananchi wenyewe wanasema katika mazingira yetu na katika mazingira ya nchi za Kiafrika. Manake mambo haya hayatokei hapa, yanatokea katika nchi zote za Kiafrika. Na Kigogo kwa hakika ilichukua tu tuseme mfano tu wa uongozi huo wa ugatuzi, lakini ililenga viongozi wa Kiafrika katika ujumla wao. Kwa hivyo hilo jimbo la Sagamoyo linaweza likasimamia nchi nzima pia.
Ni kweli.
Nchi nzima. Manake mambo yanayotokea Sagamoyo katika jimbo hilo tunalolizungumzia katika Kigogo yanaonekana yakitokea Afrika nzima. Uongozi wa kuongoza kimabavu, kunyanyasa wapinzani wa kisiasa na mambo mengine kama hayo. Ubadhirifu wa mali ya umma, kunyanyasa wale ambao wanataka kusema kwamba mali ya umma imetumiwa vibaya. Ukopaji wa kiholela, watu wanakopa hela za kuwatuza watu wachongaji wa vinyago. Ambazo pesa hizi zitalipwa lini? Zitalipwa na vitukuu.
Katika usawiri wa wahusika, umefanya wahusika, hasa yule mhusika tunu. Ni mhusika ambaye mambo ambayo anayafanya pale katika kitabu ni mambo ambayo kila mmoja akisoma kitabu anaona ni kama mambo halisi kabisa. Uandishi wako umejiegemeza sana katika umeegemea sana uhalisia. Lakini jambo ambalo linanivutia ni jinsi wahusika walivyosawiriwa, hasa ukiangalia maisha ya Tunu na maisha ya wahusika wengine kama vile Ashua, yule mkewe Sudi, na mambo ambayo yanawakabili. Ni hicho kipaji ama ule uwezo wa kusawiri wahusika kwa njia ambayo inaonekana ni kama uhalisia wa mambo. Unafanyaje ndipo uweze kufikia hapo? Kiasi kwamba unasawiri wahusika kwa njia ambayo ina upekee wa aina fulani.
Nafikiri ni furaha yangu kubwa ni kwamba nasema na wewe kama mhariri lakini pia wewe kama mwandishi mwenzangu kwamba umebobea kwenye mambo ya uandishi. Sasa mwandishi anaishi katika ulimwengu wa kibunilizi anapotaka kufanya mambo yake ya uandishi. Na ili niweze kufanikiwa kufanya hivyo, nilikuwa nikiketi najijengea jukwaa. Naanza kuwaona hao wahusika katika jukwaa, na jukwaa lenyewe lilikuwa ni Sagamoyo, jukwaa langu. Sasa nawafikiria hao, hata wakati mwingine najitia kwenye mchezo huo mimi mwenyewe, niwe kama mhusika. Lakini wakutazama mhusika, mtazamaji, wakushabikia watu wakiwa wanafanya mambo. Lakini usisahau kuwa yote ambayo yamezungumziwa katika Kigogo yanatokea katika mazingira halisi haya tunayoishi leo. Kina Tunu ni wengi, kina Sudi ni wengi, kina Majoka ni wengi, yani wahusika ni wengi, kina Jabali wapo tunawajua, kuna watu ambao
kina Ngurumo
wako wengi tu Kwa hivyo hiyo taswira kwanza unaijenga kutokana na mazingira yako, ili ukiandika uwe tayari una picha ya kimawazo ya namna ambavyo unataka wahusika wako wasawirike.
Kwa hivyo kwa kauli nyingine ni kwamba kabla ya kuanza kuandika lazima uwe unajua hadithi yako itaelekea wapi, ama tamthilia yenyewe unataka ielekee wapi. Wahusika wako lazima watambue vizuri, ujue kwamba huyu mhusika Tunu lazima nitampa sifa hizi, atakuwa mtu ambaye anasimamia haki, anasimamia ukweli, na nikianza kumsawiri katika tamthilia yenyewe, kumtwisha majukumu fulani, lazima hayo majukumu yaambatane na zile sifa ambazo ulikwisha kubashiri kwamba atakuwa nazo kabla ya kwanza.
Hapo ni kweli kabisa, ni kweli. Na ndio maana ukiangalia, manake wewe unayafahamu haya, ulipitia kitabu kabla hakijachapishwa, kwamba wahusika wote kuanzia wa kwanza, kubwa, mkuu, hadi msaidizi, hadi mdogo kabisa wa kutajwa, wana sifa za umajazi. Kwamba majina yao yote ni ya kimajazi. Hapo ni makusudi. Kusudi la kwanza ni kwamba katika kuandika tamthilia huna muda sana wa kuelezea zile sifa za kimaumbile, za kitabia, za wahusika wako na kadhalika. Ndio maana jina la kimajazi kwanza unapompa yule mhusika tayari umemtafutia mkondo wa tabia zake katika tamthilia. Tunu kwa mfano, kitu kizuri. Kwa hivyo hatutarajii kitu chengine kutoka kwa mhusika Tunu. Tunatarajia mambo mazuri. Kama anaposema, hawezi kusema kauli ovyo ovyo kama Ngurumo. Hawezi kuongea kama Ngurumo. Hekima yake lazima ionekane, maana yake ni Tunu.
Ni Tunu.
Ngurumo naye ni Ngurumo Zaradi. Analipuka kama Ngurumo, mara moja ashatoa, ashatulia, ashalipuka.
Na hata akiwa na udhaifu fulani kama binadamu wa kawaida anavyokuwa na udhaifu, lakini lengo lake ni kwamba afikie ule ubora, afikie mambo ambayo yanaweza kunufaisha jamii yake.
Manake huyo ni mhusika Tunu. Tayari ni kitu cha Tunu. Kitu cha thamani.
Nimekuelewa vizuri sana kwamba lazima uelewe wahusika wako na ujasiri wa kukabili maudhui yale mazito ambayo yanapatikana katika Kigogo. Je, wewe ukiwa mwandishi, wakati unapoanza kuandika na unagusia mambo ya uongozi, unagusia mambo ambayo zanazunguka jamii kwa jumla, je, inafika mahali unasema kwamba hili hapa sitaki kufika, ama unafanyaje? Ndipo sasa kitabu chako kikiwa nje, unataka kuwafunza watu jambo, unataka wasome hadithi, waone, wasome tamthilia, tamthilia iakisi maisha yao. Vile vile kuna mpaka, kuna mahali unafika unasema kwamba hapa siendi, ama unaandika tu.
Nafikiri na asante kwa swali. Ni swali zuri sana na ni zito. Yani ni kwamba ni kweli kuna mipaka. Kuna mahali unasema hapa naona siwezi kwa sasa. Na siwezi katika tamthilia. Pengine inataka riwaya. Ili utafute mbinu za kujisuka na kujificha. Manake usije kuna mambo ambayo ni mazito kuzungumzia. Manake katika jamii ni mambo ya mjadala, ama na mambo ambayo katika sheria zetu bado yanajadiliwa. Kwa mfano, masuala haya ya jinsia mambo ya jinsia ambazo hazieleweki kwenye mazingira yetu. Na watu wanaulizana, je, hizi katika sheria zetu tuseme vipi? Maana sheria zetu hazikujua mambo haya. Katiba yetu haikufahamu mambo haya. Maana si mambo ya Kiafrika haya. Sasa na yamefika kwenye ulimwengu wetu. Maana ulimwengu umekuwa kijiji kidogo. Hatuwezi kujifungia mahali na tukajificha tukasema hatuyataki na hayatatufikia. Yatatufikia hivyo hivyo. Kwa hivyo haya ni mambo ambayo waandishi wanaogopa sana kuyazungumzia. Ni mambo ya mjadala. Kama kitu kiko bunge, unataka kukikatia kauli katika hadithi yako? Huwezi.
Lakini unaweza kutaja tu, mtu atambue na
unataja, manake mambo yanasemwa. Kwa hivyo lazima wewe utasema. Alafu kuna mambo kama haya ya mambo ambayo ni ya kisiasa na uongozi. Wewe kama mwandishi lazima ujue mipaka. Katiba inakuruhusu, ni kweli, na washukuru waliopigania mambo haya. Na ni kwamba sheria zetu kwa sasa hazijamnyanyasa mwandishi kama ilivyokuwa zamani. Kuna watu unawafahamu, majina sitaki kuyataja. Orodha ni ndefu, ambao waliandikia kifungoni. Wengi tu katika historia za uandishi. Waandishi wa Kiswahili wengi tu.
Ni wengi.
Lakini kwa sasa kama ningeandika tamthilia hii pengine siku za nyuma, pengine singekuwa hapa studio nikizungumzia mambo ya Kigogo. Lakini tunashukuru kwamba sheria zetu zinaturuhusu sasa kuzungumzia mambo, na demokrasia ina mabaya yake na mazuri yake. Kwamba kunaweza kuandika jambo ukalizungumzia ijapokuwa si wazi sana, lakini kwa uwazi kwa kiasi fulani. Maanake pia mwandishi tuna jukumu na tunawajibikia jamii kwa kuiongoza. Huwezi kuandika jambo ambalo litawafanya wanafunzi wasome waende wakaandamane. Ni makosa.
Kwa hivyo kwa kiwango fulani
tunawajibika.
Kuna uwajibikaji katika uandishi. Na licha ya kuwa unaweza kuwa unalenga kuzungumzia jambo ambalo lipo, na namna unavyolizungumzia lazima lidhihirishe kwamba unawajibika, kwamba wale unaowalenga lazima watajifunza jambo, si kusema tu kuwachochea.
Huwezi kuchochea. Hasa kama kazi yako unajua itasomwa na watoto wadogo ambao hawajakomaa kimawazo. Unaweza kazi yako wakaisoma, wakawacha kusoma, wakaenda kutupa mawe. Ni makosa. Mwandishi lazima awajibike.
Na ndio maana
ajue kwamba kuna kiwango fulani cha uhuru wa kuandika. Ajue kwamba kuna kiwango, yani unaweza kuelezea mambo kwa uhuru fulani wa kiwango cha uhuru. Manake unataka kuitunza jamii, unataka kuwaelimisha, unataka kuyataja maovu, lakini hutaki kuchochea. Manake ukichochea utakuwa unasaidia nani? Unayemwandikia umemmaliza. Tunataka kuwafunza mambo, hatutaki kuwaambia waende wabomoe mambo, wabomoe vitu, wafanye nini.
Na ndio maana nafurahishwa hata na tamthilia yenyewe Kigogo. Ukisoma wale wahusika ambao wanaweza kunasibishwa na matendo maovu kama vile majoka, na wale wahusika wengine ambao kina ngurumo ambao wanafanya kazi pamoja na majoka na wanaendeleza mfumo wake, watu kama vile mzee Kenga. Unakuta kwamba mwishowe kuna jinsi ambavyo wanawajibikia matendo yao. Kwamba yule muhusika baada ya kumsawiri kuwa muhusika muovu, muhusika mui katika tamthilia yenyewe, mwishowe tunaona jinsi kila mmoja wao anavyowajibika, anavyoadhibiwa kwa ajili ya matendo yao. Na wale ambao wamefanya vyema tunaona jinsi wanavyotuzwa, jinsi wanavyofurahia matendo yao na mambo kama hayo.
Naam.
Kwa hivyo kuna uwajibikaji hata katika uandishi. Kuna
uwajibikaji katika uandishi na kuna uwajibikaji katika kuwasawiri wale wahusika.
Naam.
Lazima anayefanya kosa pia aonekane kwamba hata kama hata adhibiwa tukimuona katika jukwaa, kwamba anajutia makosa yake.
Anajutia.
Manake kosa ni kosa hata likapakwa rangi nyeupe.
Yani kweli.
Lazima hata kama ni mtu mkubwa, hata kama ni kiongozi, anapofanya kosa lazima wale wanafunzi tuliowalenga kusoma wajue kesho watakapokuwa viongozi lazima wawajibike. Na wasipowajibika, jamii wanayoiongoza itawafanya wawajibike, itawahukumu. Hata kama si kwa vitendo, kwa maneno, kwa kauli. Manake pale mwisho hatumuoni majoka akiadhibiwa, lakini matendo ya wale na kauli zao na nyimbo wanazoimba ni kwamba hawamtaki tena na wameamua na wao ni wengi, wanasema ni wadogo ndio, lakini ni wengi kama siafu.
Ni kweli
na
kabisa.
Wingi wao ndio nguvu yao.
Ni kweli kabisa. Na uandishi kwa sasa kwa jumla nchini Kenya na usomaji, unaonaje Wakenya ukilinganisha na miaka ya nyuma, hasa wakati ulipokuwa shuleni ama wakati ulipokuwa ukikulia katika mazingira ya shule, mazingira mbalimbali ambapo ungetangamana na vitabu? Ulitanguliza kusema kwamba hukuwa na vitabu sana, lakini ukilinganisha usomaji kwa jumla nchini Kenya na miaka ya kitambo, kuna maendeleo yoyote ambayo unaweza kusema kwamba Wakenya wanapiga hatua nzuri ama kuna wanadidimia katika usomaji?
Mimi niseme hivi kama mwandishi kwamba vitabu vingi vimeandikwa sasa. Vinapatikana madukani na kwenye mitandao. Lakini usomaji wetu unabagua, ni wa kubagua. Wanafunzi kwa mfano ambao ndio wanaotarajiwa wao wanasoma sana. Wanakulia kwenye mambo ya usomaji, kwenye study. Wanasoma wakibagua. Wanasoma tu kama kuna kitabu hiki anajua kitamwezesha kupita mtihani. Sasa hilo ni tatizo moja kubwa sana. Wakati wetu tulikuwa tuna hamu na gamu ya kusoma. Maanake vitabu vyenyewe vilikuwa havipatikani. Vitabu vyetu vilikuwa vichache vya kuhesabu. Sasa unataka kujigambia wenzako idadi ya vitabu ulivyovisoma. Maanake vitabu vyenyewe ni vichache. Vya Kiswahili, sasa nazungumzia vya Kiswahili. Hata vya Kiingereza havikuwa vingi sana. Hesabu yake inaweza kujulikana. Sasa vitabu ni vingi. Na wanafunzi wanasoma kwa kubagua, hasa vya Kiswahili hawataki kuvisoma sana. Sasa ni kwamba wasemao husema kwenye miti hakuna wajenzi, kwamba vitabu viko na sasa kuna wasomaji sasa. Na kuna athari sasa za mitandao ya kijamii. Watu wana mambo mengine mengi ya kufanya. Hawataki kujiweka kwenye mambo ya kusoma. Na wanaposoma hawataki kusoma kitu kirefu. Wanataka kusoma vipande kwenye mitandao ya kijamii. Vipande vidokezo. Wanataka kusoma vidokezo. Sasa sijui tutakuwa tunaandika vidokezo ama tutakuwa tunaandika vipi ndio wasome.
Ni kweli kabisa. Kwa hivyo unasema kwamba kuna ushindani mwingi na mambo yanayofanyika katika ya kiteknolojia, simu na vitu kama vile movie na vitu kama hivyo. Kuna ushindani mwingi.
Ushindani na ni mzuri. Ushindani ni mzuri maana unafanya watu waandike, unafanya watu weke kazi zao kwenye mitandao ili iwe ni kazi ya kidijitali, ambapo ni vizuri sana. Lakini wasomaji hasa wa kazi za Kiswahili wanabagua sana.
Kuna ubaguzi. Unaweza kusemaje kuhusu ubaguzi huo? Je, ubaguzi unaweza kuwa umetokana na thamani ya vitabu wanavyopewa ama ni ile hali tu ya kutotaka kujua mengi? Ni vitabu ambavyo vinasomwa sasa hivi, unaweza kusema kwamba havilengi hasa mahitaji ya kisaikolojia ya watu hawa, ama ni mambo yapi ambayo unaweza kunasibisha na uzembe huo?
Nafikiri uzembe ni wa kihistoria.
Naam.
Kwamba wajua watu wanapenda vitu ambavyo vinatoka mbali. Vitu ambavyo ni vya nyumbani, nafikiri Waafrika tuna tabia hiyo.
Naam.
Ya kutaka vitu ambavyo vinatoka nje. Na kwamba vitabu vya Kiingereza, kwa kuwa Kiingereza ni lugha ngeni na ndio lugha ya utahini, na ndio kwa muda mrefu imekuwa ndio lugha rasmi, lugha ya ofisini. Ni kwamba Kiswahili kwa muda mrefu basi kimekuwa kikinyanyasika kwa njia hiyo. Manake watu hawajahusisha lugha ya Kiswahili na faida za kiuchumi. Na hilo ndilo tatizo. Hata wazazi wakenda kununua vitabu kwenye maduka ya vitabu wanabagua, wanasema kimnunulia mtoto wangu kitabu hiki cha Kiswahili na hiki cha Kiingereza kitamfaidi kipi? Ni kipi ambacho kitamsaidia kuwa na faida za kiuchumi hatimaye? Anaona ni hiki cha Kiingereza kwa sababu masomo yote yanafunzwa kwa Kiingereza. Kwa hivyo nataka kumnunulia hiki cha Kiingereza asome, ili atakaposoma aweze kuwa na ujuzi wa lugha, hata wa kuweza kuandika maswali ya sayansi vizuri, manake hesabatia pia ni kwa Kiingereza. Kwa hivyo nafikiri kwa muda wazazi wamekuwa na kasumba mbaya ambayo haisaidii na haimtamfaidi Mkenya na wala Mwafrika. Manake Mwafrika kutupa vitu vyake na kutupa lugha yake ndicho chanzo cha matatizo yake.
Ni kweli kabisa.
Wewe unaacha vilivyo vyako vizuri, unakwenda kukopa vya jirani yako. Ndio maana mikopo imekuwa mingi. Manake sasa sisi vyetu vinaozea hapa vitu vizuri. Lakini wewe ni kama unione, kwa mfano nimevaa kiatu kizuri, alafu wewe chako ni kizuri. Lakini hukioni ni kizuri, unasema wacha nikopeshe hiki chako. Sasa kwa nini tunalipia kujifunza Kijerumani, tulipie kujifunza pengine Kifaransa, na sisemi watu wasijifunze. Tunalipia hata kujifunza Kichina, tunalipia kujifunza na lugha, na ni sawa kujifunza, manake ulimwengu umekuwa kama kijiji kidogo. Ni sawa kabisa. Manake pia wao wenzetu wanajifunza lugha zetu. Lakini Kiswahili ambacho ni cha bure kinapatikana, watoto hawataki watoto hawafunzwi. Wazazi hawataki kuwafunza watoto wao, hawataki, na wasio Kiswahili peke yake na lugha za kwanza.
Kwa hivyo hiyo ni kauli ya kuatia changamoto wazazi, walimu kuhusu mkabala walionao kuhusu lugha ya Kiswahili.
Lugha ya Kiswahili
kwamba wanunue vitabu vya Kiswahili, wasome hadithi za Kiswahili, wasome tamthilia za Kiswahili.
Wasome kazi za Kiswahili. Kwa nini chako kilicho karibu na wewe hukitaki, unataka kurukia chengine? Si usome hiki chako ukielewe ili ujielewe.
Na shirika la Story Moja limekuwa katika mstari wa mbele hasa kupigia upatu usomaji nchini Kenya. Na jitihada zetu ni kwamba kila mtu, hakikisha kwamba kila mtu amepata kitabu angaa cha kusoma. Na tunashukuru sana jitihada zenu nyinyi waandishi ambao mnatupa vitabu, mnatuletea vitabu tuwachapishie.
Asante.
Na ushauri gani hasa ulionao kwa Kenya kuhusu hizo harakati za kupigia upatu, kupigia debe usomaji kwa jumla nchini Kenya? Kwa mujibu wa ile kazi ambayo sasa hivi Story Moja inafanya.
Wajua watu wanasema maarifa ni mali.
Ni kweli.
Maarifa ni mali. Wawaridhishe watoto wao mali hiyo. Wawe na maarifa. Mtu akiwa hapa ulimwenguni na maarifa, basi ni tajiri. Hata asipokuwa na vitu vya kidunia ni tajiri. Manake ataweza kuishi ulimwenguni, ataweza kudhibiti hali yake ambazo zinamzunguka. Ataweza kujielewa yeye mwenyewe, kuelewa mwili wake na mazingira yake. Na ni muhimu sana.
Ni kweli kabisa. Nimeshukuru sana kwa ajili ya muda wako wa kuzungumza nasi. Msikilizaji, huyu amekuwa mwandishi mashuhuri wa vitabu. Ameandika tamthilia ya Kigogo, Be Pauline Care. Msikilizaji, unaweza kutupata katika mitandao ya kijamii. Katika Twitter utatupata kwa kutumia kiungio @storymoja. Instagram utatupata kwa kutumia kiungio @storymoja. Kisha Facebook, kiangalia facebook.com au utatupata kwa jina Story Moja Africa. Na vile vile unaweza kupata vitabu vyetu katika hazina yetu au katika ghala yetu ya mtandaoni Story Moja Isto. utapata vitabu vyetu hapo, na unaweza kuagiza kitabu chochote unachopenda ili uweze kupata. Vile vile usikose mengi zaidi kuhusu Story Moja katika tovuti www.storymojaafrica.com. Mimi nimekuwa wenu Fred Obondo nikiwa pamoja na mwenzangu ambaye nimekwisha kumtaja. Labda unaweza kuambia wasikilizaji tukiwaaga jambo moja tu la kukamilishia podcast hii.
Mimi nawahimiza walimu wenzangu pamoja na wazazi na wale ambao pengine ni walezi, wahimize watoto kusoma, na popote walipo wahakikishe kwamba watoto wanasoma vitu vinavyofaa. Manake vitu vya kusoma ni vingi, lakini waangalie watoto wasisome vitu ambavyo visivyofaa. Manake wataweza kuchafua bongo zao ndogo. Wahakikishe kwamba hii mitandao ya kijamii pia wanawapimia watoto wao, wasije wakasoma vitu ambavyo havifai. Tuwajibike ili kizazi cha kesho kiwe kizazi ambacho tutajivunia. Takapokuwa vikongwe, tutakuwa tunaangalia hawa watoto tukisema kwamba kweli jitihada zetu zilizaa matunda. Story Moja pia na wapongeza sana kwa ajili ya mradi huu wa kuhakikisha kwamba kila mtoto ameshika kitabu mkononi. Na kila mzazi, kila mlezi, kila mwalimu. Hiyo ndiyo injili ambayo tunafaa kuisambaza hapa nchini na Afrika.
Msikilizaji, tunakamilisha kwa kusema kwamba hapa Story Moja tunaamini kwamba kusoma ni power, reading is cool. Kwa hivyo soma na usome vitabu kwa wingi, ubongo wako utakuwa umenolewa ipasavyo. Asanteni.